Chapter 38:25. How did Xia Jinyuan manage to woo his sister? He had to learn more. A single text message was enough to make his reticent sister cry until her eyes were swollen the next day. Perhaps this text message would give him some clues. Li Jinyan opened the text message with the intention of learning and read it carefully. Yi Qian stood quietly and waited for him to finish reading. Seeing that his cold expression had softened a little, Yi Qian, who was also very attentive, seemed to have understood something in that instant. He was like an unclimbable big brother on a snowy mountain. Could it be that he wanted to fall in love? Could it be because of the misunderstanding about his anniversary? Or could it be that he was moved by his grandfather's words? Thinking of this, Yi Qian couldn't help but smile. If that was the case, that would be great. His grandfather's biggest wish was finally about to come true. He finished reading the 100-word text message 3 times, each time taking less than 10 seconds to finish reading. After reading it for the first time, Li Jinyan glanced at his sister, who was standing obediently beside him. His eyebrows twitched. He looked at Yi Qian, and Yi Qian looked at him. Then she blinked. Li Jinyan's eyebrows twitched again. Then he went back to the first text message and read it from beginning to end. Just like that, Li Jinyan read the 100-word text message that Xia Jinyuan had sent to his family friends, including his sister, 3 times, and memorized every word. Li Jinyan returned the phone. His thin lips were slightly pursed, but there was still a slight ripple in his heart. His ripple wasn't because of the sender of the text message, but because his sister was actually moved by it. Could it be that all girls liked this kind of care? Thinking about it, Xia Jinyuan did a good job. Not only did he care about his sister, but he also mobilized the whole family to care for her. He even used the words earnestly and begged. His attitude was sincere, and his care for his sister was not little. But to be honest, he wasn't moved by it. So, you were moved to tears. Not bad. He is indeed good to you. Li Jinyan, who admitted that Xia Jinyuan was a good person, nodded and said something very dry. He was not moved, so he did not say anything. Yi Qian took the phone and nodded. His voice was soft. He's not by my side, but he's always showing concern for me in ways I can't see. Big brother, I'm very touched. Well, it's good that you're touched. This means that this message has a certain effect. You guys have a performance tonight. I'll sit beside you and watch it together. Li Jinyan said faintly. Then he moved on to another topic. My grandfather missed you and was worried that you wouldn't be used to living in Nanguam. So he asked me to come over and check on you. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me directly. Although my relationship with Du Kaiwei is average, I can be considered to be one of the better ones among the siblings. If you have any difficulties, I can mention it to him. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh at the sudden change in topic. Her big brother. He was afraid that she would ask about him. So he immediately changed the topic. I don't have any difficulties. I'm just here to study. It's just a winter break. So I didn't have any difficulties at all. Yi Qian didn't want to owe him any favors because of this. She was perfectly fine. So why should she let her big brother interact with the Du family? Du Jiai didn't respect her big brother at all. If she found out that her big brother went to look for Du Kaiwei because of her, she would definitely make a scene. Since she said that, Li Jinyan didn't insist. Chapter 38:26. It was originally a topic to change the topic, so it was over after a short conversation. The main point was still the old man. Yi Qian asked about old Master Yi again, and Li Jinyan answered them one by one. He was in good health, had a good appetite, and was in a good mental state. In short, everything was better than before. Yi Qian's return injected new life into old Master Yi's quiet life. Old Master Yi, who was originally in a gloomy mood, was pulled back and his life was renewed. Li Jinyan looked at his sister, who was also smiling brightly, and a faint smile appeared in his cold eyes. Grandpa is in good health now, and he's looking forward to you finding a girlfriend. On the phone, Grandpa really hoped that you could quickly find a girl and bring her home for him to take a look. Big brother, you have to work hard. In the end, they still talked about Li Jinyan's marriage. Li Jinyan looked at Yi Qian, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He replied calmly, "I'm not in a hurry. With you around, Grandpa will always be happy." "You're not in a hurry, but Grandpa is. We can't keep delaying it. If we don't find a girl soon, all the good girls will be snatched away by other men." "I didn't say that. It was Grandpa who said that," Yi Qian said with a smile, acting as a parent who urged others to get married. He even laughed and said, "Actually, urging others to get married is quite a headache. As Grandpa instructed, I have to complete my task perfectly. As the saying goes, I'm better off dead than I am. Big brother, please bear with it first. I don't want this to happen either." "Where did you learn that? You're so glib-tongued." Li Jinyan was amused by her. He raised his hand and flicked Yi Qian's forehead with his slender fingers. "You know I'm wronged, but you don't know how to bear with it. You even came with Grandpa to urge me. I think you just want to watch the show. No, I also really hope that Big Brother can find a gentle, kind, and cute sister-in-law. Big Brother, let me give you some advice. You're so cold that I don't even know if you have any emotions. You definitely can't find another dignified and virtuous sister-in-law who doesn't show her teeth when she smiles." Her suggestion made Li Jinyan's eyebrows twitch a few times. His intuition told him that Yi Qian's next words would make him even more helpless. He could have stopped her from continuing, but when he saw Yi Qian's smile, which was brighter than the sun, Li Jinyan couldn't bear to do so. The smile on Yi Jian's face deepened. Her clear and melodious voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was extremely pleasant to the ears. "I'm very worried that if you find such a girl, your date will become a date where you look at me and I look at you. You won't say a word and just sit there for the whole day." Sure enough, it wasn't anything pleasant to hear. Li Jinyan couldn't help but laugh. His little sister was really a silly girl sometimes. Didn't she understand that if he really did find a sister-in-law for her one day, a lot of his concern for her would be diverted to the other girls by his side? Just as Xia Jinyuan said, his little sister had suffered too much and now only wanted to make up for it. In the 100-word message, he acknowledged this sentence the most. It was also because of this sentence that he realized how deeply Xia Jinyuan loved his little sister. Silly girl, Big Brother also wants to make up for all the hardships you went through when you were young so that you can be happier and enjoy more. Find a girlfriend? Although he had wavered a little, he still couldn't beat his heart's desire to care for her better. How nice it was to be like this. Chapter 38:27. The reason why Li Jinyan thought that things were going well was simple. Like now, he didn't have to worry about the other girl. He didn't have to guess what the other girl was thinking. He could give all his care to his younger sister, who had helped his grandfather get back on his feet. This kind of interaction gave his lonely heart a place to return to. He could feel the warmth of his original family and no longer have any regrets. Every few steps, the two siblings would look at each other and smile. Du Jiai, who was watching from afar, interpreted the intimacy between the siblings as another form of affection. Click! After a few sounds, Du Jiai sneered with disdain. She used the camera that she had prepared for the art troupe to take a few photos of the siblings. The effect was so good that the old man put the photos of the siblings in a frame and put it on the bedside table. Every night before he went to bed, he would look at his grandson and granddaughter in the frame. The soft sound didn't escape the Special Forces siblings' ears. They looked in the direction of the sound at almost the same time. Li Jinyan only saw the back of a woman in a red coat. He didn't recognize her. Yi Qian recognized her at a glance. The click she heard just now was the same sound she had heard when she took a photo with Yi Jin yesterday. It was the sound of a camera shutter, secretly taking photos of her and her brother. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes. What was Du Jiai trying to do? Whose family is she? Why is she taking photos here? Li Jinyan didn't recognize her at all. His eyes were cold. Taking photos was prohibited in the military zone. As a family member of a soldier, she should abide by this rule. When Yi Qian heard this, she knew that her brother's relationship with Du Jiai, who was related to him by blood, was very, very ordinary. They were so ordinary that they were like strangers. She couldn't recognize who she was at all. Du Jiai. I don't know when she joined the team. It seems like she doesn't plan to leave for a while, Yi Qian said with a smile. His mood was not affected by Du Jiai at all. She took a picture of us just now. I heard that the effect is better when you take a picture. I'll get it back from her later. As soon as Li Jinyan heard Du Jiai's name, he lost interest in asking any further questions. He only replied, I'll mention this to Du Kaiwei. As the regiment commander, it's my responsibility to deal with the family members who don't abide by the rules and regulations of the team. Although the two siblings had only known each other for less than 3 years, they were highly similar when it came to handling certain matters. They wouldn't disturb their mood for someone they weren't interested in. They would just ignore them. The two siblings didn't care about the incident at all, but Li Jinyan had the intention to kick Du Jiai out of the company. Du Jiai, on the other hand, was so happy that her footsteps were especially light, sweeping away the pent-up anger that she had suffered in front of Zhou Yijin and Yi Qian last night. Why did she call him Brother Li so affectionately? Ha, 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 ha. So that's what happened. She was indeed too naive. She thought that Yi Qian was only trying to get close to Li Jinyan, who knew that she wasn't trying to get close to anyone, but even Li Jinyan's body. She was too shameless. In order to become a phoenix, she was even willing to sell her own body. This kind of trash really made her feel disgusted just by standing next to her. Wasn't Xia Jinyuan very powerful? Didn't he hate scheming women? Huh. She must be blind this time. She actually thought that Yi Qian's unscrupulous trash was a good person, and even introduced her to Zhou Yijin. She was really blind. Chapter 38:28. When she returned to Beijing, she would develop the photos and show them to Auntie Xiao. Then she would ask Auntie Xiao to expose Yi Qian's facade. When that happened, the more Du Jiai thought about it, the more excited she became. When that happened, Yi Qian wouldn't be the only one to be humiliated. Xia Jinyuan, Li Jinyan, and of course, family Xia would also be humiliated. She didn't come to Nanguang for nothing. She actually managed to capture such an interesting scene. Just wait and see, Yi Qian. Let's see how you can stand firm when that time comes. If you still want to stay in the army after graduation and climb up the social ladder, Du Jiai, will make you suffer the feeling of being trampled into the mud. She will make you understand the consequences of offending someone you shouldn't have offended. Du Jiai pushed open the doors to the auditorium and revealed an even more dignified smile. Her every move was so natural and elegant. She was like the most beautiful flower in a field of flowers, attracting the attention of countless people. Du Jiai enjoyed the feeling of being watched. The more people looked at her, the more elegant she became. She enjoyed being stared at, and she enjoyed the amazement in their eyes. Li Jinyan accompanied Yi Qian out of the auditorium, but didn't go in. He didn't want to see Du Jiai. He didn't want Yi Qian to hear Du Jiai's harsh words and hurt the only sister he cared about. Hearing this, Yi Qian stopped his action of pushing open the doors and turned to look at Li Jinyan, who was standing behind him. His eyes dimmed slightly. Big brother, being silent will only make people like Du Jiai want a yard after taking an inch. Sometimes you need to let her know that being silent doesn't mean that you can bully her. Her words made Li Jinyan's jaw tighten. However, a warm current slowly flowed into his heart. After a while, Li Jinyan nodded his head and said, "Yes." His voice was dry and trembling. When Du Jiai saw Yi Qian enter the auditorium alone, the disdain in her eyes deepened. Look, he was afraid that she would find out. He felt guilty and did not dare to let Li Jinyan in. "I wonder if that cousin of hers saw me?" Du Jiai's eyes flickered as she stopped taking photos. She passed the camera to a soldier from the Arts and Crafts Regiment. "Take a few group photos first. I'll come over later." "Oh, okay." The soldier who was suddenly handed a camera quickly grabbed it and looked down at it. Just as he was about to ask how to use it, Du Jiai had already left. Yi Qian, who was walking to the stage from the back door, glanced at Du Jiai, who was leaving in a hurry. A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. She instinctively turned around and wanted to go out the back door to stop Du Jiai. However, she slowed down after a few quick steps. Big brother wanted to accompany her to the auditorium to take a look, but because Du Jiai was there to send her to the door, he said that it was not convenient for him to go in. It was not that it was inconvenient for Big brother, but because Du Jiai, who did not even treat him with basic courtesy, was present. He was worried that Du Jiai would say something unpleasant to him. He was worried that she would be sad if she heard it. So he said that it was inconvenient. Yi Qian, whose eyes were cold, could not help but bite her lower lip. In the end, she turned around and walked towards the stage. Since Big brother did not want her to see it, then she would not go. She did not want to embarrass Big brother. Outside, Du Jiai caught up with Li Jinyan, who was leaving. She chased after him aggressively and stopped him with a cold smile. "Big cousin, where are you going in such a hurry? Don't tell me you're going to ignore me like you did when you saw me, so you just turned around and left." "Cousin, you're still the same as before. Our brothers and sisters don't know how to get along with you. You're still the same as before. You make us feel that you're an eyesore." Chapter 38:29. In front of Li Jinyan, Du Jiai had never been polite. When she was very young, old Madame Xiao Li pointed at Li Jinyan and said to her, "Jia, you have to remember Grandma's words. That Li Jinyan is an annoying guy. He wants to snatch good things from you. If he snatches your delicious food now, he will snatch the things that Grandpa left for you in the future. He will also snatch your brothers and sisters' good things." When old Madame Xiao Li taught Du Jiai these words, Du Jiai was only 5 years old. However, it was the right time to teach her, and it was also the easiest time to teach children bad things. From then on, Du Jiai remembered, especially when old Madame Xiao Li said, "You have to remember, don't be nice to the guy who snatches your things. You have to let him know how powerful you are, so that he won't dare to snatch your things in the future. Moreover, you can also snatch the good things in his hands. Do you understand?" It made Du Jiai understand that as long as she was fierce and domineering, she could scare Li Jinyan, who wanted to snatch her things. She would get more and better things, and she could even get the good things that originally belonged to Li Jinyan. Du Jiai, who remembered, had always done this and had tasted the sweetness. Every time she made a fuss, everyone, including her uncle, would stand by her side and scold Li Jinyan for not giving in to his sister. Every time, Li Jinyan would have no choice but to give up the things in his hands to her. No matter what it was, even if she didn't like it, she would get it as long as she made a fuss. If she got something she liked, she would put it away properly. If she got something she didn't like, it didn't matter. She could do whatever she wanted with it. Anyway, because she was still young, the adults wouldn't care. Li Jinyan was much more unlucky than her. Every time he would be scolded, and every time he would have to bow his head and apologize to her. Every time she would get her grandmother's praise, and then she would get good things from her grandmother. Later on, as Li Jinyan grew older, she also grew older. Quarreling was no longer effective. Li Jinyan would ignore her. Whenever he saw her, he would take a detour, not giving her a chance to make a move. However, the more it was like this, the more she wanted to see his expression of anger. However, after Li Jinyan entered junior high school, he suddenly became smart. When he went to school, he did not even go home. During the holidays, he went to the Fu family and did not return to the Li family at all. She could not find any opportunity to bully him. Every time he thought of her, he felt regretful that there wasn't Li Jinyan, who was easier to bully. As she grew older, Du Jiayi did not feel that there was a problem. Instead, she knew that if there was no Li Jinyan, her family and her uncle's family would have inherited more of old man Li's property. This included the countless antiques that Grandpa collected when he was a warlord. Grandma said that all these antiques were monopolized by Grandpa alone. Those who were chased out by Grandpa and were born from concubines didn't even get a teacup. Now, all the antiques were in Grandpa's hands, and any one of them was worth a lot. Du Jiayi was glad that she knew how to fight with Li Jinyan since she was young. As a result, old man Li hated his own grandson more and more. Every time she saw Li Jinyan, she would say mean things. She didn't feel that she was wrong, but felt that it was right. Now that she was standing in front of Li Jinyan, she was not afraid at all. She even raised her chin high and said sharp words with contempt. This was the reason why Li Jinyan did not want Yi Qian to see it. Chapter 38:30. But after all, he was not the young Li Jinyan. Faced with Du Jiayi's rudeness, his expression was cold, and his eyes were cold. He was reminded of Yi Qian's reminder. His silence was not because he was afraid or weak. He was silent because he did not want to face these people. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible and stop wasting his time. His sister was right. Sometimes silence did make some people want a yard after taking an inch. Li Jinyan, who was no longer silent, looked at Du Jiayi with cold eyes. In my eyes, you are also an eyesore. You have always been an eyesore since we were young. His gaze was cold and carried a hint of hostility. Du Jiayi, who was not on guard, felt her heart skip a beat. She was obviously frightened. Du Jiayi's face was filled with anger. She snorted coldly and lowered her voice to prevent others from hearing her. How dare a person who even Grandpa hates talk to me? She was still as unreasonable and hypocritical as before. Standing here and bickering with her made Li Jinyan feel very embarrassed. His cold voice didn't hide his disgust for her as he slowly said, "An ignorant person indeed doesn't deserve to talk to me. Every word you say is a waste of my time." Li Jinyan had always been silent when facing Du Jiayi's harsh words. This time, his sudden counterattack stunned Du Jiayi. Her face was full of disbelief. What did she just hear? Did she just hear Li Jinyan say that she was ignorant and that she was not worthy to talk to him? She also saw the deep disgust on his face. She had originally wanted to make Li Jinyan uncomfortable, but now she was angry. She had never been treated like this before. Even Yi Qian, who she hated, did not have the guts to say such things to her. "Li Jinyan, you better apologize to me. Otherwise, I will tell Grandpa, and you will not even be able to step through the Li family's door. Also, do you know what I just filmed? Ha! I took a photo of someone who relied on her body to get to the top. She's just like you. Du Jiai didn't say anything worse because she saw the undisguised killing intent in Li Jinyan's eyes. He wanted to kill her. He wanted to kill her. At this moment, Du Jiai was stunned. She immediately stopped herself from saying something even worse. She had always known that when Li Jinyan was angry, he was not as violent as thunder. Instead, he was like a turbulent undercurrent in the depths of the sea. On the surface, the wind was calm, but in reality, it was turbulent. However, would he dare to kill him? Du Jiai sneered, her eyes hard. Although her breathing was not smooth, her words were still very clear. I'm not that easy to scare. You want to kill me? Huh. Li Jinyan, do you dare? This time, Du Jiai couldn't open her mouth at all, because Li Jinyan's hand was gripping her neck. Between his fingers, there was something extremely cold and bone-chilling pressed against her carotid artery. Was she going to die here? Fear instantly took over her mind. Her previously arrogant eyes were filled with a fear that had never been there before. At this moment, Du Jiai finally understood that Li Jinyan wasn't trying to scare her. He would really kill her. From now on, if I hear you say anything disrespectful about Yi Qian again, Du Jiai, I have countless ways to deal with a person. Car accident, fire, backflow, etc. I will let you die, without a sound. Li Jinyan's back was facing the company's surveillance camera. He looked very intimate as he coldly warned Du Jiai. Du Jiai couldn't help but clench her teeth. Chapter 38-31. Releasing his hand, Li Jinyan took a step back and stood in front of her for a while before turning around to leave. If he dared to do this, he must have a way to cover it up. He was not afraid of being discovered. Du Jiai originally thought that he was just scaring her. She did not expect that she would really escape death. She clutched her liberated neck and coughed violently. Du Jiai coughed until tears came out of her eyes. She coughed while taking deep breaths. Her gaze was fixed on the tall figure that was walking away. At that moment, there was not only fear in the depths of her eyes, but also coldness. He wanted to kill her. He really wanted to kill her just now. Just because she said something about Yi Qian, he actually wanted to kill her. Her knees were so weak that she could not stand steadily. She could only slowly squat down and did not stand up for a long time. A passing soldier saw her and walked up to her to ask about the situation. What happened to you? You need help? No need. Du Jiai covered her head and replied. Her voice was somewhat cold as she rejected the soldier's offer. It was as if she was venting her anger on him. After saying that, she regretted it. She raised her head and smiled politely. I'm sorry. I encountered something unpleasant just now. I'm fine. There's no need for help. She seemed to be the regiment commander's sister. The soldier hurriedly waved his hand and left without asking any more questions. Du Jiai, who still had not recovered from the fear of death, stood up. She stood in the same spot and did not immediately move half a step. After an unknown amount of time, she let out a long sigh. As the coldness in the depths of her eyes gradually rose to the surface, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Du Jiai, who was shocked by the murderous intent, smiled deeper and deeper. Her gaze, which was fixed on Li Jinyan's back, was as if it had been dipped in the coldest of poisons. Du Jiai, who was temporarily frightened, was very smart. She did not chase after Li Jinyan because she knew that even a rabbit would bite when cornered. He said that he had thousands of ways to kill her. She would believe that he had thousands of ways to kill the enemy on the battlefield. But if he wanted to use those methods on the battlefield on her, would it be possible? He was already a lieutenant colonel at such a young age, and his rank and seniority were enough to hold a position in the regiment. This wasn't a rank and seniority that an ordinary lieutenant colonel could have. A lieutenant colonel regiment was enough to show that Li Jinyan was an elite in the Navy. Li Jinyan had been ostracized by his family since he was a child. Even his own father didn't like him. Now, he was one of the elites of the lieutenant colonel group. How could he say that he had hundreds of ways to kill her? How ridiculous! Does he still want his future? In this regard, Du Jiayi did not completely take Li Jinyan's warning to heart. However, she understood that Li Jinyan was no longer the Li Jinyan that she could bully and tease at will. This man was mature enough to be strong enough and had the courage to go against his family. And if she still treated him the same way as before, the scene that shocked her today would happen again. You want to kill me? Let's see who is stronger. Du Jiayi murmured in a low voice. Then she turned around and returned to the auditorium elegantly as usual. She was not in a hurry. As long as her grandma was still alive and her grandpa was still in charge of the Li family, she would have enough opportunities to teach Li Jinyan a lesson. If she did not have the ability to teach Li Jinyan a lesson, there were so many elders in the Li family. She could use them to teach Li Jinyan a lesson. Facing the suppression of the elders, would Li Jinyan dare to resist? He would only be punished more like when he was a child. The more he resisted, the more he would be punished. Chapter 38-32. Du Jiayi had never been a coward. Old Madam Li had taught her that crying children get candy. Old Man Li had taught her to know when to advance and when to retreat. Save your strength. And Madam Li had taught her to plan before taking action. She had applied what she had learned, and her journey had been smooth sailing. She had gotten rid of those who were an eyesore to her. She had also suppressed countless opponents who had wanted to resist, but had ultimately been defeated by her. Everything had gone according to her wishes. Everything was in her hands. It had been like this in the past, so it would be the same in the future. Li Jinyan, Yi Qian. Just you wait. With the photos, I don't need to do anything. Someone else will do it for me. Du Jiayi returned to the auditorium with a sinister smile. Since she was going to teach Li Jinyan a lesson for daring to kill her, what was she waiting for? Waiting for him to return to the army before making her move? It was too late. She had to take advantage of the fact that he hadn't returned to the army yet. She could still get a call from Grandpa to summon him back to the Li family. Her high heels made a clicking sound as she stepped on the floor. The soldiers who were rehearsing in the auditorium didn't notice her departure and return, but Yi Qian had been paying attention. Seeing Du Jiayi return with a dark and cold expression, as if she had been angered, Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief. Could it be that Big Brother didn't remain silent this time? Du Jiayi had been looking for Yi Qian ever since she entered the auditorium. Now that Yi Qian had retracted his gaze, Du Jiayi had also found where Yi Qian was standing. Du Jiayi walked past a few rows of seats and headed straight for Yi Qian. She was a few centimeters shorter than Yi Qian, but Yi Qian was wearing training boots, while she was wearing 10 centimeters high heels. She was 5 centimeters taller than Yi Qian, who was 168 centimeters tall. In addition, she deliberately walked closer to Yi Qian, which made her look condescending and arrogant. She sized up Yi Qian with a disdainful gaze, and the mocking smile on her lips deepened. Yi Qian, do you really want to enter the Li family? With your appearance, do you think— She raised her arms and made an extremely rude gesture of sizing her up. Can you enter the Li family like this? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Miss Du, are you planning to enter the entertainment industry? I'm very surprised that you have so many scenes. You think too highly of yourself. I really haven't. You want to enter the Li family? Sorry, I'm not interested." As if she had heard a joke, Du Jiai giggled. Her laughter was like the trembling of a flower, and her laughter was especially elegant. "Stop pretending, Yi Qian. I really want to laugh when I see how you don't mean what you say. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to hook up with Li Jinyan so quickly and have him protect you so much." She deliberately approached Du Jiai because she didn't want others to overhear her words. Her words and her temperament were at two extremes, making it hard for those who didn't know the situation to imagine that the elegant Du Jiai could actually say such harsh words. "Do you really think that hooking up with Li Jinyan can help you realize your ambition? Do you think you can enter the Li family? As for me, I'm somewhat related to Li Jinyan. His grandfather is also my grandfather. My grandfather has always doted on me. As for Li Jinyan, he has never been liked by the elders in the family since he was young. My grandfather has never been kind to him. Yi Qian, oh, Yi Qian, do you think that you can become a phoenix after hooking up with Li Jinyan? Don't be so naive." Chapter 38-33. He had never been liked by the elders in the family since he was young. Old man, Li had never been nice to her brother. Yi Qian's face darkened when he heard this. So her brother was just like her when he was young. They both suffered from the indifference of the elders in the family. She was fine because she was not related to Yi Jifan's family at all. But her brother was different. Everyone in the family was from the same family. Why did they all neglect her brother? Yi Qian couldn't help but purse his lips. She only felt sorry for her brother, who had been neglected when he was young. In Du Jiai's eyes, it had another meaning. She thought that Yi Qian had suffered a huge blow when he found out that even if he managed to get close to Li Jinyan, he would not be able to marry into the Li family. Du Jiai, who had misunderstood, felt relieved. Even her voice was not as cold as before. It was as clear as a spring. "You've suffered a blow so quickly? You're quite pitiful. Like Ying, you tried so hard to climb up the social ladder. But you're luckier than Ying. At least you managed to climb up the social ladder with Li Jinyan. Ying, on the other hand, didn't get anything. She ran away with her tail between her legs and didn't dare to embarrass herself again. Do you think Li Jinyan is very powerful? I'll tell you again. Other than his surname, what else does Li Jinyan have? Nothing at all. But even if the Li family treats him like he doesn't exist, his surname is still Li. You won't be able to marry into the Li family." Du Jiai, who thought that she had finally turned the tables, looked at Yi Jian with pity. Yi Jian's lips were pressed tightly together. She was in a very good mood. She glanced at Yi Jian with a haughty and arrogant look, and with a slight twist of her slender waist, she walked towards the soldier holding her camera in a dignified manner. When she left, she was holding a roll of film in her hand. When Du Kaiwei found out that Du Jiai was secretly filming in the army, it was already nighttime. When he contacted her, Du Jiai had just gotten into the private car, sent by the Li family to pick her up. "Li Jinyan told you? Brother, I've lived in the army for a few years. Am I not afraid of the rules and regulations? Don't worry, other than the intimate photos of Li Jinyan and Yi Qian, I don't have any photos of the military." "You want film?" "Sure, I'll mail it to you tomorrow afternoon." "Fine, Li Jinyan has been targeting me since we were young. You know that. Why do you believe everything he says? Other than the photo of Li Jinyan and Yi Qian, I'll send the rest over. There's no point in keeping them anyway. I have to go to Grandpa's house to visit the two elders. I'll hang up first. Goodbye." Du Jiai, who was still in Nanguang in the morning, had arrived in Beijing in the evening. Her eyes flashed with a calculating light. She immediately hung up the phone and said to the driver, "Uncle Leon, drive faster. I really want to see Grandpa and Grandma now." She really wanted to see Grandpa as soon as possible. She really wanted to tell him about Li Jinyan and Yi Qian. She couldn't wait to see how Grandpa would call Li Jinyan back and scold him. Oh, no, no, no. A scolding was nothing. It wouldn't hurt or itch. She really wanted to see Grandpa whip Li Jinyan fiercely. She wanted to see Grandpa whip Li Jinyan until his skin and flesh split open. That would be good. Du Jiayi was a femme fatale. That night, while Yi Jian and Li Jinyan were watching the literary gala attentively, Du Jiayi sat in the Li family's large living room and told old Master Li everything she saw and guessed, adding fuel to the fire. Chapter 38-34. She had the ability to distort the truth and knew what old man Li hated the most. First, she brought up Yi Qian's background. He came from a rural village and used some unknown method to squeeze his cousin Yi Ying out of the college entrance exam. Then he got into the military academy. These two things violated old man Li's taboos. He disliked people who were scheming in bed the most. Women should be docile. Even if they were scheming a little, they shouldn't lose sight of the big picture or let others see through them. It was a good thing to be scheming, but if they were so scheming that they became a joke, then they were stupid. Then she heard Du Jiayi say that Yi Qian relied on his beauty to cast a wide net and had an ambiguous relationship with several unmarried young masters in the capital. Once again, she violated old man Li's taboos. Old Madam Li added fuel to the fire. What should we do? What should we do? Jin Yan has been too well protected by his family since he was young. He doesn't know how sinister people are. After joining the army, he doesn't know how complicated society is. How many girls with bad intentions want to marry into a rich family? Old Man Li, what should we do? Jin Yan isn't close to his family. If we tell him to be careful, I'm afraid he'll blame us. What should we do? I'm so panicked that my hands are trembling. As she spoke, old Madam Li, who could be said to be the ancestor of the white lotus flower, placed her hand on the back of old Master Li's hand in order to let him know that she was really panicking. Du Jiayi saw this and was especially impressed. The person she admired the most was not her own mother, but her grandmother, who made her grandfather feel that although she was scheming, she didn't go overboard. A woman like her grandmother could be called a winner. Old Man Li wouldn't fly into a rage when he was angry. At his age, it wasn't suitable for him to be angry. Old Man Li glanced at his second wife and said indifferently, Jin Yan wasn't protected too well by his family. He just knew that his family wasn't sincere to him. That Yi Qian, I heard from Jiayi that he's good at coaxing people. If you were willing to let go of your prejudice against your sister and accept Jin Yan back then, this wouldn't have happened. Old Madam Xiao Li's expression froze. She retracted her hand, lowered her head, and silently wiped her tears. At this time, she couldn't speak anymore. If she said anything, she would blame him. Seeing that her grandmother was being scolded, Du Jiayi hugged old man Li's arm and said coquettishly, Grandpa, you can't say that about grandmother. I heard that big grandma made grandmother kneel in the snow for a whole day. It was big grandma who hurt grandmother first. You can't be unreasonable. Now that grandma is worried that big cousin has been deceived, and you say that grandma is wrong, what do you want grandma to do? Grandpa, you're being unreasonable. All right, you little girl, you only know how to feel wronged for your grandmother. Hurry and let go. My old bones can't stand being shaken by you. My bones are about to fall apart. In the face of his granddaughter's coquettishness, old man Li didn't say much about his second wife. He had to leave some face for his second wife in front of the younger generation. I'll deal with your big cousin's matter. As for you, you can't tell anyone. As for the boy she knows who has a family, Xia, develop his photo and give it to Grandpa. Don't get involved in this matter. Grandpa knows what to do. Du Jai didn't listen. She just wanted to see how unlucky Li Jinyan was. If she wasn't even allowed to get involved, how could she watch? But she only managed to say the word, but when she received a warning look from old Madame Xiao Li, who was wiping her tears. The old man had already spoken. Even she, the person who slept next to him, didn't dare to say anything, let alone his granddaughter. Chapter 38-35. After receiving the warning, Du Jai reluctantly shut her mouth. Fine, I won't talk about Li Jinyan and Yi Qian now, but I can at least talk about Li Jinyan and me. Fine, I won't talk about Big Brother and Yi Qian anymore, but there's still something very important that I must tell you. Because I mentioned Yi Qian, Big Cousin thought that I was deliberately framing him. So he raised his hand to strangle me. Grandfather, he even wanted to kill me for an outsider. You have to make him apologize to me. Otherwise, I'll feel so wronged. It was clearly for his own good, but in the end, not only was he not understanding, he even wanted to kill me. Grandfather, I really was almost killed by Big Cousin at that time. Old man Xiao Li sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly stood up. Did he strangle you? Quick, let grandmother take a look. How could your big cousin be so cruel to his own cousin for an outsider? Jai, you have to tell the truth. You can't wrong your big cousin. She got up, showing both concern and warning. Old Madam Xiao Li did everything. It was really hard to tell who she was biased towards. Old man Li glanced at his nervous second wife and coughed softly. He said to Du Jai, whose face was full of grievances, "Your big cousin has a cold personality and isn't good with words. Although your relationship with him is just SOSO, he wouldn't go so far as to kill you. Look, aren't you fine? There are times when teeth fight, not to mention that you're cousins. It's normal for you to bump into each other. If he really wanted to kill you, Jai, do you think you'd be able to come back alive? I don't think so. You said that your cousin is now in the lieutenant colonel regiment and is considered an elite in the army. Then, with his ability, if he really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to escape. All right, don't treat the bumps between siblings as a big deal. Grandfather still has things to do. Go and chat with your grandmother." Old man Li, who didn't give Du Jai any explanation, stood up. He treated what Du Jai thought was a big matter as a quarrel between siblings. Du Jai thought that she could be comforted and hear that her grandfather, who doted on her, would stand up for her. She thought so, but who knew that it was not the case? Grandfather, Du Jai was not satisfied that she did not achieve the effect she expected. She got up and wanted to pester him a little longer. "Jai, your grandfather has something to deal with. Accompany me for a chat." Old Madame Xiao Li quickly grabbed her granddaughter's arm and forcibly pulled Du Jai back to the sofa. Du Jai, who felt that she didn't get anything, couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes turned red in an instant, and she stretched her neck. She felt so wronged that tears flowed out of her eyes. "Grandma, look, it's not like what Grandpa said about the conflict between siblings. Big cousin clearly wants to kill me. Look here, it's still red. It's still red. There wasn't even a mole on her white, swan-like neck, let alone red." Old Madame Xiao Li pulled Du Jai's hand away from her collar and said with heartache, "Grandma knows that my Jia has been wronged, and I also know that my Jia is not lying. But Jia, since your grandfather said that it's just a quarrel between siblings, then it's a quarrel between siblings. If you feel wronged, think about your grandfather's angry expression just now. Won't you feel better in your heart? Since you just want to make Li Jinyan's life unhappy, then remember not to be too greedy. Everything has a progress. What you want to happen will inevitably take time to ferment. When the time comes, you won't feel wronged. Instead, you'll feel that all the grievances are worth it. Chapter 38-36. Even after listening for so long, Du Jiai still felt aggrieved. Tears trickled down her cheeks, and she sniffled from time to time. Before long, the tip of her nose was slightly red from crying. Old Madam Shaoli took out a tissue and passed it over. Her kind voice was like a soothing classical song, comforting Du Jiai's aggrieved heart. You've already achieved your goal tonight, so you can take your time from now on. Old Master Li is already angry. So are you still afraid that Li Jinyan won't have a hard time? You're just waiting for Li Jinyan to be reprimanded by Old Master Li. Calm yourself down, and don't think about watching Li Jinyan anymore. Your grandfather won't like it. Old Madam Shaoli comforted her granddaughter gently. Gradually, the grievances in Du Jiai's heart disappeared bit by bit. By the time she fell asleep, there was only a tiny bit of grievance left. The next day, Du Jiai was woken up by Old Man Li reprimanding Li Jinyan over the phone. The grievances in her heart flew away immediately. She was so happy that she lifted the blanket and got out of bed barefoot. Opening the door, she was about to run out when the door opened. Du Jiai stood there without running out. She looked a little embarrassed. Her grandmother seemed to be waiting for her outside. Jiai, what have I taught you? Haste makes waste. You still haven't learned it at this age? At the door, old Madam Li, who was wearing an exquisite handmade cheongsam, stood there quietly. She still had the gentle smile of an old woman on her young and beautiful face. She just looked at her granddaughter indifferently. Grandma, I have never seen your grandfather reprimand the son and grandson left by his legal wife. Where did your courage come from? Grandmother, I didn't. You've misunderstood me. Du Jiai was a little unwilling. She gently grabbed old Madam Shao Li's wrist and shook it gently. I woke up hungry, so I got up to eat breakfast. Who is old Madam Shao Li? She climbed into old man Li's bed at the age of 14 and gave birth to Li Chenglan at the age of 15. She jumped from a beggar to the matriarch of a warlord's family. Her ability and means were extraordinary. How could someone as scheming as her be fooled by Du Jiai's coquettishness? Besides, the more a woman acted coquettishly, the more a man would dote on her. This was something she had taught her own granddaughter. It's not working on her. Without any hesitation, Madame Shao Li slowly withdrew her hand. With a smile as gentle as water, she tucked Du Jiai's uncombed hair behind her ear and gently brushed the loose strands in front of her forehead. Her voice was unhurried as she said, "Since your grandfather already knows about Li Jinyan's affair with that shady girl outside and told you not to interfere, saying that he'll handle it properly, then you should listen and watch. You can't have any other thoughts." Old Master is old, but his heart and eyes are not old. Li Jinyan's surname is Li. No matter how unhappy he is, it's not up to you, a granddaughter with the surname Du, to do anything, understand? I've never done anything in my life. I hope you learn from me, and don't do anything stupid. Old Master's surname is Li, and Li Jinyan's surname is also Li. The Li family's matters should only be handled by the Li family. No one can interfere, no matter how close they are. Old Master knows this clearly. Otherwise, why didn't Old Master say that Li Jinyan's hand was on your neck last night? Why didn't he say that he wanted to speak to you? It's obvious that no matter how wrong Li Jinyan is, no matter how wrong he is, no matter how out of line he is, you have no right to interfere. Understand? Jiai, remember what I said. This is my warning to you and also my advice. Chapter 38-37. In the Li family, the one who knew Old Man Li the best was naturally Old Man Li's wife. Her advice was equivalent to telling Du Jiayi what kind of perspective to take in order to please old man Li. However, at this time, Du Jiayi obviously didn't take it to heart like last night. She quietly clenched her hands. She was angry because of old lady Li's different relationship. She lowered her eyes to hide the unwillingness in her eyes and made herself look weak and harmless. Think about what Grandma said, and tell Grandma after you think clearly. Quick, Grandma's good granddaughter. Go back to your room to tidy yourself up and go downstairs after you dress up. My Jiajia is so beautiful. You can't bury your beauty. Old Lady Li pinched Du Jiayi's cheek intimately with her hand that looked loose despite her careful maintenance, and then turned to leave with a deep smile. From the back of the exquisite Cheongsam, one couldn't tell that she was an old woman in her 70s or 80s. Even her daughter, Li Chenglan, who was 15 years younger than her, couldn't compare to her. Du Jiayi slowly returned to the room and then sat down heavily on the bed. Her hands clutched the bed sheets so tightly that they were about to tear. In the end, it was because her surname was Du and not Li. Grandpa didn't treat her as a member of the family, and it was the same for Grandma, who loved her. In their eyes, only the surname Li was the real family. Everyone else was an outsider. Du Jiayi was so angry that her teeth were chattering. She just wanted to go back to the Du family. Now, she just wanted to go back to her real home as soon as possible. She didn't want to stay in the Li family at all. The Li family was a family with the surname Li. It had nothing to do with her surname Du. No matter how much she tried to please Grandpa, at the critical moment, Grandpa was still on Li Jinyan's side, not her, his granddaughter. She had finally figured it out. What was Du Jiayi? She was nothing. Who asked her to be surnamed Du? Downstairs, old man Li was still scolding. On the other end of the phone, Li Jinyan put his phone directly into his trouser pocket and didn't listen at all. He had only rested for one night in the company, and now he was preparing to take a carriage to leave the company and return to the capital. Yi Qian could not go out, so he could only accompany him to the entrance of the company barracks. Take good care of yourself. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Li Jinyan, who was standing at the entrance of the barracks, adjusted Yi Qian's training cap. There was a hint of gentleness on his handsome face as he said, "Grandfather has me by his side. Don't worry." Yi Qian nodded gently. It was only when Li Jinyan walked out of the camp and boarded a large bus from the Arts and Crafts Regiment that Yi Qian looked away. Zhou Yijin and a few other female soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment left the village immediately after the banquet. Yi Qian did not even have the chance to say goodbye to her face to face. He only received a message from her saying, "See you next time." See you next time. He didn't know when they would meet again. After getting on the bus, Li Jinyan took out his phone from his trouser pocket and glanced at the screen. The scolding was still going on. He pressed the corners of his mouth together and pressed the phone to his ear. Although you are not close to your family, don't even think about bringing a shady woman back to the Li family. Li Jinyan, there should be a limit to your quarrel with your family. Don't go overboard, do you hear me? Li Jinyan did not reply. Old Man Li scolded again. Do you hear me? Old Man Li in the capital did not expect that Li Jinyan did not hear a single word. He said, Chapter 38:38. It wasn't until he said, "Did you hear that?" that Li Jinyan said calmly, "Yi Jian isn't an indecent woman. I won't bring her back to the Li family. Don't worry about that." Li Jinyan finally opened his mouth, but that was all he heard. I don't know what Du Jiayi said to you to make you so angry. I just want to tell you that what you're worried about will never happen. If you're only here to lecture me about this, then I'm sure you already know my attitude. Please don't bring up something that will never happen again. I'm sorry, I still have something to do. I'll hang up first. Goodbye." With a cold expression, Li Jinyan didn't give old Master Li a chance to ask him another question. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was cut off, causing the old man's voice, which didn't diminish in the slightest, to completely disappear. The car had already left the company far behind. Sitting at the back, Li Jinyan propped himself up with one hand on the seat. His tall and slender body rose slightly as he turned back to look in the direction of the rear of the car. He didn't see the main gate of the company, nor Yi Qian, who was standing inside the gate. Yi Qian had already thrown herself into training. She patrolled the mountains with the soldiers at the border, climbed the walls, and checked the signals of the various communication towers. At night, she and Ding Ling, with wet hair, bent over their desks to write the day's training reports. When the winter break was over, they still had to bind the reports into a book. The photocopies would be left in the basic company, and the originals would be brought back to school. At 4:30 a.m. on the 28th of the Lunar New Year, Yi Qian and the others, who were still asleep, were woken up by the urgent whistle. Everyone gathered as quickly as possible. A new mission had been issued. The higher-ups had instructed them to temporarily transfer them to patrol the major train stations and escort the travelers who were returning home to celebrate the Spring Festival. It was the first time the company had received such a mission. Within an hour, all the soldiers memorized the number of trains that day, the time each train left, and a series of detailed data. He also gave them a map of each station that they would be borrowing, where the ticket sales center was, where the ticket refund center was, what the various procedures were, and so on. They even had to memorize the location of the washroom. Not only that, but he also had to remember which buses were available and which major stations he would pass through. He had to remember all of this in his heart so that he could answer the questions of the passengers when the time came. They didn't even have time to wash their faces and brush their teeth. They took the information that was sent to them at the last minute and began to crazily memorize it. At this time, it could be seen who had the best memory. Except for the soldiers on sentry duty and the soldiers in the cookhouse, all the soldiers in the 3rd Battalion were sitting in the canteen, gnawing on steamed buns with one hand and flipping through documents with the other. No one felt that it was very difficult. A few people were in a group, and each of them memorized this paragraph. With such a reasonable division of labor, there was no need to repeat the memorization with the comrades in the same group. Time and efficiency were perfectly integrated. Yi Qian, Ding Ling, and the other 28 soldiers were in a large group. The large group was further divided into 5 smaller groups, each with 6 people. The 6 people divided the work in detail. Each of them memorized a section, and each of them memorized a section. At 6:30 a.m. sharp, everyone was in a group and headed to their respective stations. Today was the 28th of the Lunar New Year. The number of days before the Spring Festival could be counted with 3 fingers. The patrol duty at the train station was divided into 3 groups. Yi Qian, Ding Ling, and the others group of 6 were assigned to the main train station. Chapter 38-39. When they arrived at the main train station, there was a sea of people. They were all travelers who were happily returning home for the new year. They carried things on their shoulders, in their hands, and tied to their chests and backs. They came and went just aboard the train back home. Yi Qian and the others immediately gathered after alighting the train. Then they immediately threw themselves into the task assigned to them. These 2 days were the busiest and the most eventful. There was a constant stream of people asking questions and people rushing over to say that they had lost something. There were even cases of people fainting and people suddenly falling ill. From the 28th day of the new year to the 30th day of the new year, Yi Qian was so busy that he didn't even have time to take a sip of water. Number one, there is a passenger who needs to go to Watching Building. Which bus should I take? Bus 232, Yi Qian, who was codenamed Number 1, answered accurately. Number 5, received. Number 5, received. There is a passenger who needs to go to Guang, Road. Which bus will pass by? Bus 79, Shenghui Building. Get off, Yi Qian answered. Every time a passenger asked how to take the bus, Yi Qian could answer accurately. Only then did the soldiers in their group realize that while they were memorizing their group's information, Yi Qian had memorized all the information. There were so many bus routes at the train station, and she had memorized all of them. Ding Ling, who was standing with Yi Qian, was dumbfounded. She memorized all of it. She got all of it right. How did she memorize it? How did he manage to memorize so much information in just 2 hours? A computer brain. Ding Ling was shocked. The soldiers in her group and the other 2 groups were also shocked. They asked about the number of the train, the time. Yi Qian answered all of them without exception. Moreover, she answered 100% of the questions correctly. The 3 groups of soldiers on duty at the train station were shocked and learned something new. During the short break, the 3 groups of soldiers met, and all of them looked at Yi Qian with admiration. The soldiers' walkie-talkies were on the same channel as all the armed police officers and policemen on duty at the train station. This way, not only did the soldiers in the camp know that there was a female comrade who was seconded to help, whose memory was as good as a living map. No matter what they asked, she would not make any mistakes and would be able to answer everything. Not only that, when someone asked which route was where, how to take a car, and how to get there, Yi Qian knew which route was where, what landmark buildings there were, or which route was the closest and most convenient to that route. It was simply godly. Did she record it on purpose? This answer has never been wrong. It's impossible to specifically record demerits. She was assigned to the basic level company to study during the National Science University's winter vacation. Even if she wanted to remember, she would only remember the Xiang City's city map. It's unlikely that she would remember the Nanguang Province's provincial city map. She knows the train routes and bus routes every day. She also knows which stations and roads they pass by. She also knows the exact departure time of all the trains. She also knows which trains are late and how late they are. Tell me, how did she know? I guess it's probably all based on memory. It's all based on memory. How strong must her brain be to be able to remember it all? There are several old police officers in our station who are like her. They have the provincial city map in their mind. Asking for anything is faster than looking up the map by themselves. You already said that she's an old police officer. She's different. She just came. Then it's really all based on memory. The resting police team surrounded Yi Qian and discussed for a long time. The same was true for the armed police team. Each of them lamented how Yi Qian's brain was constructed. Her memory was so good. Chapter 3840. They all wanted to know why Yi Qian had such a good memory. Yi Qian, who was resting, smiled and answered the soldiers who were waiting for her to answer their questions. I usually like to memorize numbers and maps, so I have a good memory. They felt that she was not telling the truth, but they all knew that she really did rely on memorization. Other than that, she did not use any other methods. Yi Qian herself was very indifferent. After her break, she went back to her duty. Everyone was very busy. Topics like this that could only be talked about during break time would definitely not be brought into duty. Yi Qian was like all the other soldiers. She was so busy that she often had another urgent matter to deal with while she was still dealing with one. She was so busy that even a 10-minute break was a luxury. On the first day of duty on the 28th, Yi Qian and her team received praise from the higher-ups. They even said that they would be expected to come back and help next year. The commander of Second Company, who was holding a bowl of instant noodles to fill his stomach, laughed and said, "You guys are lucky to have made it this year. Tomorrow, she won't be in our company anymore. She's a high-level talent from the military academy. Even if our company wanted to keep her, we don't have the courage to let her stay. She should be left for a place where our country needs her more." The commander of Second Company called the battalion commander and sighed. "This student, Yi Qian, really makes people want to keep her. Is there really nothing we can do about it? Want to keep her? Don't even think about it. The military academy has already spoken to the regiment. Her place here has already been arranged. If the military academy can't keep her, then our battalion can forget about it." "Already arranged? Then there's really nothing we can do. What a pity, what a pity. You didn't see her ability to handle matters today. She can do the work of 10 people by herself. My goodness, even a company commander like me doesn't dare to walk in front of her. Don't be too stressed. There's only one winter break. After it's over, she can go back to wherever she wants. Why are you thinking so much? There are still 2 more days. You guys better cooperate with the train station to complete the mission. Don't embarrass me." The battalion commander of 3rd Battalion finished speaking quickly and hung up the phone with a bang. He was busy and had no time to chat with him. There was no way to make her stay. So what else was there to talk about? The company commander of 3rd Company placed his phone in his pocket and turned around to call for an impromptu meeting. He pointed out what was still lacking today and what needed to be improved so that they could better complete the mission for the next 2 days. What gave the soldiers a headache was not the consultation, but the queue cutting. No matter how many people shouted, there would always be people who liked to suddenly cut the queue, making things convenient for themselves, but making things difficult for the people behind them. It was understandable that they had to cut in line because they couldn't catch the train, but they had to cut in line to get into the station. If their tone was too harsh, they would say that they were scolding them. If their tone was too light, they wouldn't take it seriously and would continue to cut in line. On the second day, the seconded soldiers learned from yesterday's experience and became much more proficient in dealing with problems. Their efficiency also increased by a lot. However, as long as Nangguang Province's railway station entered the Spring Festival, there would be endless work to be done every day. Although the efficiency of work would increase, there would only be more work to be done. Yi Qian, Ding Ling, and another soldier from the company stood in a triangular formation, paying close attention to the security of the area they were in charge of. This was their first time carrying out such a mission, so they didn't dare to relax at all. They even lowered the frequency of their blinks, afraid that something would happen if they blinked. Chapter 3841. Tomorrow was Chinese New Year's Eve. The number of passengers rushing home for Chinese New Year increased. Some passengers were worried that they would miss the train, so they arrived early and sat outside to wait. Travelers coming and going, travelers stopping to rest, and travelers carrying their luggage all converged into the Spring Festival army, rushing back to their homes to reunite with their families. There were also those who didn't go home and only strolled around the square to do some work so that they could have a good Chinese New Year. Someone threw a cigarette, but on the ground, and used the tip of his shoe to crush it. He picked up a large denim backpack and blended into the crowd. That woman has appeared. Find a few people to cut the queue and create a lively scene. Get a few brothers to join in the fun. When it's time to show the knife, show it. Just like before, leave after stabbing. Our brothers are still locked in prison. Since she doesn't want us to have a lively Chinese New Year, we have no reason to let her have a lively Chinese New Year. Let's just have a happy Chinese New Year together. All right, Brother Hua has spoken. We can't let him down. We miscalculated last time, but this time we have to do it. If we can do it, we can do it. If we can't, there's no need to fight force with force. They have guns in their hands, and we only have knives. If we fight force with force, we'll be at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha. Brother Hua, don't worry. Look at all these people coming and going. What's the use of guns? Do they really dare to shoot at us? Aren't they afraid of hurting others? Brother Hua, we have to do this. Brother Bin is in trouble. How can we just stand by and watch? Then I'll have to trouble you, brothers. I'll give you a big red packet for Chinese New Year. The middle-aged man carrying a large denim backpack walked around aimlessly with the crowd. He didn't get too close to Yi Qian. He was afraid that Yi Qian would recognize him. Or if this person really appeared in Yi Qian's line of sight with Yi Qian's super memory, he would definitely be able to recognize him. Around 6 p.m. on the 29th, there were 5 passengers carrying luggage who forcefully cut the queue. The passengers behind them were unhappy with them cutting the queue. Among the 5 passengers who cut the queue, one of them had a rather strong physique. He didn't say anything and directly punched the dissatisfied passenger. What do you want? What do you want? It's fine if you cut the queue, but you still want to fight? The passenger who was hit wasn't alone. How could he accept being hit for no reason? He threw the luggage in his hands to the ground and fought back without any fear. F***CK. You want to fight? I'll beat you to death. When the brawny man saw that the other party still dared to fight back, he glared fiercely and started to fight with the equally fearless passenger. Originally, it was just the 2 of them fighting. Later, their fellow villagers joined in. Even the sharp whistles didn't have any effect. Fight, fight. Fight, fight. Disperse all. Disperse, disperse. Evacuate the crowd. Nearby groups, evacuate the crowd quickly. Control the passengers who are causing trouble immediately. Disperse, disperse, sir, disperse, disperse. Disperse. However, there were people who were deliberately making a ruckus, which created the illusion that the scene was very chaotic. The 2 groups of people who were fighting had also thrown their luggage aside. In order to make it easier for themselves, the police officer who was pulling the crowd apart shouted, "Take care of your luggage. Keep an eye on your wallet. All of you, step back. Step back." Chapter 3842. At this time, people were worried that someone would take advantage of the chaos to steal things. Fights over queue cutting were not uncommon, and the police and armed police handled it quickly. Yi Qian and the others rushed over to help control the situation and prevent the chaos from spreading. The few pickpockets who had blended into the crowd and were waiting for an opportunity to strike were at the front. They were also the ones who were the loudest. When they saw that the situation was quickly under control, they remembered that they had failed to fulfill their promise. They rolled their eyes and shouted again, "Fight! The police are fighting! The police are fighting!" Yi Qian, who had rushed over, immediately stood at the front and blocked the crowd to prevent the scuffling passengers from hurting the surrounding passengers. When she suddenly heard that someone was maliciously slandering the police, she swept her cold gaze over the crowd. A few skinny but extremely cunning figures squeezed into the crowd and approached Yi Qian. Now was their chance. They had to act quickly. The burly man who was pulled away by the 2 police officers was still cursing in his native accent. His rude and unreasonable behavior made the surrounding passengers move away to avoid being accidentally injured by him. The passengers who were being scolded by him were the ones who were being beaten. After they were pulled away by the armed police officers, they did not make any more noise. Who knew that the first person who was being rude would continue to curse? He was so angry that he could not take it anymore. With his hands held down, he simply stepped on his shoes and raised his feet to smash the shoe on the burly man's face. The burly man's face was not hit, but his body was hit. F*CKU. The burly man was quite strong. After he was hit by the shoe, he cursed loudly and broke free from the two police officers' control. He rushed toward the passengers who could not take it anymore and fought back. Son of a B*TCH. I'll beat you, son of a B*TCH, to death. The two police officers rushed over to arrest him. The passengers around them were pushed by someone and happened to be in front of the two police officers. With this block, the burly man took the opportunity to rush in front of the passengers who were being held back by the armed police officers. Before he could swing his fist, Yi Qian, who was next to him, grabbed his wrist and quickly pulled him away. The burly man who had rushed out to hit Yi Qian didn't stop cursing. When he saw that the person holding him back was a female soldier, he cursed angrily, F*CKU, if you don't hold them back, hold me back. Then he threw a punch at Yi Qian's face. Yi Qian, who was holding on to someone with both hands, was almost hit by the burly man's fist. His head tilted to the side, and the fist brushed past his ear. They were transferred here to maintain law and order, strengthen the patrol management, and solve the problems of the people. They were not beaten up. One of the soldiers shouted, "What are you doing?" He reacted and wanted to quickly subdue the brawny man. Yi Qian did not give the burly man a chance to attack him again. He pushed the passenger in his other hand to the soldier and grabbed the burly man's arm. The burly man, who was at least 160 pounds, was thrown over Yi Qian's shoulder and fell to the ground. After taking down the burly man, Yi Qian pinned him down so that he could not move. No matter how hard the burly man struggled, he could not escape from her hands. Yi Qian's gaze swept across the crowd. He shouted coldly, "Pull them all away. If anyone dares to disturb public order again, please go to the police car and have a good talk with the police. Is it more important to go home or to fight?" There were people who were deliberately causing trouble. Some people deliberately pushed other passengers out to block the path of the two police officers so that the burly man could hit the passengers who were being restrained. Someone was deliberately causing trouble, so the scene had to be cleaned up immediately. Chapter 38:43. She knocked down the burly man who weighed more than 160 kilograms. The surroundings had already quieted down. The passengers who were carrying bags all stared at Yi Qian as if they were looking at a monster. He shouted for them to get onto the police car, which shocked the burly man and his fellow countrymen. They didn't want to be locked up in the police car. They were just greedy and wanted to cause trouble. They would leave after they were done. The other party had also told them to pay 100 yuan each. They would just cut the queue and fight with others. As long as there was no blood, the police couldn't do anything to them. If they were locked up in the police station, they wouldn't do it. Also, this female soldier was really F*King strong. She actually knocked down a man who was much heavier than her. She pinned him down with one arm and pressed him down until he couldn't move. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. He quickly stopped. It was also thanks to Yi Qian's move that the crowd was stunned. The burly man who started the trouble and the other people who cut the queue all stood there obediently. They didn't dare to shout, "I'm going to cut the queue. What are you going to do about it?" The commotion caused by the fight was still very loud. The police didn't let the people who cut the queue off so easily. They were all taken to the side to be criticized and taught a lesson. Fortunately, they were controlled in time and didn't let things get worse. Otherwise, those who started the fight and those who had no choice but to fight back wouldn't be able to go home safely. This was the biggest commotion Yi Qian and his team had caused this time. It also shocked a few people in the crowd who were looking around, trying to find an opportunity to attack. After the police took the passengers who cut the queue and started the fight away from the scene, order was restored. At this time, no one dared to cut the queue. They all lined up and entered the station under the guidance of the armed police. What should we do, boss? I'm afraid we can't handle this woman. We haven't even done anything, and she's already done. It's not good. It's tricky. We didn't have a chance to do anything just now. Now that everyone has left, we won't have a chance to do anything. Boss, we can't answer to Brother Hua. How can we not have a chance? Aren't they still clearing the place? We have to satisfy Brother Hua today. Let's go. The man who was called boss by the three pickpockets threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, and walked towards Yi Qian, who was still instructing the passengers to line up properly. With one hand, Yi Qian directed the passengers to line up in an orderly manner. With the other hand, he held the walkie-talkie to his mouth. Through the walkie-talkie, the police officer at the control center was communicating with Yi Qian in a low voice. Pay attention to your surroundings. Check the identity cards of the passengers who need help first. Verify the ticket information, then tell the passengers how to board the train. The control center had been monitoring the fight that happened because of the queue cutting. When Yi Qian said that someone was deliberately causing trouble and took advantage of the chaos to push the passengers out, the control center immediately replayed the moment when the passengers were pushed out. Sure enough, through the replays, they clearly saw two passengers pushing out passengers in the midst of the chaos and intentionally getting closer to the female soldiers. The conversation with Yi Qian sounded normal to the passengers, but only Yi Qian knew what it really meant. Pay attention to your surroundings. If you see any suspicious people, use the excuse of checking their IDs and ticket information to remove them from the scene before taking control. This was the true meaning of the control center. Just as Yi Qian replied. Roger that, the police in the control center had already locked onto the two suspects who intentionally pushed the passengers out. The two passengers who needed help just now have appeared 5 meters behind us. Please cooperate, please cooperate. They reminded Yi Qian that the two suspects had appeared and that their targets were most likely the female soldiers. This was because their eyes were locked onto the female soldiers who were maintaining order. Chapter 38:44. Only Yi Qian could understand these words. The passengers who were next to her clearly heard what the police officer said, but they only understood the literal meaning and did not think too deeply about it. When Yi Qian heard this, she quietly moved her body slightly to the side while helping a passenger lift her luggage. When her gaze met the eyes of two young men in their mid-20s, who were less than 2 meters away from her, she already knew who the suspects were without the need for the police officer to remind her. Number 1 received. Number 1 received. I'll be there immediately. Yi Qian held the walkie-talkie horizontally to her mouth and replied to the control center. She turned to the side and quickened her pace slightly, as if she had been using the walkie-talkie to deal with something and had no time to pay attention to her surroundings. The two young men who were approaching Yi Qian saw that the person they were watching seemed to have something urgent to attend to. Their expressions changed slightly, and they quickened their pace to catch up to her. Damn it, hurry up and follow her. Don't let her slip away. We let her slip away last time. We can't let her get away again this time. The two young men directly rushed towards Yi Qian. The control center quickly discovered two other young men who had been secretly approaching Yi Qian from the side. Then, Yi Qian received another notification from the control center. There are 2 other passengers who seem to be in need of urgent help. We need to confirm it carefully. Roger that. Yi Qian kept walking in a straight line and tried her best to head towards the evacuation area. Just like now, there were passengers coming and going, compared to the last time, when she got off the train. All of a sudden, Yi Qian's big strides stopped. She thought that she should know why someone was coming for her. I now suspect that these people are the same group of people who attacked me on the train last time. Yi Qian told them the date of her arrival at Nanguang. She did not explain in detail what happened that day. There was no time to explain. So much. There must be someone in the control center who knew. Sure enough, when Yi Qian mentioned that day on the train and at Nanguang train station, the police officer on duty at the control center immediately reacted. She's right. It's very likely that they are the same group of people. Last time, they didn't succeed in their revenge. This time, the female student is on duty at the train station. It is very likely that they will recognize her and carry out a second revenge. The person in charge of tonight's shift was the captain of the 3rd Squadron of the police station. Hearing this, he quickly locked onto the key point and said in a deep voice, "That means that there was a fish that escaped the net last time. Moreover, this fish is not small and has been moving in the dark. I was there that day, and I'm still there today. Let's take control of the 4 suspects first, and then secretly track down the big fish." They did not allow Yi Qian to make a move. If Yi Qian were to make a move now, it would undoubtedly alert the big fish hiding in the dark. Therefore, after Yi Qian walked in a straight line, he turned left and headed towards the washroom on the 2nd floor of the plaza. The number of passengers on the 2nd floor of the basement was much fewer than on the plaza. Moreover, most of the passengers were coming in the evening or at night. At this moment, the passengers were nesting on the 2nd floor to shelter themselves from the wind and sleep. Yi Jian went down the stairs and walked towards the washroom. The 4 young men who were following behind her could not help but chuckle when they saw this. They were determined to get what they wanted, so he was going to deal with his own urgent matter. That's great. Coincidentally, there was an orange plastic, a sign in front of the men's and women's washrooms on the 2nd floor of the basement. If a passenger needed to use the washroom, they would have to go to the other washroom when they saw the sign. Chapter 38:45. But after Yi Qian went in, the 2 maintenance workers came out of the washroom with tools in their hands. They even called for the cleaning lady who was guarding the door to follow them to get some tools. There was no one at the door, and there were no passengers inside. The 4 young men looked around with their hands in their pockets, then walked towards the washroom. In front of the sink in the middle of the men's and women's washrooms, the young man who was called boss whispered to the skinniest of the 4, "Guard it well. Don't let anyone in." They needed someone to keep watch so that they could inform them immediately if they discovered anything. This was the pickpockets' vigilance, and they were used to working together like this. The skinny man who was in charge of keeping watch nodded. He pretended to wash his hands and stood in front of the maintenance sign. 2 passengers walked over, but he didn't say anything. He pointed at the maintenance sign and pointed at the opposite washroom, indicating that the washroom was broken and that they should go to the opposite washroom. The other 3 men dashed into the women's washroom. Yi Qian, who had purposely walked to the end of the washroom, had been waiting for them for 2 minutes. If the control center hadn't told her that the 4 of them were next to the sink, she would have thought that they hadn't followed them. Yi Qian, who was standing in the middle of the washroom, heard the sound of footsteps and immediately stepped on the flush valve. The sound of flushing was heard by the 3 men who had come in to look for Yi Qian. They didn't take them with them and ran straight to the sound of flushing. At the same time, they took out the sharp knives that were about 5 centimeters long that they had been hiding in their pockets. The moment the door opened, they ran over with the knives. Yi Qian, who had purposely waited for them to guard the door before opening it, was already prepared. They weren't the ones who caught her, but she was the one who caught them. A cold light flashed in front of Yi Jian's eyes. Yi Jian grabbed the wrist of the pickpocket, who was trying to stab him with a knife on his right. Yi Jian used his other hand to push the pickpocket, who was also hiding on his right. Using the pickpocket's own momentum, Yi Jian casually pushed the pickpocket into the toilet. The pickpocket had used a lot of strength to stab Yi Jian. With Yi Jian's push, he lost his balance and fell into the toilet. As for the guy who was trying to stab her from the front, it was even easier to deal with. Yi Jian raised his leg and kicked him from one side to the other. "Don't move, stay still." Several doors of the toilets that were originally closed and had the words, "This one is broken," written on them were opened. Several armed policemen rushed out from various positions and caught the 3 pickpockets who were trying to sneak into the women's restroom to attack Yi Jian as quickly as possible. The 3 confident pickpockets had ferocious looks on their faces. They had only flashed their sharp knives once before they were mercilessly attacked by a torrential storm. They didn't even have the chance to shout and report the news before their mouths were stuffed. Not only was it blocked, but she was also pressed into a very dirty and smelly toilet that made her nauseous. Half of his face was pressed against the toilet, and his nose was only 2 to 3 centimeters away from the flush. The guy who was called boss by the 3 couldn't hold it in. After his stomach twitched, he started to vomit again, and again Yi Jian heard the sound of vomiting. No matter how calm she was, she couldn't help but shudder. To be honest, having her entire face pressed down on the toilet was indeed quite disgusting. However, the disgust had nothing to do with her. The people outside still didn't know that what they thought was in the bag had failed. When he saw Yi Jian walk out of the ladies' restroom, he was stunned. Then, Yi Jian glanced at him and suddenly turned around to return to the ladies' restroom. The stunned man seemed to have realized something. He lifted his leg and rushed into the ladies' restroom. He thought that his accomplices hadn't found Yi Jian. Chapter 38:46. Yi Jian showed up and then suddenly turned around to lure the other party into the trap. Now that the fish had taken the bait, it was easy to deal with them. The 4 of them were quietly taken care of in the ladies' restroom. Yi Jian, who had changed out of her military uniform, put on the black windbreaker and hat of a female inspector from the control center. She walked out of the restroom and rushed to the control center at the train station. She needed to search through the control center surveillance cameras to see if she could find the biggest fish that had escaped the net. It was not the first time Yi Jian had searched through the countless surveillance cameras in the control center. Back then, she had assisted the Southern Province Police and used the traffic police's sky eye to find suspects. This time, she was also using the surveillance cameras to find the culprit. She did not need to search a large area. She only needed to find the location and time of Yi Jian's sentry post, as well as the number of surveillance cameras nearby. Although she did not need to search a large area, she still needed to spend some time. "Are you sure you want to do this? Can you really see it?" The policeman showed Yi Jian 3 surveillance cameras at the same time and fast-forwarded them 3 times. He confirmed with the female student beside him, "Can you really find the problem?" Yi Jian, who was already staring at the screen, was already in work mode. She nodded slightly. "Yes, I can. You guys go ahead. I'll do it myself." Okay, you can ask us if you have any questions." When the policeman saw this, he quietly retracted his right hand from the mouse. He quietly walked to the captain of the 3rd Squadron and spoke softly. 3 surveillance cameras, 3 times the normal speed. And she said there was no problem? The captain of the 3rd Squadron could not believe his ears. He even dug his ears to confirm. "She really said that? She really said that. I've already confirmed it a few times. Look, she's already watching it now." The captain of the 3rd Squadron, who had been silent for a while, cleared his throat and said calmly, "Then let's do this for now. Lock them up and interrogate them. We'll work on both fronts. As for her side, well, let her handle it herself. This female student is quite capable, quite capable. We have to believe in her. The captain of the 3rd Squadron, who had said we have to believe in her, did not really believe in her. Could she find the big fish hiding in the dark? Based on the way she was searching, well, he didn't have much hope. How could one person watch 3 videos at 3 times the normal speed at the same time? The 3 videos were fast-forwarded at 3 times the normal speed, and the 3 of them watched 1 video each. That was what an effective search was. The captain of the 3rd Squadron didn't say much. He let his subordinates do their own things, and they were responsible for finding the big fish. About 4 hours later, a man carrying a large denim backpack appeared on the screen. Yi Qian immediately pressed the pause button and said to the commander of 3rd Squadron, who was sitting next to him, "I remember this person." "So fast. Are you sure?" The platoon leader of 3rd Platoon, who did not really believe that Yi Qian could find the big fish, was prepared to stay up all night. When he heard this, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Yi Qian. Then he said word by word in a deep voice, "Are you sure you found the suspect?" Every time, the 3 videos were fast-forwarded at 3 times the normal speed. She actually really found the person. For a moment, the platoon leader of 3rd Platoon wondered if he was too old or the police in their station were all mediocre. Chapter 38:47. Yi Qian answered without hesitation, "I'm sure. We met him on the train that day, and I was ambushed right after I got off the train. Today, after he appeared here, I was targeted by pickpockets again. He's the most suspicious. Lock onto this person first." The commander of Squadron 3 immediately gave the order to search for the man through all the cameras in the train station. Unfortunately, the man did not appear at the train station. Instead, he left the train station an hour after the 4 pickpockets caught him. But since the man's appearance was confirmed, it was much easier to catch him. Yi Qian found out that the man had been caught at a hotel at 7:30 the next morning. When he was caught, they found several wallets and a large amount of cash in the man's room. As for the denim backpack he had been carrying, there was nothing in it other than a bunch of small and light dolls. When Ding Ling heard this, she remembered that night when she was hit by the suspect's denim backpack. She suddenly realized, did it not hurt at all when I was hit by his backpack that day? So it was filled with dolls. That night, the suspect boldly entered the carriage where the students were sitting. It was for no other reason than to see what the female student who had asked the police to catch his buddies looked like. After he memorized her face, the ambush on Yi Qian happened. The suspect was directly taken to the police station. It was out of Yi Qian's reach. Yi Qian, who was on guard duty, did not want to find out what happened. Her mission was to be on guard duty for the last shift of the day. It was not until 7:00 p.m. on New Year's Eve that the entire train station gradually emptied out. Yi Qian and his group could only take a breather at 11:00 p.m. They did not rest at the train station. When the whistle blew, the 3 squads that were assigned to the train station immediately lined up and left without alerting the police. The armed police knew about it, but they greeted them in advance and said, "Happy New Year," to each other. When Yi Qian and his group returned, the police and armed police only knew that the female soldier who shocked them was codenamed Number 1. They did not know her full name. When they returned to the camp, it was already past 1 in the morning. The comrades in the cookhouse made dumplings for all the comrades in the camp and prepared a very sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. Although they missed the New Year's Eve dinner because of the mission, the comrades were still very happy. At 1:00 in the morning, all of them were eating hot dumplings and New Year's Eve dinner in the canteen. A new year had arrived. Yi Qian stood quietly on the rooftop of the barracks, his hand gripping his phone until it was hot. He gazed into the distance, in the direction of the city. The city was brightly lit illuminating most of the night sky. There, thousands of families were reunited, laughing and enjoying the best festival of the year. Yi Qian tapped on his phone and entered the message inbox. He opened the message that was filled with love, and once again read the 100-word message that he had memorized by heart. Captain Xia, Happy New Year. After reading the last word, Yi Qian's lips curved into a gentle smile. Happy New Year, Captain Xia. We haven't seen each other for a whole year and a few days. We haven't seen each other for a year. How have you been? I'm very good. You don't have to worry about me. Life outside, life in the company, I can adapt very well now. I won't be as isolated as before and like to be alone. Chapter 38:48. Hearing the sounds of firecrackers and fireworks, Yi Jian, who was holding her phone, missed her boyfriend, whom she hadn't seen for a year, even more. She took a deep breath to get rid of the bitterness in her heart and whispered in her heart, "Don't worry about me. Take good care of yourself and protect yourself. Please think of me occasionally. Don't forget what I look like after a year. If that happens, I'll be very sad. But I believe that you won't forget me. How could you, who loves me so much, forget me? I believe that you, who are far away, also miss me and want to return to your country as soon as possible to see me, right? You are far away, and I am here waiting for you. My only wish is that everything will be fine and that I will wait for your return." Fireworks bloomed in the distance, as if they had heard Yi Qian's wish. Fireworks bloomed in the sky one after another, lighting up the entire night sky. The sound of firecrackers accompanied the new year, telling the world that a new year had come and new hope had arrived. Standing on the deck of the boat, Xia Jinyuan stared at the fireworks on the other side of the river. The colorful fireworks reflected in his deep black eyes. Countless lights flickered, covering the longing in the depths of his eyes. Another new year had arrived. Now, he was only a river away from his motherland. This was also the first time in a year that he was so close to the border of his motherland. There were the sounds of firecrackers and gorgeous fireworks. It was a scene of prosperity where people lived and worked in peace and prosperity. He didn't know what his beloved lover was doing at this moment. Was she accompanying her husband in the capital, or had she gone to the army? As a third-year student, it was time for her to be sent to the basic level to study. It was unlikely that she would return to the capital to accompany her husband for the new year. He didn't know if his little fox would get along well with the soldiers. It should be very harmonious. His little fox had grown up and was cheerful. She was no longer as cold and isolated as she was when she was young. She was smart and capable. She would definitely make a name for herself, no matter where she went with her own ability. "Hey, Xia, what are you doing? Why don't you go in and drink with the beautiful girl?" There was the sound of staggering footsteps behind him. From the sound of the footsteps, he knew that the person who spoke was so drunk that his tongue was tongue-tied. He had to listen carefully to understand what he was saying. Xia Jinyuan turned around and saw Luke, who was talking to him, falling forward. He didn't know when he had kicked, but he quickly caught him and said, "You're drunk, Luke." "Oh yes, I'm drunk. There are so many beautiful women and so much good wine." Burp. Luke, who was very drunk, burped heavily as he spoke. He exhaled a mouthful of alcohol that made Xia Jinyuan frown. With a look of disgust, Xia Jinyuan pushed the drunkard aside so that he could breathe more fresh air. "Ha ha ha, don't hide, Xia. Do you like men? Ha ha ha, come on, Xia. I like both men and women. Since we are friends, I don't mind sleeping with you." Luke, who was still holding a half-empty bottle of whiskey in his hand, laughed obscenely and threw himself at Xia Jinyuan while talking drunkenly. He didn't like men. He was just drunk and talking nonsense. "Look, do you know which river our boat is sailing on?" Xia Jinyuan dodged and avoided him. The cold river breeze was full of the smell of alcohol. Xia Jinyuan wanted to vomit. He didn't have the habit of smoking and drinking. Even when he was with these people, he didn't make an exception. Chapter 38:49. When Luke asked him why he didn't drink, Xia Jinyuan took off his shirt and revealed the bullet wound on his back. He told Luke that drinking had almost killed him. There were many scars on Xia Jinyuan's body, and each one represented a medal. When Luke saw the scars on his body, he was shocked. From then on, Luke stopped asking Xia Jinyuan why he didn't drink or smoke. It had now become a habit. Xia Jinyuan's self-discipline was terrifying. Luke, who didn't smoke, drink, and didn't like beautiful women, fell to the deck. He didn't get up and just lay there with his limbs spread out. He kept muttering, "No, no, no. I don't want to know what will happen tomorrow. I only know. Xia, you're really a very boring guy. You really don't like anything except money and killing people. You're so boring. I've seen priests in the church, and none of them are as self-disciplined as you are, so uninterested in anything. You like drinking, smoking, and flirting with women, but I like money and killing people. We just have different interests. You can get up now, Luke. We're in the Megong River. When you fall, I don't think anyone will jump into the cold river to save a drunkard." Xia Jinyuan kicked Luke, who was drunk like a puddle of mud. When he kicked him a second time, Luke was half drunk and half awake. He opened his eyes lazily and asked, "I think I heard gunshots." "Oh, D***. Why can I still hear gunshots?" "Tell them, Xia, to get away from me. If they disturb me and make me unhappy, I'll send them all to hell." "Oh, D***. Did I pee in my pants? Why is my crotch so wet?" He didn't pee in his pants. The half-empty bottle of whiskey in his hand just happened to tip toward his thigh. Half of the bottle spilled out, and it really did look like he peed in his pants. Xia Jinyuan kicked open the bottle that spilled all over the floor. After a series of bang-bang sounds, the bottle was kicked to the edge of the deck. He used a little too much force, and the mouth of the bottle hit the iron plate and made a dent. He lowered his head and looked coldly at Luke, who was lying on the deck like a retard. "You peed in your pants. If you don't want a beauty to see you pee in your pants, I suggest you get up and change your pants immediately." "No, we can't get up. There are gunshots. We need to hide." Luke waved his hand like a mentally retarded person. His drunken appearance made it hard to tell that he was a bodyguard whose hands were stained with blood. On the other side of the river, the sound of firecrackers was heard. It was to welcome the arrival of the spring festival. Luke, who was drunk to the point that his mind was not clear, heard it as gunshots. At first glance, the sound of firecrackers did sound a bit like gunshots. "You heard the sound of firecrackers." Xia Jinyuan kicked him again. "Get up, Luke. If you don't get up, I'll throw you into the river and wake you up from the cold water." "No, I can't get up. Those are gunshots. I'm too familiar with them." "Xia, hurry up and teach them a lesson. Let them all go to hell." Luke, who was completely drunk, began to act like a drunkard. He lay on the cold deck and refused to get up. Xia Jinyuan saw this, and the veins on his forehead throbbing. When talking to a drunk, the one who would be angered would always be the sober one. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan ignored the drunkard and did not directly return to the cabin to join the crazy party inside. This was a small cruise ship controlled by the Burmese mafia. Those who could board were all looking for excitement and had blood on their hands. Chapter 38:50. Today, Cobra and the boss of the Burmese mafia had a business meeting. After the meeting, the boss invited Cobra to have fun on the cruise ship. Cobra's subordinates naturally followed. The soundproofing of the cruise ship was quite good. No matter how loud the heavy metal music was, It could not be transmitted to the outside of the deck. Women in revealing clothes swayed their waists like water snakes to the music. They wrapped themselves around men who could give them a lot of money. They laughed and played with the guests. Even when they were touched all over, their laughter was still so cheerful. This was a drunken and extravagant cruise ship full of money and desire. Xia Jinyuan had not shown up since he stepped on this cruise ship. He was so solitary that only Luke could find him. Of course, Cobra, who was also on the cruise ship, could also find him. The tightly closed door opened, and a few men walked out of the door, hugging beauties on their left and right arms. They kissed the beauties on their right, and then kissed the beauties on their left. They walked all the way to the deck of the second floor, while laughing loudly. The men laughed loudly, and the women giggled with these rich men. The consensual exchange of bodies made both sides very satisfied. A black man saw Xia Jinyuan standing in front of the deck below. He was too drunk to recognize him immediately. He squinted his eyes for a while, then turned to a man beside him who was flirting with two beauties. He said vaguely, "Look at that guy. Isn't he that annoying person? Look, isn't it him? A guy who spoils our fun. I think it's him, Xia. I remember now. He's Xia, the guy who has a very good relationship with Luke. A guy who came from who knows where, but who can make Mr. Cobra admire him. Okay, buddy, we don't need to talk about a spoil sport on such a happy night. I still like to chat with beautiful women. Look, this is a woman with big breasts. Ha ha ha, I like women with big breasts." Several men were doing lewd things on the deck of the second floor cabin. From time to time, they would take out a few colorful US dollar bills from their pockets and stuff them directly into the women's breasts. In exchange, they would laugh even more lewdly. The black man who first saw Xia Jinyuan took out a stack of US dollar bills from his pocket. He waved his hand, and the sound of the bills made the two women who were accompanying him look at the stack of bills. They were wearing short shorts, their breasts were exposed, and the cold wind gave them goosebumps all over their bodies. They could still maintain a smile on their faces. They needed money, a lot of money to satisfy their desires, and these men could satisfy their need for money. The man waving the cash pointed to the front, his breath reeking of alcohol, and said loudly, "Babes, if you can drag the guy outside in or take off his clothes and F***CK him, I'll give you all this stack of US dollars." The black man, whose skin was so dark that it blended into the night, smiled maliciously, revealing his shiny white teeth. "If you don't do as I say, jump off the boat. How about it? Do you dare to give it a try?" The stack of banknotes was thick enough. As the wind blew, the banknotes made a crisp sound. The two women smiled and nodded without hesitation. However, the condition was that they had to take half of it first. As for the other half, they would give it to them when they returned. The men who took out the money to tempt the group of women laughed. There were 4 men and 8 women. In the end, each of them only hugged one woman and let the other 4 women fulfill their request. Chapter 38:51. An Asian, a very powerful Asian man, a guy that Cobra had a whole new level of respect for and wanted to promote. He was too much of an eyesore. He didn't like smoking, drinking, and even women. Ha ha! Maybe there really was a guy who was impotent as they had guessed. Ha ha! If a man was impotent, could he still be considered a man? Tonight, let's see if he was a man. Xia Jinyuan had already heard the commotion behind him. The laughter of the man and woman was blown away by the river wind, leaving only faint sounds in his ears. At his feet, Luke, who was shouting that he had peed in his pants, was so drunk that he started snoring. He was so drunk that he couldn't tell whether he was lying on the bed or on the deck. It was very cold, so the sleeping Luke curled up like a pangolin to keep himself warm. The river wind blew the fragrance of alcohol, and the sound of high heels swaying could be heard. Xia Jinyuan turned to look at the 4 black figures walking over on the deck, then looked at the sleeping Luke. He raised his hands with both hands in his pockets and walked to the other side of the deck. "Damn it, Luke, who had just woken up from his drunken stupor, suddenly cursed. Then he said something that made Xia Jinyuan stop in his tracks. Xia Jinyuan quickly turned around, bent down, and covered Luke's mouth. However, he released his hand instantly. "Oh, you bunch of damn dirty things, my brother. Wait for me to come back, my good brother. Wait for me to come back." His voice became lower and lower until it gradually disappeared. The voice disappeared, but Luke started to cry. He was sobbing softly like a sad child. Xia Jinyuan bent down and looked at Luke, who was crying sadly in his dreams. His gaze gradually became complicated, and there was a trace of inquiry. If he hadn't heard wrongly just now, Luke had spoken Russian. Furthermore, he had mentioned the name of a Russian special forces. He didn't understand the rest of the words. He wasn't proficient in Russian, so he couldn't understand what Luke had said to make him cry like this. With a complicated look in his eyes, Xia Jinyuan stopped walking away. He knelt down on one knee and scooped up the drunkard with one hand. The drunkard was a little heavy, so Xia Jinyuan had to exert some strength to lift him up. "Luke, you need to go back to bed and sleep. If you drink again in the future, I won't take care of you like I do now. You hear me?" Xia Jinyuan supported the drunkard, who was too weak to even walk, and returned to the cabin on the first floor with great difficulty. 4 women ran over in their 10-centimeter high heels and blocked the way of Xia Jinyuan and Luke. On the deck on the second floor, the 4 black men who were watching the show burst into laughter. They put one of their hands to their mouths and blew a sharp whistle. "Darlings, he's yours tonight, and the money is also yours." They cupped their hands in the shape of a trumpet and shouted at the 4 women, "Think about the money in our hands. You got the money just to *CK, that impotent man. Ha ha, let's go, darlings." Their voices were so loud that Xia Jinyuan could hear them clearly even though they were a few meters away from each other. Among the 4 people, 2 of them were Cobra's most trusted bodyguards. Cobra had given them a lot of important tasks, including murder and arson, to complete. They had been displeased with him for a long time and had always wanted to find trouble with him and get rid of him. Unfortunately, they didn't have the opportunity to do so until now. Chapter 38:52. Xia Jinyuan had finally snuck up to Cobra and was getting closer and closer to her. How could he leave any evidence for the 2 guys who wanted to get rid of him? He didn't argue or make a fuss. He just stood there quietly. When she needed him, he would do whatever Cobra asked him to do. Cobra trusted him more and more, and the 2 of them were more and more worried about their status in Cobra's heart. In the past 2 months, they had been secretly plotting more and more. Now that the 4 women were here, it was obvious that they wanted to see Xia Jinyuan make a fool of himself. Xia Jinyuan, who still had to support the drunk Luke, looked at the 4 Burmese women and said indifferently, "You should go upstairs. I'm here. Please move aside." The 4 women were a little hesitant. They wanted money, but the man in front of them was obviously not interested in them, and he didn't look like someone they could mess with. "Do you want money?" Xia Jinyuan asked them. Before they could answer, he said indifferently, "Wait a minute." He placed the unconscious Luke back on the deck and began to rummage through his clothes and pockets. Soon, he had a few stacks of fresh, brightly colored banknotes in his hand. The banknotes were so new that they gave off a crisp sound. He pulled out a stack and handed it over. "Can I leave now?" The 4 scantily clad women had come for the money. Now that they had effortlessly received a stack of cash, they threw flirtatious glances and flying kisses at him. They were still thinking that they were here to take advantage of this generous customer. When they made a move, the generous guest bent down with his back facing them and helped Luke up, who was still sleeping on the deck. Flirtatious glances and flying kisses were all blocked by Xia Jinyuan with his back. Xia Jinyuan was a very boring man. The four girls who threw flirtatious glances at the blind man twitched their lips. Then they turned their slender waists and ignored Xia Jinyuan. Impotence? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid he really is impotence. Go, don't waste our time. You're just a boring man. Although you're tall, if you're really impotent, so what if you're tall? Ha ha ha. You can't do anything. She giggled in a low voice, full of mockery. It doesn't matter if you can't do anything, as long as you give us money. Yes, as long as you give us money, what does impotence have to do with us? It should be something that his future wife should worry about. The four figures left, swaying their hips and swaying their hips. The remaining fragrance was blown away by the river wind, leaving no trace behind. Only the slightly fishy river wind continued to blow, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Xia Jinyuan helped Luke back to the cabin and ignored the guys who were trying to stir up trouble. As long as he could sit still, no matter how much they disliked him, they could only endure it. However, the fate of the four girls was a bit miserable. When they got the money and went back before the smiles on their faces could be fully displayed, they were welcomed by the four men's punches and kicks. The other four girls who stayed behind were so scared that their faces turned pale. They screamed and shrank into the corner of the deck. They watched their companions being beaten, scolded, and kicked by the four men. Other than screaming, they couldn't do anything else. These people were already drunk after failing to trick Xia Jinyuan. They vented all their anger on the four girls. They cursed loudly and punched the four girls, who were screaming miserably. One of the four girls was beaten to the point of internal bleeding and died on the spot. Chapter 38:53. The four black men were very arrogant. Indifferent to life, they lifted the girl, who was bleeding from her mouth, and threw her into the Mekong River. The surging waters of the Mekong River swallowed her body, which had died for money, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was still a faint smell of blood in the air. The four black men, who were tired of beating, cursed and left the three girls who had also been beaten until their bones were fractured. Then, they hugged the four girls who were trembling in fear and left the scene. It was a new round of revelry. Xia Jinyuan found out about this the next morning. Luke was sitting on the edge of the bed. After a hangover, he seemed to have indulged himself for the whole night. Even his eyelids were drooping, and he had no energy at all. Xia Jinyuan, who had handed him milk and bread, sat on a small chair next to him. He put his slender and straight legs on the narrow bed and looked at him indifferently. I don't like to serve a drunkard who can't even tell the difference between gunshots and firecrackers. I hope this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. God, I just heard those bastards beat a party girl to death and threw the poor woman into the cold river. Is this true? If it's true, God, this is very unfortunate news. Luke, who had finished the milk in one gulp, had an exaggerated and stiff expression. He changed the topic to other people's affairs and said regretfully, "What a poor girl." "Don't change the topic, Luke. You drank too much last night and said a few words in a very strange language." Xia Jinyuan looked at him and took in all the subtle expressions on Luke's face. When Luke heard him say a few words in a strange language, his eyes went still for 3 seconds. Then, after his eyelashes trembled slightly, he looked up and said with a smile, "A very strange language? It's just a drunkard's nonsense. Don't take it to heart, my man. Didn't they cause trouble over there? They beat the party girl to death. Ha! These guys like to give Cobra everywhere they go. Mister gets into trouble and gives Cobra a headache. The subtle change in his expression made Xia Jinyuan realize that Luke had taken his words to heart. The Signal Flag Special Task Force was a mysterious special task force that was mainly engaged in secret activities outside of Russia. The most famous battle was in 1993. Terrorists hijacked a nuclear-powered ship, and the Signal Flag Special Forces were ordered to rush over. They approached the nuclear-powered ship without anyone noticing. The frogmen used a special method to sneak to the sides of the ship and quickly took down the terrorists who were on guard outside the ship. Then, a few paratroopers were able to descend from the sky even when the wind speed reached 15 meters per second. They surrounded the hijacked, nuclear-powered ship and successfully fought terrorism. This battle was also the only time the Russian Signal Flag Special Forces appeared in the past 10 years. After that, there was no more news of Signal Flag. There were even international rumors that Signal Flag Special Forces no longer existed. Obviously, this rumor was wrong. It wasn't that the Signal Flag Special Forces didn't exist, but they continued to work for Russia's national defense in a more covert manner. As for Luke, it was very likely that he was a member of the Signal Flag Special Forces. A member of the Signal Flag Special Forces who had been hiding by Cobra's side for 5 years. Was it possible? Xia Jinyuan didn't immediately confirm Luke's identity after hearing about the Signal Flag Special Forces from the drunk Luke last night. Who knew if the other party was testing him again? However, he didn't believe that Luke had nothing to do with the Signal Flag Special Forces. After a drunken night, Luke drank like a child. He was all too familiar with the emotions in his cries. Chapter 38:54. While Luke was crying, Xia Jinyuan thought of his comrades who had sacrificed themselves. He thought of the J5 who had fallen into his arms that year and whose body temperature had gradually cooled down. That was the cry of despair when a comrade had sacrificed himself in front of him, and he could only watch helplessly as his comrade fell. There was no need to cry out loud. Even if he was just holding back his tears, he could feel the despair. As one of the sharp swords in Russia's anti-terrorism operations, the Signal Flag Special Forces was the same as the Snowfield Brigade. In unknown places, some people had fallen forever in order to protect their motherland. Last night, was Luke crying for his comrades who had sacrificed themselves? Was the Russian Signal Flag Special Forces also targeting Cobra? Was Cobra's underworld force so deeply involved? If Luke was really a member of the Signal Flag Special Forces, then what he needed to do next was to first confirm Luke's identity. Confirming Luke's identity was very risky. He needed to think about it carefully. Moreover, even if he confirmed Luke's identity, it didn't necessarily mean that the two of them could become allies. Sometimes, for the sake of their own country's interests, an ally today might be an enemy tomorrow. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages, so he had to be cautious. While Xia Jinyuan was thinking quickly, Luke's heart was like a stormy sea. He knew that he had drunk a lot last night, but he really couldn't remember what he had said. Did he really say something? Did he speak his mother tongue? Impossible. He had undergone deep hypnosis, and through special psychological hypnosis, his mother tongue had become his second language. Last night, even if he was drunk, he couldn't speak his mother tongue. But Xia was a very honest man. He said that he had spoken a language that he didn't understand, so it was very likely that he really had said it. Now there was only one big question. Did Xia understand what he had said? Luke, whose emotions were fluctuating, lowered his eyes slightly. He needed to think of a way. If Luke, who lowered his eyes, pursed his lips. If that was really the case, then sorry, Xia. No matter how much he admired Xia, he couldn't keep him anymore. He hoped that after testing him, this man whom he admired didn't know what he had said. Xia Jinyuan, who was paying close attention to Luke, looked away indifferently. He didn't need to deliberately confirm Luke's identity. If Luke was really a member of the Signal Flag Special Forces, he would be more impatient than him. Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly. Then he quietly waited for Luke's next move. Qinma, Qinma. Just as he finished speaking, the cruise ship seemed to have hit something. It first hit, then bounced, then slowly came to a stop. The cruise ship had docked, and the party was over. It was time to settle the score. Xia Jinyuan, who answered Luke, withdrew his slender legs from the edge of the small bed and stood up. Okay, drunkard, you can wash your face and change your clothes. We should go ashore. Luke, who had a hangover, still had a headache. He felt dizzy and uncomfortable. He frowned, pressed his palms to his forehead, and said in a muffled voice, "Okay, I still need to wash my face. This damn hangover, it's so unbearable. Hopefully, Cobra will be in a good mood when we go out later." Chapter 38:55. Then you will be very disappointed. Mr. Cobra is not in a good mood. On the contrary, he is in a very, very bad mood right now. Xia Jinyuan, who had already walked to the door, stopped. He leaned forward slightly and said to Luke, who needed someone to calm down, "But we don't need to worry about Cobra's bad mood. The ones who should be worried are the four of them. Cobra is in a very bad mood. Everyone is in a very bad situation," Luke said in a low voice, then stood up to tidy himself up. After sniffing his collar, Luke was so disgusted that he almost vomited. When he lowered his head to adjust his belt, Luke's fingers froze. Damn it, did I pee in my pants last night? This is really the worst drunkenness ever. I can't let last night's incident happen again. After Luke tidied up, almost all the people on the cruise ship had left. Xia Jinyuan did not wait for him on the ship. He stood on the shore and looked at the scenery of the Mekong River and the Golden Triangle while waiting for Luke's arrival. When Luke walked out of the cabin of the cruise ship and saw the scenery in front of him, his expression changed in an instant. His expression was so cold that it contained a murderous aura. In just a short moment, Luke smiled again. That murderous aura seemed to be an illusion. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing on the shore, waved at him, indicating that he should hurry up. Luke gently closed his eyes and then stepped out of the cruise ship. Cobra's anger did not affect Luke and Xia Jinyuan, but because of the other four people, Luke and Xia Jinyuan had no choice but to stand up and face the problem posed by Qin Mongsane together. Luke walked out of the cabin and walked to Xia Jinyuan, who was standing guard outside. With a cold expression, he said, "The trouble they caused last night needs the two of us to help solve it. Those damn bastards. Sometimes I really want to shoot them." Now, everyone followed Cobra into the depths of the primeval forest at the junction of Myanmar, Thailand, and China. It was the closest to Thailand and the furthest from China. It took more than 3 hours to drive in. This was the temporary hideout of the Burmese mafia boss, Qin Mongsane. It was also the base of his secret dealings. Safe, hidden, and protected by some people in the Burmese military. The giant umbrella behind him allowed Qin Mongsane to almost monopolize the drug trade market in Burma. Now, Qin Mongsane had given Cobra a difficult problem. And the reason for this problem was that Cobra's subordinates had killed the woman he had planned to send to pick up the goods. After coming out, Luke told Xia Jinyuan the main points of their discussion in the wooden house. Qin Mongsane told Mr. Cobra that the woman killed by those bastards last night was very powerful. She often appeared in Myanmar, Thailand, and China and brought his goods in or out safely. Now that she was killed, Mr. Cobra had to send someone to replace the goods she was supposed to bring with our people. Qin Mongsane was the Burmese mafia boss that Cobra met with this time. Cobra needed the high-purity goods in his hands to earn more money and expand his underground forces. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan slightly raised his eyebrows. "So, what does it have to do with me? I just need to take the goods out. Whoever caused the trouble will have to do it. It's a simple matter. Xia, you're too naive. Things have become very complicated. Luke looked at Xia Jinyuan with pity. He reached out his hand and patted him on the shoulder. He sighed and said, "First, I need to tell you a very good news. Cobra thinks that the guy is not capable enough to solve the problem for him. He asked me to bring you to the conference room to participate in the meeting with us." Chapter 38:56. Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, as if he was surprised that Cobra would allow him to participate in the meeting. The surprise in his eyes made Luke laugh. "Congratulations, Xia. From now on, you can sit in meetings like us. You don't have to stand outside to stand guard for us. Cobra's trust in you has taken another step forward." For Xia Jinyuan, who had spent a year to get to Cobra's side, being able to participate in the meeting was indeed good news. Even though Cobra treated him favorably and he had passed countless tests, he still couldn't directly participate in meetings where Cobra was present. Luke was qualified to participate in the meeting, but he wasn't qualified to stand beside Cobra. So far, Xia Jinyuan knew that there were 8 bodyguards who could stand beside Cobra, 4 in the open and 4 in the dark. Now that he finally had the opportunity to sit in the same meeting room as Cobra, Xia Jinyuan knew that he had taken another big step closer to Cobra. The closer he got to Cobra, the more evidence that would be beneficial to the Chinese side. In the face of this good news, Xia Jinyuan's only reaction was a faint, and he didn't show much happiness. This made Luke feel very puzzled. "Aren't you happy? Don't you have anything to say?" "This is a very normal thing. What do I need to say? Besides, I was already surprised just now." Xia Jinyuan brushed away the hand that was still on his shoulder and asked calmly, "So, what's the bad news?" Luke widened his eyes. "Just now, there was only a hint of surprise in your eyes, as small as a strand of hair. It was just surprise, not surprise. Also, how did you know that I have another piece of bad news?" Xia Jinyuan only looked at him and didn't answer. I'll say it. The bad news is the trouble caused by those 4 bastards is very likely to require us to come forward and solve it. That's why I'm so angry. Damn it, picking up girls has nothing to do with me. How dare they ask us to come forward when they caused trouble? I gave those bastards the middle finger when I came out just now. I hope that when you go in later, you can give those bastards the middle finger with me. Xia Jinyuan did not raise his middle finger when he entered. He pushed the door open and entered. He nodded slightly to Cobra, who was sitting at the top with 2 bodyguards standing behind her, and then sat down on one of the empty seats. What Cobra admired the most about Xia Jinyuan was his calmness. He was a very calm man and a very capable man. However, for some reason, he had become a homeless man. Otherwise, she would not have met him. After a year of observation and investigation, what he said was indeed consistent with the investigation, but for some reason, he still felt uneasy. However, it was undeniable that he admired this man's ability very much. He was able to put aside the uncertainty in his heart and wanted to put him in an important position. After sitting down, Xia Jinyuan remained silent. He sat down and did not say a word, which made the 4 black men who had been severely reprimanded by Cobra feel resentful. Luke, who was sitting next to him, whispered, "Did you see that? The look in their eyes right now is like they want to eat you. So, buddy, I'm really unhappy to help them. Mr. Cobra will arrange it. You just need to listen to him." Xia Jinyuan answered indifferently. He calmly looked at Cobra, who was communicating with the Burmese mafia boss, Qin Mongsane. No one knew that at this time, Xia Jinyuan was describing Qin Mongsane's appearance and characteristics in his heart. Chapter 38:57. This was the first time he had seen Qin Mong Sane up close. Before this, even though they had been on the same cruise ship last night, he had not seen Qin Mong Sane. Luke glanced at the 4 people standing in front of him who could not even sit down. He rolled his eyes at them, which made the 4 people who were shocked by Xia Jinyuan's entrance angry and angry. This bastard, is he laughing at the 4 of us? That's right, I'm laughing at you guys. Luke, who had rolled his eyes at him, smiled and retaliated. At the same time, he secretly gave him a middle finger. Although Luke was one of Cobra's bodyguards, his relationship with the 4 black men who secretly handled many things for Cobra was very ordinary. The 4 black men were not very friendly to Luke, but Luke was highly valued by Cobra, so no matter how much they disliked Luke, they did not dare to make things difficult for him. However, Xia Jinyuan was different. They knew that Cobra did not value Xia Jinyuan as much as he said, so they were not polite to Xia Jinyuan. The 4 people who could not fight with Luke glared at Xia Jinyuan. What a hateful Asian man. So what if he attended the meeting? How could Mr. Cobra trust a guy who he had only known for a year to attend the meeting? Mr. Cobra needed him to complete the deal with Qin Mong Sane. Qin Mong Sane looked at Xia Jinyuan several times and nodded several times. It seemed that he was very satisfied with Xia Jinyuan. He was indeed very satisfied with Xia Jinyuan. It was too convenient for a man who looked no different from a Chinese man to enter Chinese territory. Moreover, this man was very good-looking and easily made people have a good impression of him. People would not think that there was something wrong with him at first glance. He was very relieved to have such a person enter Chinese territory. Seeing that Mr. Cobra is very sincere, as long as you bring back the goods I need this time, I will definitely provide Mr. Cobra's goods first. I won't let Mr. Cobra wait for too long. I look forward to working with Mr. Cobra. The short Qin Mong Sane stood up and extended his hand with a smile. He shook hands with Cobra, who had a melancholy temperament and did not look like a mafia boss. See you in 10 days. Okay, no problem. We will bring the goods here and hand them to you in 10 days. Cobra stood up and shook hands with the shrewd and ruthless Burmese mafia boss. The initial cooperation was established, and whether or not Xia Jinyuan could bring back the goods, personally sent Qin Mong Sane out. Cobra didn't ask if Xia Jinyuan was willing to enter the Chinese territory. In his eyes, if he agreed, his subordinates had no right to refuse. How could Xia Jinyuan refuse? Therefore, when Cobra came back and asked him if he was willing to go to China, Xia Jinyuan only replied, "I'll listen to your arrangements. I'll do whatever you arrange to make you satisfied." In return, Cobra laughed out loud. That's right. He admired Xia Jinyuan's calmness, and he admired his obedience even more. He was very happy to promote an obedient and capable subordinate. Very good. I am very relieved to have you go to Chinese territory. Qin Mong Sane only gave us 10 days. I will fight for 15 days to give you more time to plan your escape. Don't worry, Xia. I am very satisfied with your loyalty. I won't let you go alone. Luke, stand up. Chapter 38:58. Cobra was in a good mood after solving a troublesome problem. He said to Luke in a pleasant tone, "I know you have a good relationship with Xia. Next, I need you to enter China with Xia. I also need you to protect Xia. Luke, can you do that?" "Sir, of course I can. Xia is my friend. I will definitely protect his safety and make sure he can do everything for you safely." Luke replied to Cobra seriously. His words were similar to Xia Jinyuan's. They both expressed their obedience to Cobra. Very good. Both of you are my most admired subordinates. I believe you will not let me down. Cobra's face, which was so thin that his skin was sickly pale, regained some color from his laughter. His eyes, which were as melancholy as an artist's, were filled with smiles. "Don't worry. I never treat my loyal subordinates unfairly." After he finished speaking, his gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep across somewhere. He then shook his head lightly at the two of them, as if to remind them of something. "Yes, sir." The two of them got up at the same time and left the meeting room tactfully. Cobra reminded the surveillance in the meeting room that they could leave now. When Luke closed the wooden door of the temporary meeting room, he received a look from Cobra. He nodded slightly as he understood Cobra's gaze. After the wooden door closed, Cobra's angry roar could be heard from the meeting room. It was an angry roar towards the 4 people who caused trouble last night. Then, the familiar sound of gunfire could be heard. Everything returned to normal. Cobra will never keep people who cause trouble for him, especially people who delay his schedule and make money. He will not keep them for long. Luke stood in the open field in front of the wooden house and reminded Xia Jinyuan, "No one can challenge Cobra's dignity. You and I are the same." "Aha." His reply was so concise that it could not be any simpler. This made Luke very discouraged. He really did not understand why this guy did not like to talk. In the past, he did not like to talk. Now that they were familiar with each other, he still did not like to talk. It was really incomprehensible. In the wooden house, Cobra's most trusted bodyguard stood in front of the window. He retracted his gaze from the outside and returned to Cobra's side. He bent down, lowered his head, and whispered a few words to Cobra. Cobra nodded. The smile on his thin and pale face did not diminish. "Very good. You can withdraw the people who are watching him. If he can really help me this time, I will hand him over to you in the future." The conference room was filled with the smell of blood. Cobra stood up and glanced coldly at the guy lying in the pool of blood. A hint of hostility flashed through her eyes. She then glanced at the other 3 people who didn't even dare to breathe. She lifted her feet and walked out of the conference room. The guy lying in the pool of blood was a warning to the 3 of them. Just as Luke had said, they had to pay a price for delaying his business. Chin Mong Sain, the leader of the Burmese mafia, saw everything that happened in the meeting room. He was very satisfied. Cobra He was very cooperative, and he liked that someone had finally come forward to help him solve his biggest headache. "Inform our people in China to avoid the Chinese border police and return to China immediately," Chin Mong Sain said, happily. His inverted triangular eyes flashed coldly like a poisonous snake. "Tell my brothers that I, Chin Mong Sain, will definitely avenge the brothers who were killed by the Chinese border police." Chin Mong Sain, who was closely watched by the Chinese border police and had been severely suppressed by them, hated the Chinese border police to the core. He planned to take revenge and vowed to fight the Chinese border police to the death. Chapter 38:59. Chin Mong Sain hated the Chinese border police to the core. It could be said that there was no other country that gave him as much of a headache as China. China's crackdown on drugs was getting stricter and stricter with each passing year. In the past, they could still transport goods across the border, but now, if it weren't for the fact that the Chinese market was big enough, he would have given up. Chin Mong Sain naturally knew a little about Cobra, but only a little. Other than knowing that Cobra was the king of drugs from Maribel, Chin Mong Sain knew nothing about him. Now, Chin Mong Sain only wanted to use Cobra, the king of drugs from Maribel, to solve the current problem. Reveal Cobra's whereabouts and let the Chinese border police keep an eye on him. We'll do our part to teach the Chinese a lesson. They've harmed so many of my brothers. It's time to get back at them. Chin Mong Sain secretly arranged his plan, and Cobra, who had left the conference room, did not stay idle. Now, that Cobra was in someone else's territory. He was more vigilant than ever. He found Luke and Xia Jinyuan again, and reminded Xia Jinyuan and Luke to be careful. China is one of the countries that gives me a headache at the moment. They are very strict in their supervision of invading forces. I originally planned to complete the deal with Qin Mongsane and enter China. Now, you two should finish his business first. After I'm done with my business, I'll meet up with you soon. Before this, Xia Jinyuan didn't know that Cobra was going to enter the Chinese territory. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's calm eyes changed slightly. He needed to be able to enter Cobra's study room at any time. This was also the goal he had been working hard for the past year. Moreover, his opportunity to enter Cobra's study room at any time had come. Next, he needed to reveal the news of Cobra entering China to his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade so that they could cooperate with him to achieve the goal he had been working hard for. Luke already knew that Cobra would enter China, so he was a little surprised that Cobra told Xia Jinyuan about his upcoming itinerary. However, he quickly regained his composure. Cobra was paying more and more attention to Xia with each passing day. Today, he had allowed Xia to participate in the meeting, and now he had revealed his schedule to Xia. It seemed like Cobra had decided to let Xia follow him. I would like to make some suggestions about your itinerary. Luke put away his usual cheeky smile. The bodyguard that Cobra admired. He was a bodyguard that liked to laugh, but when he was serious, he was hard to ignore. Forgive me for being rude, but I don't agree with everything that Qin Mongsane said today. A call girl is the subordinate he is most satisfied with. This, sir, is a joke in itself. He had simply wanted to use Philo and the others' deaths as an opportunity to make his demands. Sir, his request makes me wonder if there are any big movements at the Chinese border recently, which is giving him a headache. If you need to enter China, I suggest that you wait for me and Xia to return before you make any plans. I believe that you will be safer that way. Luke had basically exposed the current situation of Qin Mongsane, who was being targeted by the Chinese border police. His sharp senses made Xia Jinyuan take a few more glances at him. What made Xia Jinyuan even more nervous was that Luke placed great importance on Cobra's safety. Could it be that Luke was not a member of the Signal Flag Special Forces? The thought flashed through Xia Jinyuan's mind, but he immediately denied it. He trusted his intuition, and he trusted the pain in Luke's cries last night. Luke's words and actions could be faked, but the despair and pain in his cries could not be faked. Chapter 38:60. Of course, regardless of whether Luke was a member of the Signal Flag Special Forces or not, he did not intend to verify it himself. He only intended to wait and see. You reminded me. Cobra listened to Luke's suggestion and agreed with Luke's suggestion. China is also one of the countries I don't want to set foot in. This country. I heard a lot of stories about it from a friend in the past, so I don't have a good impression of this country. Luke, you're right. I will wait for you to come back safely from China. He had a reason to go, so he had to go. Whether or not Qin Maosheng is being watched closely by the Chinese side, I will find out. But right now, I don't know whether or not he has caused any trouble. You have to leave tomorrow. This is the time I have agreed to meet Qin Maosheng, so I can't go back on my word. So, I hope that you two can help each other, and let me see you come back safely. After that, Cobra looked at Xia Jinyuan and raised his hand to pat Xia Jinyuan on the shoulder. Work hard. I have always known your hard work. Xia, you are a very capable man. You and Luke will be my best helpers. I can't do without the help of the two of you. Xia Jinyuan nodded and said calmly, Luke and I will definitely come back. That's right. I believe that you and Luke will definitely come back. Okay, I still have some things to take care of. You and Luke can take a walk nearby. Someone will send you out tomorrow morning. Cobra patted Xia Jinyuan on the shoulder again before leaving. After Cobra left, he asked his two bodyguards to bring along his drawing board, paints, and other painting tools. He said that he still had some important things to deal with, which meant that he had to find a place with a good view and draw a painting. A guy with hands stained with blood actually had a passion for painting. It was obvious that everyone liked art. Even if he was a criminal, he would still like it. Xia Jinyuan watched as Cobra left. He was still pondering over every word that Cobra had just said, especially when he said that he didn't have a good impression of China because of a friend. Xia Jinyuan's first thought was Li Chuhai. According to the National Defense Investigation, Li Chuhai and Cobra had a very good relationship and trusted each other very much. Cobra, who had never been to China, might have learned about China through Li Chuhai and had a great prejudice against China. It was good news that Cobra had entered the Chinese side. He needed to pass the good news back to the Snowfield Brigade and work with his comrades whom he had not seen in a year to achieve his goal. This time, Xia Jinyuan did not include Yi Qian in his plan. He did not intend to tell Yi Qian that he had returned to China and that he still needed to work with his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. When G3 of the Snowfield Brigade found out that Xia Jinyuan had returned to China, it was already the night of the second day of the Lunar New Year. He had not heard from Xia Jinyuan for a year. When he received a call from the military, his hand that was holding the phone trembled slightly. Major General Yang said something over the phone. He nodded and said with a murderous look in his eyes, "Okay, I'll gather immediately. I'll video call you in 3 minutes." After hanging up the phone, G3 did not blow the whistle for an emergency assembly. Q King Xia Jinyuan had not returned to the Snowfield Brigade for a year. The veterans who did not know knew that their captain must have been sent abroad on a secret mission. However, they had only been in the Snowfield Brigade for a year and were still considered new recruits in the eyes of the veterans. They did not know where their captain had gone. Although they had discussed it in private, they did not come to a conclusion. Even if they were in the same unit, they would not know what had happened. Chapter 38:61. At this moment, G3 only received the assembly bell from the veterans' dormitory and quickly completed the emergency assembly of the veterans. K7, step forward. T6, step forward. XY, step forward. As G3 reported the code names of the special forces who were heading to a certain border of our country to carry out a mission, the veterans who stayed behind vaguely guessed something. They didn't make any eye contact, but at this moment, everyone's eyes were shining with incomparable excitement. Then a few more comrades who were active at the border stepped forward. The veterans who didn't step forward guessed something. Their captain, who they hadn't seen for a year, their Q King, had appeared at a certain border of our country. The recruits who had been training for a year and had gone through countless tests still didn't know what was going on. Even though G3 didn't say anything, the veterans who stayed behind knew what was going on. The 13 comrades who stepped forward stay behind. The rest are dismissed. In the darkness of the night, G3's eyes were like torches as he stood under the light. He swept his gaze over the veterans who had already understood what was going on. His cold voice was slow and incomparably relaxed as he said, "Just wait for our good news." This sentence confirmed all the guesses in the hearts of the veterans. The veterans who stepped forward hadn't even prepared to leave yet, but they were already rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. This year, none of the comrades of the Snowfield Brigade went home for the new year. Even Wu Yu, who had a girlfriend, Yin Rong, whose wedding had been postponed, and Han Zheng, Z7, who was urged by the elders in his family every time he called home, didn't go home. They all stayed at the base to wait for news from their captain. Now that there was news, and it was the latest news about Q King, they sat in the conference room and listened seriously to Major General Yang's video chat. They were afraid that they would miss out on important information if they were slightly distracted. Major General Yang, who had heard the news about Xia Jinyuan, was also very excited at this time. Facing the special forces who were heading to a certain border of our country, he said in a deep voice, "According to the news, Cobra will enter China's territory after Q King safely returns to Myanmar. We will cooperate with the border police officers and soldiers. After Cobra enters China, we will immediately take action and fully cooperate with Q King's plan." Now, the Snowfield Brigade will send out 2 groups of 14 comrades to the border immediately and be on standby. Over the satellite video call, Major General Yang and the 14 Special Forces soldiers who were about to head to the border to cooperate with Xia Jinyuan to complete the plan were discussing the detailed battle plans. Less than half an hour after the news came, all the veterans of the Shuiyu Brigade had gathered. In the snow-capped mountains, a total of 14 special forces of the Shuiyu Brigade were ready to set off. They took 2 helicopters and left the base, heading to the border between China, Myanmar, and Thailand. In the military headquarters, Major General Yang, who had returned to his office, stood in front of the window. He didn't move for a long time. He just stood there until the sky turned white. There was finally news about the subordinate he was most proud of. The good news made him even more worried. Cobra was too difficult to deal with. Even with Q King's ability, it took him a whole year to fully gain her trust. There was even a suspected Russian signal flag special force member who had not left for 5 years. This made Major General Yang's brows furrow even tighter. If it was really a signal flag special force member who had not left for 5 years, what important information did Cobra have that signal flag's special force could not find out after 5 years? Xia Jinyuan had spent a year on his side. Now, he still needed to take more drastic measures to gain Cobra's trust. Would it take the same amount of time as the suspected signal flag special force member? That night, Major General Yang was thinking. He stood there all the way until dawn. Chapter 38:62. Xia Jinyuan had returned to China and snuck into the country illegally. Major General Yang, who had been standing there all night, was the first to receive the news from the Information Processing Center. After deciphering it, he informed G3, the deputy leader of the Snowfield Brigade. Commander-in-Chief Xia only found out about it on the morning of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. He, who rarely had any free time, was accompanying Master Xia, old Madam Xia, and the old man back to Dangui Garden. The old man had students all over the world. On the 1st and 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, he had already received guests, but none of them had met him. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, they had already known that the old man would be at home, so the students from the Academy of Aeronautics and Astronautics, who had arranged to come over on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, would come over. The old man could choose whether to meet other guests or not, but he still liked to chat with the students from the Academy of Aeronautics and Astronautics, who had worked in the Academy of Aeronautics and Astronautics all his life. Although he had retired from the Academy of Aeronautics and Astronautics, he still had his heart in the Academy of Aeronautics and Astronautics. From time to time, some complicated and difficult to understand diagrams would appear on the desk in his study. There were also a bunch of formulas that could not even be understood. They were all the result of the old man thinking of something again, and then silently designing them by himself. Before receiving the call, Commander-in-Chief Xia was talking to the old man about the heavy firepower of the fighter aircraft. There were still some problems at present. When the old man heard this, he said, "Just solve the problems when they arise. I have seen the experiments here and have discussed it with the experts in the heavy firepower of the Academy of Aeronautics and Astronautics several times. The students who came over today are here to pick me up and bring me to the laboratory. New meeting. I have troubled you for the past few days. Your old man is so enthusiastic that if I don't go, I will be a sinner. He is still as stubborn as when he was young. Master Xia, who had invited the old man to family summer for the Lunar New Year, had previously driven his two sons, who were both working in the capital, to Danguei Garden because he had rejected the invitation. He had also ordered them to invite the old man to family summer for the Lunar New Year even if they had to kneel down and invite him. There was no way old Mr. would let a minister of national defense, a director of the military department, kneel down and invite him. Old Mr., who had never troubled anyone in his life, went to the family summer festival to celebrate the new year. The lively atmosphere made old Mr. feel very comfortable. Master Xia, who had succeeded in his plan, looked at his old friend, who never stopped laughing in the family Xia room. He said to Commander-in-Chief Xia in private, "From now on, you are half a son to old Master. You should be filial to him. Don't let him feel that the family is empty after his granddaughter got married." Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had been receiving old Master Fu's teachings from the night of New Year's Eve until today, was really like Father Fu. He was always considerate of old Master Fu and almost called old Master Fu Father. Now that he knew that the old man was going to the laboratory today, he frowned. "Your legs are not suitable for standing for long periods of time, and the laboratory is mostly for standing work. Do you have to go to the aerospace department? Is there any room for negotiation? Heavy-duty firepower is the problem that I left for the aerospace department before I retired. It is also the most critical moment. I am indebted to the country's leaders and the aerospace department for letting me go and take a look. I have been with the aerospace department all my life. Now that I am old and retired, I find that the aerospace department is still my favorite place. Now that they let me go back and let me go to the laboratory, I am very happy. I can't stand for long periods of time. The aerospace department has also thought of a way for me. You can rest assured." When it came to the aerospace department's laboratory, old Mr.'s eyes shone with yearning. Old Mr., who had dedicated his life to the country's aerospace industry, had a wish that no one knew about. This time, when he returned to the aerospace department, he planned to tell his wish. Chapter 38:63. The old man's wish that no one knew about was heart-wrenching. He hoped that the country would allow his ashes to be brought onto the newest fighter jet after his death, so that he could once again feel the strength of his motherland and once again have intimate contact with his lifelong dedication. Then, his ashes would be scattered into the sea, and his life would be reset. This was the old man's wish that even his granddaughter, Yi Qian, didn't know about. Today, he would tell the Aerospace Academy and see if it could be realized. Looking at the old man's spirited eyes, Commander-in-Chief Xia knew that his persuasion would have no effect. He had no right to persuade or stop an old scientist's lifelong struggle. Just as Commander-in-Chief Xia was about to say a few words of concern, "Old sir, please take good care of yourself," he received a call from Major General Yang. The call was connected, and for a few seconds, Commander-in-Chief Xia's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. There was finally news of his sixth son, the brat who had completely cut off all contact with the country, and now he had sneaked into the Chinese territory, but his identity had become illegal. Commander-in-Chief Xia secretly wiped the corners of his eyes and said calmly, "Okay, I'll rush back to the military headquarters right away." As soon as the old man heard this, he knew that something had happened at the military headquarters. Without waiting for Commander-in-Chief Xia's order, he asked the driver in front to pull over. Then, the car that Master Xia and old Madame Xia were in also pulled over. Soon, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was deeply sorry that he couldn't accompany them, asked the driver to send him directly to the military headquarters. The old man, Master Xia, and old Madame Xia took the same car to Danguei Garden. When they arrived at the entrance of the military headquarters, Commander-in-Chief Xia hurriedly pushed the car out. He didn't wear a military uniform, nor did he let the guard beside him drive. He walked quickly and took out his relevant documents for the sentinel to check. The guard beside Major General Young was already waiting at the gate. When he saw the commander-in-chief walking quickly, he immediately went to greet him. The sentinel only allowed him to pass after completing the strict inspection. Commander-in-Chief Xia walked so fast that he almost jogged. Fortunately, Major General Yang had arranged a car for him. After entering the military headquarters, he took the car directly to the information center. When Commander-in-Chief Xia arrived at the information center, his back and forehead were covered in sweat. The message was sent back to the country at 10 p.m. on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Based on the coordinates of the Developed Information Network, Q King was in our country at that time. This is the deciphered message. Major General Yang handed the encrypted document to Commander-in-Chief Xia. Cobra will be there. Q King returned to Myanmar before entering the country. There was a man with Q King whom he initially suspected to be from Russia's Signal Flag Special Forces. According to Q King's arrangements, we will fully cooperate with his plan. The following is his entire plan. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was secretly adjusting his breathing, looked at the entire plan seriously. His hands trembled slightly. He always knew that his son was a daring fellow, but when he really saw his deployment as a father, he still couldn't stop his heart from trembling. This was a plan to fight to the death. And in this plan, his son might really be sacrificed. Major General Yang said, "That's why the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade on his side joined. They have worked together for many years and have a tacit understanding. To a large extent, they can guarantee Q King's safety. Most importantly, there is also the great poison king, Qin Mong Sane, whom our country has always needed to deal with. Using the encirclement and suppression of Qin Mong Sane as an excuse to kill him, Cobra will reduce the suspicion that this fight is actually targeted at him. Thus, Cobra's suspicion of Q King is reduced, and Q King's safety is once again guaranteed." Chapter 38-64. Major General Yang didn't even dare to meet Commander-in-Chief Xia's eyes. King Q was the Commander-in-Chief's only son. If he really died, the Commander-in-Chief would be the most devastated. He didn't dare to face the Commander-in-Chief directly because he knew King Q's plan was really, really risky. Commander-in-Chief Xia obviously understood how risky this plan was, but he had no choice. No matter how worried he was, he couldn't change anything. He could only watch his son walk step by step into the most dangerous situation. Commander-in-Chief Xia gently closed his eyes and suppressed all the insecurity in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "Pass down the order. The 14 Special Forces of the Snowfield Brigade will fully cooperate with Q King to complete the entire plan. If there are any accidents in the middle, kill Cobra with all your strength. If Old Six died, then Cobra had to die too. OL 6 had infiltrated Cobra's side in order to find out the power behind her, and how many of them were hiding in our country. If Ol 6 had been sacrificed, then he would not have sent anyone to infiltrate Cobra's side. So, it was better to just kill Cobra directly." Major General Yang's expression became serious, and he responded with a deep yes. Then he said, "Q King specifically said that Qing Niao can't join, and we can't tell Qing Niao that he came back to China. What do you think should we do?" "Hide it for now." Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't hesitate and replied, "Since Qing Niao didn't directly join this operation, then there's no need to inform her for now. Sometimes you don't know whether the news is good or bad." Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't want to distract Yi Qian, but Yi Qian received a message from Zhou Yijin saying, "Help." After calling back dozens of times, Yi Qian finally couldn't take it anymore and directly called Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal cell phone. When she called, Commander-in-Chief Xia had just said that there was no need to inform her for the time being. Coincidentally, when Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was in a rather heavy mood, took out his phone and saw the caller ID. His phone almost shook out of his hand. Speak of the devil, and here comes the devil. This girl's call is making me a little nervous. Chief Commander Xia handed the phone to Major General Yang. After I finished speaking, she called. None of them picked up immediately. Major General Yang thought of Yi Qian's godly sixth sense and couldn't help but wipe his forehead with his sleeve. He didn't dare to pick up the phone, so he said cautiously, "Could it be that she sensed something again?" Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled bitterly. "It's not that magical. If she really knows, then it's possible that Q King told her through other channels." He also had a nephew's son-in-law who was an important figure in both the underworld and the underworld. Before he washed his hands, he had some influence in Yun province. If little Yi knew that Old Six had sneaked into the country, she might have found out through his nephew's connections. This possibility was much more likely than her sensing it. "Then, are you going to pick it up?" Major General Yang pointed at the phone that was still ringing. "Of course. How can I not pick it up?" Commander-in-Chief Xia cleared his throat. Just as Yi Qian was about to lose his patience, the ringing tone finally changed to Commander-in-Chief Xia's. "Hello." Without waiting for Commander-in-Chief Xia to say anything, Yi Qian said a bunch of things in one breath. "Uncle, Yijin sent me a help message 3 minutes ago. I've called her dozens of times, but her phone is turned off. Can you find out her exact location?" Chapter 38:65. Commander-in-Chief Xia's breathing quickened as he pursed his lips. He did not interrupt Yi Qian and allowed her to continue. "A few days ago, I met Yijin at Nanguang's grassroots unit. She told me that she will be performing at Yun Province's Border Defense Company and will only return to Beijing after the performance. Recently, Yun Province's border has not been very stable. Now that Yijin suddenly sent a help message, I suspect that something has happened to her. This kind of message is definitely not a prank by Yijin. If she knows that I received the message, she will definitely take it seriously." She really finished speaking in one breath without any pauses in between. She did not even take a breath. It was obvious how anxious she was. Commander-in-Chief Xia was quite frightened. He knew that Yijin would definitely not play such a prank that would make her family worry. That meant that she was definitely in danger when she sent the help message. "Xiao Yi, don't worry. I will immediately contact the leader of Yijin's troop and confirm which border defense company she will be performing at today. Don't worry, wait for my call." One wave after another, Zhou Yijin's help message made him even more anxious than Xia Jinyuan's. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not have time to be sad about the danger his only son was facing. He immediately put aside the work at hand and quickly contacted the leader of the Arts and Crafts Regiment. The Arts and Crafts Regiment was in an uproar. 2 female soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment had been missing for 3 hours, and their whereabouts were still unknown. They only saw the 2 of them carrying a child who had been knocked down by a motorcycle and crossing the road. Then 2 women showed them the way, and they brought the child into a car and left. After that, there was no more news. All the surveillance footage was retrieved. Since there was no sign of the 2 female soldiers getting into a car, there was also no sign of the 2 female soldiers and a child who had been knocked down by a motorcycle being admitted to the hospital for examination. In other words, this was very likely a premeditated scheme against the Chinese soldiers. Commander-in-Chief Xia sent a telegram to the art troupe. Only then did the leader of the art troupe find out that the female soldier, Zhou Yijin, was actually Commander-in-Chief Xia's niece. That meant National Defense Minister Xia's niece. Commander-in-Chief Xia had a younger sister and a brother-in-law who was the principal of a military academy. At the very top was the founding father of the country, Master Xia. Zhou Yijin was the niece of Commander-in-Chief Xia and Minister Xia. She was also Master Xia's granddaughter. The leader of the arts department almost fainted. He did not know the family records of every female soldier in the art troupe very well. However, he would more or less know about those who had some connections in their families. However, Zhou Yijin kept a very low profile in the art troupe. He had never heard her mention her family members or family matters. Now that something had happened to her, he finally knew that she was the daughter of a prestigious family. We are already doing our best to investigate. Yes, Zhou Yijin and another female soldier have gone missing. At 6:10 a.m., Zhou Yijin and the other female soldier left the barracks to go shopping. The leader of the art troupe reported everything to Commander-in-Chief Xia. They left the barracks at 6:10 a.m., met the child who had been knocked down at 6:20 a.m., and now it was 9:20 a.m. They had lost contact for 3 whole hours. Commander-in-Chief Xia told the leader of the art troupe about the help message that Zhou Yijin had sent to Yi Qian a few minutes ago. He said, according to the message, Zhou Yijin is indeed in danger. However, her life is not in danger for now. I will contact the Yun province military and increase the police force to search for the 2 missing female soldiers. Chapter 38:66. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not say much to the leader of the art troupe. He hung up the phone and immediately contacted the military of Yun province. The disappearance of the 2 female soldiers immediately attracted the attention of the military of Yun province. Both the police and the armed police were involved. While Commander-in-Chief Xia contacted the military of Yun province, Yi Qian was not idle either. She was far away in Nangguang province, while Zhou Yijin was far away in Yun province. They were far apart, and she could not help at all. She could not help, but she could analyze why Zhou Yijin only sent her a message asking for help when she had so many friends in her phone. This was the question that Yi Qian had been thinking about when she received the message and kept calling Zhou Yijin. She needed to understand why Zhou Yijin only sent her a message. Was it because her other friends were unreliable? No, she still had the numbers of big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, and sister Iwei in her phone. Therefore, it was definitely not because her friends were unreliable. Other than that, Zhou Yijin must have the contact numbers of her comrades and leaders in the art troupe. How could she not send them a message asking for help just because her friends were unreliable? She had so many relatives and friends, but she was the only one who sent the message. Yi Qian, who was gently caressing her phone with one hand, fell into deep thought. Her mind was like a high-speed data line, constantly thinking of certain possibilities and filtering out other possibilities. Finally, she eliminated the unlikely reasons. Gradually, Yi Qian's confusion began to clear up. If only she could solve the danger that Jean was facing, then it made sense why she was the only one who sent the message. Yi Qian had thought of this possibility from the beginning, but there were too many interfering factors. First, the interference from the distance made her filter out this possibility. Now that she thought about it again and again, this explanation made sense in the end. Among all her contacts in her phone, she was the only one who could solve the danger that Jean was facing. Thinking of the key point, Yi Qian immediately picked up his cell phone and called Commander-in-Chief Xia. He couldn't wait any longer. The longer he waited, the greater the danger Jean would face. Yi Jian wanted to find the key to pass the game. Commander Xia, who was far away in Jing City, was talking to Major General Yang, who hadn't left yet. Since Jean doesn't know Xiaoya's true identity, what you said is possible, but it's not realistic. Jean is giving up what's near at hand to seek what's far away. Giving up what's close at hand to seek what's far away means that the danger she's in is very great. The more she needs a friend she thinks is trustworthy and reliable to save her, the more likely it is that she's in danger. Or, rather, she needs a capable friend to rescue her. Commander-in-Chief Xiao Yi and Yijin have met before. I've also met Yijin before. She's a very smart girl. Last year, Xiao Yi and Old Six suddenly left the family Xia. I think Yijin might have guessed a little. This was quite possible. Although Jean looked carefree on the surface, she was actually very meticulous. Her observation skills were especially powerful. Back when Old Six didn't return home for 2 years, she had secretly asked him if Old Six had entered a difficult military unit. At that time, he thought that Sixth Brother had told him, but Yijin said, "I haven't been home for 2 years, and I haven't even called. I can't contact my family either. I grew up under the red flag, and I grew up under the olive green. Uncle, aren't you looking down on me too much? Do you think I don't know anything?" That was the 2nd year after Old Six joined the Snowfield Brigade. This girl had already guessed it. Chapter 3867. In the 1st month of last year, Old Six and Xiao Yi received a call and left in a hurry. Since she knew Old Six's identity, she probably guessed Xiao Ye's departure as well. That would explain why she gave up what's near for what's far away. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't help but purse his lips. His dignified expression became even more serious. This matter was a bit difficult to handle. Letting Xiao Yi go was equivalent to putting his own family in danger. There were already 2 juniors in danger. If Xiao Yi was added, Commander-in-Chief Xia's lips were almost pressed into a straight line. He was still worried about one thing. If Xiao Yi also realized why Yijin gave up what's near for what's far away and sent her a text message based on Xiao Ye's personality, she definitely wouldn't sit back and do nothing. This was even more troublesome. Commander-in-Chief Xia felt troubled because as long as Yi Qian requested to go to Yun Province, he couldn't refuse. In his heart, Yi Qian was indeed the best person to rescue Zhou Yijin. But before that, he first had to figure out why Yijin went missing and who dared to kidnap a Chinese soldier. The phone on the desk buzzed, and the screen flashed, indicating that there was an incoming call. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was caught in a dilemma, saw the incoming call and sighed softly. At this moment, he had a premonition that Yi Qian had figured out the crux of the matter. When the call went through, Yi Qian voiced her suspicions one by one. Commander-in-Chief Xia could only smile bitterly. His premonition had become reality. She really did figure out the crux of the matter. Commander-in-Chief Xia took out a ballpoint pen from the pen holder and wrote a few words on a piece of paper and pushed it to Major General Yang. After Major General Yang read it, he shook his head and sighed. He also took out a pen from the pen holder and wrote on the paper, "Xiao Yi is smart. I've already experienced it." Since Yi Qian had already figured it out, then what should he do? "Uncle, Yijin only sent me a text message asking for help because she trusts me. I beg you to let me stay here and wait for orders. If there's a need, I can act immediately." Yi Qian did not immediately mention that she had to go to Yun Province. She knew that this kind of transfer would not be as simple as when she was in school. After all, she was currently studying in a basic unit of a regiment in Nanguang Province. If she really wanted to go over, she would have to go through the company first. However, she really wanted to go. She really wanted to go. "Little Yi, I can understand your feelings." Now that Yijin's whereabouts were unknown, the Yun Province's military was doing their best to investigate. They must first find out who dared to kidnap our soldiers before they can make further plans. Don't worry. With the help of Yun Province's military, Yijin will definitely be fine. I also promise that if I really need you to come over, I will inform you immediately. Yi Qian knew that it would be troublesome to transfer between military regions, so she could only wait patiently. Other than that, she had no other choice. However, she knew that Eugene wanted her to go. Eugene believed that she would definitely be able to save her. Otherwise, Eugene would not have sent her such an important message asking for help. Zhou Eugene had indeed placed her hopes of survival on Yi Qian. Just as Commander-in-Chief Xia had guessed, Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan had both left their family Xia last year in the first month of last year. That was when she guessed that her Aunt Lu's identity was a little unusual. When she finally managed to get the phone that she had hidden in her military boots, it was not that she did not think of her own brother and her cousins who had family Xia, but in the end, she still sent the word help to Yi Qian. It was not for any other reason, but because of Yi Qian's special identity, he would be able to quickly know that she was in danger. Chapter 38:68. More importantly, she believed that Aunt Lu would definitely come to save her. Out of her biological brothers and cousins, only Brother Six could possibly come to save her. However, Brother Six hadn't been home for a year, so she couldn't count on him. In that case, it could only be Aunt Lu. Since Aunt Lu could travel with Brother Six, it was more likely that Aunt Lu would come to save her personally. Zhou Eugene, whose nose was covered by the chloroform, woke up. The first thing she wanted to do was to observe her surroundings. However, she was blindfolded, so she gave up. Then, she tried to think of a way to escape, but her hands and feet were tied. There was no way she could save herself. In the end, she realized that she couldn't save herself, so she could only ask for help. Thanks to the environment she grew up in, she didn't panic when she was kidnapped. After analyzing the most effective way to ask for help, she only had time to send the word help to Yi Qian. Just as she turned off her phone and hid it in her military boots, one of her comrades who was kidnapped with her let out a muffled sound, telling her that someone was coming. Outside the rusty iron door, there was the sound of iron chains twitching. Then, the iron door was kicked open. Zhou Eugene pretended to be very scared and kept shrinking back. She put her phone, which she didn't have time to hide, into the haystack. The moment the message was sent, Zhou Eugene didn't panic like she did when she was kidnapped. She calmed down, and her mind was very clear. Even though she was very scared, she knew to cooperate obediently and didn't resist. She believed that with her Aunt Lu's intelligence, she would definitely know that she was in danger and needed help. Zhou Eugene, whose eyes were also blindfolded, retreated to the cold corner of the wall when she heard the muffled sounds of her comrades struggling. She had nowhere else to go. Her collar was roughly twisted up, and then the ropes that tied her feet were cut. She was pushed out of the storeroom that was filled with the damp smell of cow dung. After being pushed out of the storeroom, Zhou Eugene was separated from her comrades. For the next few hours, she was in a bumpy car. She knew that she was getting further and further away from the Border Defense Company. She was so far away that she didn't know where she was being taken. She only knew that she was in a car the whole time. Other than that, it was very quiet around her. Her mouth was stuffed, her hands and feet were tied. She curled up in the car. Zhou Eugene, who was shaking, closed her eyes and let herself sleep for a while. Half an hour after they left, the Cloud Leopard Commando team sent by the Yun Province military region found a phone in the pasture of the black-bone sheep at the border. After checking and confirming that the phone belonged to the missing female soldier, Zhou Eugene, they sent a message to her mailbox. The phone was found, but the person was not there. The Cloud Leopard Commandos continued their search. The border defense team received the latest news. When Suyu received the news, he stood there quietly for at least 5 minutes. Then, he called the Yun Province's military district. Commander-in-Chief Xia received a call from the Yun Province's military district again. It had been 2 hours since Zhou Eugene sent Yi Qian a message for help. He stood there and answered the phone. He quietly listened to the latest report from the Yun province's military district and their next deployment. After a long time, Commander-in-Chief Xia pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "Other than this, is there no other way?" His deep voice contained the dignity of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. The leader of the Yun province's military district looked even more solemn. "Yes, Commander-in-Chief. We've been discussing this problem for half an hour. Time is of the essence, so we can only report to you first and see if it's possible." Chapter 38:69. The result of their half an hour of discussion was to send his future daughter-in-law to risk her life again. "Get Suyu from the narcotics division to call me. I'll wait for his call." After Commander-in-Chief Xia finished speaking, he slammed the phone down. Obviously, he was a little angry. Yi Qian, and Xiao Yi again. Other than Xiao Yi, he didn't believe that there was no one else who could do it. His only son was facing a life and death crisis. Was he going to send his daughter-in-law into the tiger's den and fight with the tiger? At this moment, Commander-in-Chief Xia was just an ordinary father. He was worried about the life and death of his only son, Xia Jinyuan, and his niece's whereabouts were unknown. Now, with his daughter-in-law, Yi Qian, there were 3 members of his family Xia who were all facing a life and death crisis. Even though he was used to big storms and knew that being a soldier wasn't easy, he still couldn't remain calm at this moment. This worry, that worry, and now there was another one. They were going to push him into the tiger's den again. Commander-in-Chief Xia suppressed his anger and sat back in his office chair, waiting for Suyu from the narcotics division to call him. Suyu first received a call from the Yun province military region, telling him in advance that Commander-in-Chief Xia was angry. He then dialed the military headquarters switchboard and transferred the call to the Commander-in-Chief Xia's office. Suyu knew that his hands were sweating. Under normal circumstances, something like this wouldn't alarm the Commander-in-Chief Xia. It was probably because one of the missing female soldiers was Commander-in-Chief Xia's niece. As an elder, Commander-in-Chief Xia naturally had to pay attention to this matter at all times. In order to rescue Commander-in-Chief Xia's niece as soon as possible, and based on the clues provided by the informant, he made this deployment. He just didn't know why Commander-in-Chief Xia was angry. Was he angry because they hadn't found the female soldier, Zhou Yijin? Or was he angry because of their deployment? Suyu, whose palms were sweating, had a chance to speak directly with the Commander-in-Chief Xia for the first time. When he heard a rather dignified voice coming from the phone, Suyu's heart skipped a beat. "Hello, Commander-in-Chief. I'm Suyu from the Yun Province Border Narcotics Division." The phone call between Suyu and Commander-in-Chief Xia took a long time. After 10 minutes, Commander-in-Chief Xia hung up the phone call. The Commander-in-Chief Xia's call. The other party's explanation was reasonable. Xiao Yi, there was indeed no other person. A female soldier. Not only did the Yun province need to have a female special force, the other military regions needed to have one, especially in the border regions like the Yun province, the Tibetan region, and the border regions. The establishment of a female special force must be put on record. This was an urgent task. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Qian, who had been waiting for a long time, received a call from Commander-in-Chief Xia. She had been waiting all this time. When she saw the call, she jumped out of bed. Her movements were so big that Ding Ling, who was taking a clinical nap, was shocked. She opened her eyes and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened?" "Nothing. I'm going out to take a call." After putting on her shoes, Yi Qian didn't even put on her jacket. She picked up her phone and rushed out of the dormitory. In a few strides, she rushed from the 4th floor to the rooftop of the 6th floor. Then she picked up the call. Chapter 3870. Commander-in-Chief Xia's deep voice sounded. Yun Province's military and border defense police have confirmed that the person who kidnapped Yi Jin and the other female soldier is the Burmese mafia boss, Qin Mong Sain, whom our country has been trying to get rid of for a long time. Qin Mong Sain hates our border defense police to the core. He has plotted to take revenge on our armed police and killed 3 of our armed police. Our country has also been looking for him. The border defense police suspect that they kidnapped 2 of our soldiers in order to make a deal with the armed police in exchange for the drugs seized by our armed police. Our country will not return the drugs. We will only stall for time. Also, the reason why Qin Mong Sain has been active in Myanmar is because of the support of the Burmese military. Our soldiers were kidnapped this time, but the Burmese military was not alerted. Yi Jin's life is not in danger at the moment. The Yun Province's Cloud Leopard Commando team is secretly following her to ensure the safety of Yi Jin and the other female soldier. Along the way, we also found that Qin Mong Sain did not stop at kidnapping 2 of our soldiers. They are still planning to kidnap more of our soldiers. Xiao Yi, not only do we want to save the 2 female soldiers, but we also plan to— Commander-in-Chief Xia paused for a moment before continuing. We also plan to infiltrate Qin Mong Sain and execute a decapitation operation. Xiao Yi, if you go, you will be the sharpest knife in our hands. The decapitation operation will be carried out by you. The danger you will face is unpredictable. Xiao Yi, you have to think carefully. According to the frontline intelligence, they learned that Qin Mong Sain was still planning to kidnap our soldiers. After a discussion, the Yun Province's military and the Border Defense Police Detachment decided to send a soldier to take the risk and get close to Qin Mong Sain before killing them. Not only would this serve as a deterrent, but it would also let other drug kings know the consequences of provoking the Chinese side. If you dare to kidnap our soldiers, then our side can directly take your life. The wind on the rooftop was strong, but Yi Qian was exceptionally calm. He answered without hesitation, "I've made up my mind. I can take action at any time." On the phone, Commander-in-Chief Xia was silent for a few seconds before continuing. "Okay, I've already bought you a ticket. I'll give you 10 minutes to pack up. After 10 minutes, your company commander will personally drive you to the airport. Yun Province's military is currently in contact with your company. You can pack your luggage and immediately depart for Yun Province." "Yes," Yi Qian responded. His clear voice carried an indomitable sharpness, like a sword that could cut through the darkness. His entire body was cold. Very quickly, the battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion received a call from the Yun Province Military District. The cadet Yi Qian, who had come to the company to study, needed to depart for Yun Province immediately. The transfer order was directly issued by military headquarters. Since the transfer order had been issued by military headquarters, the battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion didn't dare to ask for a reason. He followed the military's instructions and had the commander of the 2nd Company personally drive Yi Qian to the airport. Ding Ling, who was in the same dorm as Yi Qian, was a little confused when she saw him pack up after taking a phone call. "It's not time for us to go back to school yet. Why are you packing?" "No, I have something to take care of here. I'll leave the company for a few days first. I'll return when I'm done." Yi Qian didn't pack everything. He didn't even need to bring his military uniform. He only needed to bring 2 sets of training uniforms. Chapter 3871. Ding Ling originally wanted to ask where he was going to deal with the matter, but when she saw the unfamiliar coldness between Yi Jian's eyebrows, she swallowed her words and said softly, "Be careful." Yi Qian's expression was cold and sharp. She didn't dare to ask too much. After packing her luggage, Yi Qian zipped up her travel bag and smiled at Dingling. She left the dormitory with 2 sets of military training and 2 sets of underwear without looking back. Yi Qian took 6 minutes to finish packing her luggage after hanging up the phone. 6 minutes later, she went downstairs and walked across the field to the jeep parked at the entrance of the barracks. When the second company's commander saw Yi Qian walking over, he quickly started the car. When Yi Qian opened the door and got in, the second company's commander even tightened his grip on the steering wheel. They really couldn't keep Yi Qian here. Orders for transfers were directly issued from the military. When the 2nd Battalion's commander, who still hadn't settled his marriage this year, received a personal call from Commander-in-Chief Xia, his first reaction was to think that he had met with a swindler. Fortunately, he kept his cool and didn't immediately question him. Otherwise, he would have been beaten up. How dare he call the Commander-in-Chief a swindler? Did he want a rebel? Even the Commander-in-Chief was involved. The 2nd Company's commander and Yi Qian had some communication difficulties. Yi Qian was thinking about Zhou Yijin. She only exchanged a few words with the commander when they got in the car. When they arrived at the airport, the commander personally took her luggage from the back seat and stood in front of Yi Qian. He smiled and said, "Yi Qian, your studies aren't over yet. You can only leave the company on the 12th of the 1st lunar month. Don't forget." He didn't know why Yi Qian was going to Yun province, but since the commander-in-chief had personally called the barracks, it was obvious that her trip wasn't simple. He didn't say anything else and just told her that all the soldiers in the company were waiting for her safe return. Yi Qian took her luggage and nodded. She saluted the commander and said, "Commander, don't worry. I will definitely rush back to write the report." Ha ha ha, that's right. Don't forget that you still have a report to write. If you don't write well, I won't write a few good words for you back to the military academy. This female student from Yi Qian was quite interesting. In less than half a month, she already knew that this female soldier would not be an ordinary person in the future. Now that they were all extraordinary people, they would be even more so in the future. If even the military took notice of him, he was more than just impressive. At 4:40 in the afternoon, Yi Qian boarded the plane to Yun province and arrived in Changshui 2 hours later. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Yi Qian walked out of Changshui Airport. The Yun Province Border Defense Department had already sent a car to wait for him. This was Yi Qian's second visit to Yun Province. The first time, he had accompanied diplomat Qin Xiu. This time, he had come alone. There were 2 armed police in the car. They were both veterans who had served at the border of Yun Province for more than 6 years. They were also very familiar with Qin Mongsain. As soon as Yi Qian got into the car, they took the opportunity to tell Yi Qian about Qin Mongsain in detail. Yi Qian held a photo in his hand. In the photo was Qin Mongsain, who was wearing a military uniform with a rifle in his hand. Behind him stood a group of subordinates who were also holding rifles. In the corner of the photo, there was also a mortar mount. Just from the photo, it was obvious that Qin Mongsain had a certain amount of firepower. In the car, the armed police said to Yi Qian in a low voice, "We have been looking for his base, but we haven't been able to find it. In addition, we don't know which Burmese military force is supporting him, so we haven't dared to join forces with the Burmese military to eliminate him. Qin Mongsain also knows that we are determined to eliminate him. Therefore, he has only been active in Myanmar and has never crossed our borders." Chapter 3872. As the core figure of this operation, Yi Qian explained the entire battle plan very clearly. Sometimes they would even ask Yi Qian if he understood, and if there was anything he didn't understand that needed to be explained in more detail. They all knew how important Yi Qian was, so they didn't dare to be careless. This time, You only have one main mission, which is to get close to Qin Mong Sane and assassinate them in secret. After you succeed, the Cloud Leopard Commando team will be outside to escort you out of Myanmar. Yi Qian, this mission is very dangerous. You will be fighting alone to complete the mission. When you escape, the Cloud Leopard Commando team can only support you from the periphery. They won't be able to go deep to support your retreat. Previously, we planned to send a male soldier from the Cloud Leopard Commando team to pretend to be kidnapped by Qin Mong Sane and then find an opportunity to assassinate him. However, Qin Mong Sane only chose female soldiers to kidnap our country's soldiers. Unfortunately, the Cloud Leopard Commando team hasn't recruited any female soldiers yet, and we don't have any female soldiers who can go deep into the enemy's territory. Later, our commander Su mentioned you. Yi Qian looked up from the photo and looked at the armed police officer who was talking to her. Is the commander Su you're talking about Captain Suyu? That's right. Commander Su said that as long as we mention him to you, you will definitely know who he is. Commander Su said that 4 years ago, our comrades from the Border Drug Enforcement Team worked with you. It was all thanks to you that we were able to kill all the fugitives. She didn't expect to meet Su Yu's soldiers, who she had worked with in Australia 4 or 5 years ago during a survival mission at the border. They had worked together with the 6th Border Patrol Team to eliminate a drug production team. At that time, a scout was sacrificed. It was also the first time she had encountered a comrade who sacrificed himself. Because of this, her mood was slightly affected. It was Captain Xia who comforted her and made her feel better. This time, they had miraculously bumped into each other again. It had to be said that she had some fate with Commander Su's soldiers. The person who received Yi Qian was an old armed police officer, but he did not know about the cooperation between Yi Qian and Su Yu. He only knew that this female student in front of him was quite powerful. She was a sniper and had strong individual combat ability. When Su Min mentioned her, he said that he could not find a second female soldier who was qualified for this mission other than her. Su Yu's corps reported this to the Yun province's military, and the military mentioned it to the military. In the end, the person in charge of the military nodded, and it was time for him and his comrades to come to the airport. Yi Qian did not think that Su Yu would still remember her, and even think of letting her join this operation. This time, it was all thanks to Head Commander Su that he remembered her. Otherwise, she would not have been part of this operation. She had to thank Chief Commander Su properly. Yi Qian smiled and asked, "Where is Commander Su now? Can I see him from here?" Yes, Chief Commander Su said that he was deeply sorry for not apologizing to you in person last time. This time, he will personally drive you over. Probably because they knew that the place they were sending Yi Qian to was to lure the people from Qin Mong Sane to kidnap Yi Qian. The anti-drug police officer's voice became much softer. There was even a hint of guilt in his eyes. For a matter of life and death like this, the male soldiers should be at the forefront. In the end, it was the female soldiers who were at the forefront. The male soldiers more or less felt a little guilty. Yi Qian did not think much of it. Male and female soldiers were the same. Why would they differentiate between men and women when they wore military uniforms? They were all soldiers. Chapter 3873. While she was heading to a border defense company to meet with Su Yu, Du Kaiwei, who was far away in the capital, flew into a rage at his sister Du Jiayi for the first time. The reason was that Du Jiayi had eavesdropped on his conversation with the commander of the 3rd Battalion. Du Jiayi, I think you're getting worse and worse. You don't even have the most basic etiquette. What have you been doing after leaving the army for so long? Didn't you say you were going to enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? What about your grades? What happened? What the hell are you doing day after day? Although Du Kaiwei was a little narrow-minded and would always protect his family regardless of whether they were right or wrong. He was still a soldier after all. Moreover, he was a regiment commander, so he had to set an example everywhere and pay special attention to the confidentiality of the troops. But he didn't expect that he had to be on guard at home, like an enemy. He even hid in the study to answer calls from the army, but his sister was eavesdropping. This time, Du Kaiwei was so angry that his face turned green. If word got out, he would have to change his regimental commander. Du Jiai, who heard the name Yi Qian, couldn't help but eavesdrop. She didn't expect to be yelled at by her brother. She was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a long time. Her eyes were wide open and her face was full of disbelief. Downstairs, Madame Li, who was playing with her grandson, heard her eldest son fly into a rage upstairs. She asked her eldest daughter-in-law to go up and take a look. Yun Yun, go up and see what's wrong with the eldest son. Why is he so angry during the New Year? Du Kaiwei's wife, Tian Yun, glanced upstairs but didn't go up. Instead, she smiled and said, "It's okay, Mom. Don't you know that Kaiwei has a bad temper? He'll be fine after a while. You don't have to worry." She then smiled at her son and said, "Dandan, don't you want to go next door to play with your friends? How about you go with Grandma?" Tian Yun knew that her husband was angry at her sister-in-law, Du Jiai. Although she didn't know why at this time, it was better not to get involved. She was the sister-in-law, and it wouldn't be good for her to persuade either side, so it was better to avoid it. Knowing her mother-in-law's temper, Tian Yun simply asked her son, who was already in the first grade, to distract her mother-in-law. Madame Li's anger disappeared little by little with her grandson's return. Now that her grandson said he wanted to go next door, she didn't care about the quarrel upstairs. She was ready to take her grandson to visit. However, she was still worried. When they reached the door, Madame Li said, "Go up and keep an eye on them. Kaiwei has a bad temper and has been in the army for a long time. Don't use the tactics of the army at home. Also, remind them that they still have to go to your grandmother's house for dinner later. Don't fight until their faces are red. Don't you feel ashamed when you go out?" Playing. After her mother-in-law left, Tian Yun's face turned cold. She had never liked this sister-in-law. She was very scheming, but she always pretended to be magnanimous. In the first year of her marriage, she suffered 2 big losses in the hands of her sister-in-law. Later, fortunately, her husband was transferred to Nanguang. She did not say anything and insisted on following the army rather than living in the military compound. She did not want to see her sister-in-law's face, which was two-faced in front of her face and behind her back. Chapter 3874. Tian Yun knew that her sister-in-law was not someone to be trifled with. She must have done something to provoke her husband, who had always been protective of her. She must have done something that crossed her husband's bottom line. Her mother-in-law asked her to go up and take a look. She couldn't wait for her husband to scold her for a while. However, if she didn't show up, she would still be caught red-handed by her sister-in-law. Thus, Tian Yun raised her voice downstairs and said, "It's the new year. If you have anything to say it properly. If you really can't do it, close the door and go into the room. Don't let anyone hear you. Those who don't know might think that there's a fight in the house." Du Jiai was a prideful person. When she heard her sister-in-law's voice, her face immediately turned red. She snapped out of her daze and jumped into the study like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. At the same time, she pushed her older brother, who was standing at the door, into the study. "I didn't do anything." "Big brother, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? What did you say to your platoon commander? Even if I eavesdropped, what could I have heard? There's still a door between us." Other than hearing Yi Qian's name, I didn't hear anything else clearly. I don't know what you said to your platoon commander. I didn't hear anything. And you even scolded me. Big brother, you're being too unreasonable. After entering the study, Du Jiayi reprimanded Du Kaiwei for being unreasonable and not scolding her. Du Kaiwei was so angry that he laughed. You heard Yi Jian's name and knew that it was the battalion commander of my regiment who called. You said you didn't hear it. Then how did you know it was the battalion commander of my regiment who called? Du Jiayi, was your brain bitten by a pig? The more he spoke, the angrier Du Kaiwei got. He slammed his palm on the desk. The sound was so loud that Du Jiayi's heart skipped a beat. Her little face tensed up even more. Seeing Du Kaiwei's face darken, Du Jiayi gritted her teeth and didn't dare to talk back. She bit her lip and apologized unhappily. I'm sorry, big brother. I didn't do it on purpose. It was because I heard Yi Qian's name that I couldn't control myself. It's true. I really didn't hear anything else. I only know that Yi Qian was directly demoted by the military. I wanted to know where she went, but you didn't tell me. Fortunately, he didn't say anything. While Jiayi was apologizing, Du Kaiwei, whose complexion was gradually turning for the better, harumphed loudly. He pulled the desk and chair over and sat down. With a stern expression, he stared at Du Jiayi and said in a deep voice, Jiayi, if you're blaming Yi Qian because of Yi Ying, then you're wrong. Although Yi Qian and Yi Ying are cousins, their personalities are completely different. Yi Ying wanted to use underhanded means to climb up the social ladder, but Yi Qian is different. She's outstanding in both ability and academics. She didn't need to resort to underhanded means to climb up the social ladder. She relied on herself to reach a height that even you can't reach. She's an outstanding military academy student. Previously, you said that you were stepping on Yi Ying's shoulders to pass the college entrance exams. You also said that you were deliberately framing Yi Ying so that you could steal the limelight. I've also observed Yi Qian during this period of time. She's not the kind of person you described her to be. So, Jiayi, you really need to change your temper sometimes. Don't act like you're the best. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about little uncle. Wasn't he glorious before? Didn't he bring glory to the Li family? But now, he's become a disgrace to the Li family. I don't even dare to mention the Li family. Chapter 3875. Du Kaiwei had always been good to his sister. Previously, he didn't have a good chat with Du Jiayi because he didn't know much about Yi Qian. This time, Du Kaiwei wanted to have a good chat with her. He said earnestly, this time, if Mom didn't say that she wanted to go back to the Li family to visit Grandma, I wouldn't have wanted to go. Jiayi, you're not young anymore. You're already 25 years old. You can't throw a tantrum like before. I can't indulge you like before and let you do whatever you want. Because of little uncle, our Du family has been targeted by the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection. Do you still think that the family isn't messy enough and want to make more trouble? Look at Dad. He can't even go home during the new year. He's already the deputy chief of staff and a major general, but because of little uncle's incident, Du Kaiwei, who had said everything in one breath, couldn't continue. The deputy chief of staff Du's position in the general staff department was a little awkward. He had less and less power, and his words carried less and less weight. A few days ago, when they were chatting, the deputy chief of staff Du even told his eldest son, Du Kaiwei, that he wanted to leave the general staff department. This scared Du Kaiwei. He was only a regiment commander now. If the deputy chief of staff Du in the general staff department retired, there would be no one in the court. It would be very inconvenient for him to do anything. Because of this, Du Kaiwei even chatted with the deputy chief of staff Du for a long time before he found out why his father wanted to retire. A large part of the reason was his family. Today, Du Jai happened to bump into the muzzle of the gun. Du Kaiwei, who had wanted to chat with his sister, suddenly exploded. He knew whether Du Jai heard him or not and how much she heard. When they talked about the main points, he didn't say much. He only answered with, okay. When he mentioned Yi Qian's name, he just wanted to confirm that the military didn't make a mistake. Who knew that Du Jai would hear it? Fortunately, it was a habit of hers. Even at home, she did not mention anything important, so Du Jai did not find out where Yi Qian had been transferred to. Du Kaiwei's original intention was to get Du Jai to let go of her prejudices against Yi Qian. However, the more he said this, the more Du Jai became prejudiced against Yi Qian. When she heard this, her eyes widened even more, and she said, "Brother, don't tell me you're also attracted by Yi Qian's face. That's why you're speaking up for her." When Du Kaiwei heard this, he was so angry that he slammed the table and shouted, "You're getting more and more outrageous." Yi Qian relied on his genuine talent and genuine knowledge. Why is it that when it comes to you, it's changed? It's fine if you say this in front of me, but if you dare to say this in front of your sister-in-law, Du Jai, don't blame me for being rude when the time comes. This was great. It was as if he had reminded Du Jai of who she could borrow to teach Yi Qian a lesson. She did not want to find anyone else, but she could definitely find her sister-in-law. Du Jai's eyes flashed slightly, and she immediately lowered her head and obediently said, "Oh." In order not to let Du Kaiwei know what she was planning, she deliberately asked, "Brother, where exactly has Yi Qian been transferred to? Since you said that she's so capable, isn't it getting more and more high profile? Do you think you haven't been scolded enough just now? You still dare to ask?" Du Kaiwei glared at her. Since she already knew who she could borrow to deal with Yi Qian, Du Jai did not pursue the matter. She stuck out her tongue and said cheekily, "I don't dare to ask. I don't dare to ask. All right, brother, don't be angry. Don't be angry." Chapter 3876. Du Jai knew very well how to appease her brother. She pouted and pretended to be aggrieved. "I admit that I have a deep prejudice against Yi Qian, who asked her to offend me in the past. Also, all of you say that she's amazing. I'm not convinced. I think I'm much better than her. Also, brother, you can't expect me to get rid of my prejudice against her all of a sudden. It has to be done slowly. Don't worry, I won't say a word about your conversation with the army. I promise, I swear." She smiled and made faces. In the end, she even ran over to massage Du Kaiwei's shoulders. After a while, she coaxed Du Kaiwei until his face was no longer dark. She said dotingly, "Don't say that you're better than Yi Qian. She's a rare talent. All the soldiers in the company are convinced by her. You're indeed better than her in some aspects. For example, you're better than her in singing and dancing. I heard that Qin Xiu likes singing and dancing dramas. You should take a look at them and strive for a common language between the two of you. You have to take the Ministry of Foreign Affairs exam and have a common language. Qin Xiu is good. Brother supports you." At the mention of Qin Xiu, Du Jai pursed her lips. She had pursued Qin Xiu for so long. Even Qin Xiu's mother was happy for her to be with him. However, Qin Xiu kept his distance from her. From the beginning until now, he had not given her any hope. Du Jai sensed that his sister was in low spirits. He did not ask her to continue massaging his shoulders. He turned his chair to face Du Jai and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is Qin Xiu not good?" "It's not that he's not good. He's very good. It's just that I've pursued him for so long and he hasn't said anything." "Hasn't said anything at all? That shouldn't be. Could it be that Qin Xiu has a girl he likes? Hearing this, Du Jiai's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She had been chasing after him for so long, but there was no result. She was afraid that Qin Xiu was really in love with another woman, like her brother said, who dared to steal Du Jiai's boyfriend. Qin Xiu is 28 years old today. It's normal for him to have a girl he likes. Even if he does, he needs the Qin family's approval. Since Qin Xiu's mother has always been happy for you to be with Qin Xiu, it can be seen that the girl that Qin Xiu likes has never been recognized by the Qin family. For a family like the Qin family, a marriage between two people really can't be decided by both parties' wishful thinking. The most important thing is that the two families are of equal social status and that the parents are satisfied. Jiai, your chances of winning are still much higher. Even so, she didn't want the man she liked to like another girl. She absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He had to investigate this thoroughly. Coincidentally, it was the Chinese New Year now. She could find out where Qin Xiu went during the Chinese New Year and which girls he met. This could basically determine who the girl that Qin Xiu liked was. At the mention of Qin Xiu, Du Jiai forgot about her plan to scheme against Yi Qian. Instead, she was thinking about how to find out about Qin Xiu's activities over the past few days. Du Kaiwei naturally stood on his sister's side and even helped her investigate in secret. It was easy to find out where Qin Xiu had been over the past few days. After Mrs. Li brought her grandson home, she heard her daughter's reminder and called Mrs. Qin. The only answer she received was that Mrs. Qin went to the Fu family all day long to play chess with old Master Fu. Old Master Fu didn't have any girls at home. Only then did Du Jiai relax. In the afternoon, she happily accompanied Mrs. Li to the Li family's house. Du Kaiwei and his family also came along. Chapter 3877. In the car, Du Kaiwei received a few more calls from the army. There were no more reports about Yi Qian to him. When they arrived at the Li family, Du Jiai forgot about her oath. She turned around and told Old Man Li and Old Madam Xiao Li that she was scolded by her brother because of an annoying outsider. Then, Old Madam Xiao Li asked who the outsider was. Du Jiai directly said Yi Qian's name and explained it in detail. Old Man Li, who wasn't paying attention, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He found out that his son died at sea because it was related to the old case of a martyr surnamed Sunday. At the same time, he found out that this martyr surnamed Sun married into a family with the surname Yi. The person that his granddaughter disliked also had the surname Yi. He really didn't like this Yi and Sun surname at that time. Old Man Li didn't think that Yi Qian was related to the martyr surnamed Sun. He only paid more attention because of the surname Yi. However, he didn't ask much. He only remembered Yi Qian in his heart and said, "In the future, don't interact with people with the surname Yi. Your mother was humiliated by two people with the surname Yi. It's obvious that people with the surname Yi don't have good characters." Old Man Li's words made Du Jiai suddenly find support. She nodded in agreement. That's right. Grandpa is wise and powerful, unlike my brother, who easily forgives Yi Qian's actions just because he's good-looking. Sister-in-law, hurry up and control Big Brother. Don't let him be bewitched by other women. A basin of dirty water was casually poured on Yi Qian. Du Kaiwei, who had gone outside to answer the call, didn't know. He only knew that his wife, Tian Yun, looked a little forced when he came back. No one mentioned what Du Jiai had said. It was only when Tian Yun mentioned it before going to bed that Du Kaiwei found out what Du Jiai had said. His face was so gloomy that it could drip water. If it weren't for the fact that Du Jai stayed at the Li family's house for the night and didn't go back to the Du family's house, Du Kaiwei would have kicked the door and scolded her. It was already late at night in the capital, and countless people had already entered a deep sleep. Yi Qian departed from Buchangshui Airport and did not arrive at a certain border defense company until 11 in the morning. When Suyu, the captain of the Border Defense Narcotics Division, saw Yi Qian push open the car door, he strode forward to greet him. He and Yi Qian had not seen each other since the end of the competition in Australia. When they met again, Suyu looked at Yi Qian, who was dressed in his military uniform, and said emotionally, "At that time, you were still a junior high school student, and I was just an ordinary border police officer. When we met again, you had already become a soldier, and I was old." 6 or 7 years ago, Suyu was 29 years old. Now that he was 35 or 36 years old, he definitely couldn't be considered old, but his eyes were sharper than before. When he swept his gaze over, he had an aura that made criminals panic. Yi Qian smiled and said, "I didn't think that I would have the opportunity to work with you a third time. This time, I'll have to trouble you again, Captain Su." I'm wrong. I'm the one who should be asking for your advice." Suyu smiled as he looked at the girl who used to be thin and weak. Now, she had become a young soldier with sharp eyes. He could only sigh in his heart that time had passed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the little girl who had shocked him greatly in the past had become a soldier who could fight alone. They didn't catch up. Yi Qian only stopped at the Border Defense Company for a short while before rushing overnight to a certain border checkpoint where people under Qin Mongsane had appeared. Chapter 3878. The border checkpoint they went to did not have any performances planned. In order to cooperate with the anti-narcotics police and the Yun province military, the art troupe changed their performance plan and went to the checkpoint where Qin Mongsane's subordinates appeared. To ensure the safety of the art troupe soldiers, all the soldiers knew that they were only going to cooperate with a decapitation operation. They were not allowed to leave the barracks alone. After the performance, all of them stayed in the barracks. No one was allowed to go out. There were very few female soldiers at the border and checkpoints. There were not many female soldiers in the communication company. Almost all of them were male soldiers. The art troupe went to the village to perform. Therefore, Qin Mongsane, who knew that the art troupe was going to the border, targeted the female soldiers at the performance to threaten the Chinese side. He did not target the male soldiers because female soldiers were easier to control. It would also make the Chinese side more nervous. Yi Qian rushed to the company that was going to perform that night. She arrived at 3 in the morning. Then she changed into a female soldier's uniform and sneaked into the art troupe. Suyu, who had been sending Yi Jian over, quietly looked at the young soldier who had changed into his military uniform. His fingers trembled very, very slightly. He walked over, raised his hand, and adjusted Yi Qian's military cap. His eyes were slightly red. "Yi Qian, I'm still waiting to work with you for the 4th time. The 5th time? Countless times." Why did he let Yi Qian take the risk again? Because he really had no other choice. Zhou Yijin chose Yi Qian, Qin Mongsane chose female soldiers, and Yi Qian became the most suitable female soldier. After adjusting Yi Qian's military cap and epaulets, Suyu took 3 steps back and saluted this young female soldier who dared to go into the tiger's den alone. "Captain Su, wait for my good news." Yi Jian responded to Suyu with a military salute. Then she turned around and walked into the barracks without looking back. Suyu stood where he was and watched the young and brave female soldier walk into the darkness. Then she walked to where the street lamps were shining. Her slender figure was as straight as a spear until she was completely out of his sight. The information provided by the informant was correct. Qin Mong Sane no longer sent a child to pretend to be hit by a motorcycle. Instead, they sent a pregnant woman to pretend to be hit by a vehicle from the Arts and Crafts Regiment. Then, the entire vehicle was surrounded by residents. Yi Qian got out of the vehicle under such circumstances and sent the pregnant woman to the hospital with a male soldier from the Arts and Crafts Regiment. Seeing that they were about to reach the hospital near the checkpoint, the male soldiers received a call from their regiment and had no choice but to get out of the car and leave. Meanwhile, Yi Qian brought the pregnant woman to the hospital alone. All of this was being watched by the Border and Narcotics Police. From the moment the pregnant woman pretended to be hit by a car, the police knew something was wrong. Sure enough, before the car reached the hospital, something happened at Yi Qian. The same trick that was used on Zhou Yijin was used on her again. The pregnant woman, who leaned on her, used chloroform to cover her nose. Before she fainted, Yi Qian had already memorized the features of the driver and the pregnant woman who pretended to be hit by a car. When she woke up, her eyes and legs were all tied up, but the silver wire was still in her hands. She didn't know where she was being taken. At this moment, Yi Qian had completely lost her sense of direction. She just followed wherever the other party took her. Qin Mong Sane knew that his subordinates had kidnapped another Chinese female soldier. He laughed heartily at Cobra and said, "Did you see that? This is what happens to the narcotics police when they anger me. I will use even crueler methods to repay them. I will let them know how powerful Qin Mong Sane is." Chapter 3879. Cobra had kidnapped government soldiers before, so he didn't find it strange. Plus, he didn't know much about the Chinese side. Cobra, who had always been smart and cunning, actually made a wrong judgment on this matter. This made him think that the Chinese border police force was just average. And not like what Luke said, the Chinese side was a restricted area for mercenaries. Therefore, Cobra thought that it wasn't difficult for him to enter the Chinese side. Luke and Xia Jinyuan, who had sneaked into the Chinese side illegally, hadn't returned safely. Cobra saw Qin Mong Sane's smug look and laughed with him. The kidnapping of the Chinese female soldiers was done beautifully. It would attract most of the attention of the Chinese border police force, thus reducing the danger to Luke and Xia. This was also why Cobra strongly supported Qin Mong Sane's kidnapping plan when he found out about it. A large net was spread out by the main forces of the Chinese side. They didn't have any contact with the Burmese military at all. They entered the tiger's den alone in the most dangerous way and went straight for Qin Mong Sane's head. Yi Qian was the most important member of this large net. She wasn't responsible for rescuing Zhou Yijin and the other female soldier, but was going straight for Qin Mong Sane's head. Would she be able to see Qin Mong Sane? No one knew. Why was Commander-in-Chief Xia angry? This was a gamble, and it was also a gamble with their lives. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was angry, finally chose to understand, because even if he knew that there wasn't a 100% chance, even if there was only a 1% chance, the Chinese side was willing to take a gamble. The other side had already shown their guns and dared to set a trap to kidnap Chinese soldiers. If the Chinese side continued to endure and only sent people to rescue the two female soldiers, it would undoubtedly increase the other side's arrogance. The Chinese side wouldn't provoke an irrational conflict, but in the face of the gun, the Chinese soldiers would definitely not remain silent. When it was time to show their swords, they had to show their swords. Yi Qian was this shining sword. Once the sword was unsheathed, even if there was only a 1% chance, they had to act. There was no backup, no retreat, only forward. A lone canopy traversed tens of thousands of miles, and this was the final farewell. Perhaps this time, it was the final farewell. Perhaps this time, the soldiers would not return, and their blood would dye the Green Mountains red. Commander-in-Chief Xia and Suyu both knew about this. But Yi Qian did not think that this was a farewell. She was confident that she could escape, and she also believed that she could do it. The only thing she needed to worry about now was whether or not she would be able to see Qin Mongsane. Only when she saw Qin Mongsane would she have a chance to make a move. The criminals who were active at the border had their own way of survival. They would not pass through the checkpoints in the normal way. Instead, they would enter the villages at the border of two countries and then enter the territory of another country through the waterway. Zhou Yijin and another female soldier had used this method to leave China. Similarly, Yi Qian had also used this method to leave China. The people in the car had already noticed that Yi Qian had woken up. A woman sitting in the back pressed something hard against Yi Qian's waist and said coldly, "Right now, I'm holding a gun against you. If I find out that you don't cooperate, I will send all the bullets in the gun to your body." Her Mandarin was very standard. Those who didn't know would think that she was Chinese. Yi Qian was very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the pregnant woman who had pretended to be injured and needed to be sent to the hospital. Now, the other party's voice was cold and gloomy. She didn't sound like someone who had a stomachache that needed to be checked at the hospital. The stomachache was fake, and so was the pregnancy. Chapter 3880. The man who was driving said a bunch of things in Burmese. The woman holding the gun fell silent, but the gun in her hand was pressed even harder against Yi Qian's waist. Yi Qian, who was blindfolded, did not know that the man sitting in the front passenger seat took out a syringe filled with medicine from a box and gave a look to the woman sitting in the back seat with Yi Qian. The moment his wrist was grabbed, Yi Qian seemed to have sensed something, and he panicked for a moment. "Yi Qian, this trip is very dangerous. You never know what the other party will do to you. They don't have any humanity, and they will do everything they can to protect their own interests. Once you become their captive, you will face many dangers. You must be mentally prepared. I'm guessing that you must have undergone captive training, but in reality, the difficulties that real captives face are many times crueler than what you faced during training. You never know what they will do to you next. Male soldiers are often beaten, insulted, and injected with medicine. These are the most common methods used by captives. Female soldiers are far more common than these, and they may even be violated. If I didn't know that Qin Mongsane wanted to kidnap female soldiers to make a deal with us, I definitely wouldn't have mentioned your name and let you face the danger of being a captive." That was what Suyu said to Yi Qian in the car on the way to the border. Yi Qian was indeed mentally prepared, but when the sharp needle pierced into his skin, Yi Qian knew that he was not mentally prepared enough. Yi Qian, whose body gradually softened, heaved a sigh of relief. It was not the injection that she thought it would be. It was an anesthetic that would make her completely unconscious. Looking at the unconscious Yi Qian, the eyes of the women sitting in the car flashed with resentment. She wanted to torture this female soldier, but her companions in the car did not allow it. This made her very angry. "Our boss still needs them to make a deal. If you torture her to death, there will only be one outcome for you. Keep your resentment. Now is not the time to kill them." The man sitting in the passenger seat put the syringe back into the box, turned around, and said to the dark-skinned woman with a slightly flat nose but delicate facial features, "We're only responsible for sending her there. We can't kill her directly. But my brother died in the hands of their country's soldiers. If my brother was still alive, I wouldn't have been beaten by my mother. All the tragedies I'm experiencing now are caused by their country's soldiers." The woman roared in a low voice, and her delicate facial features instantly became ferocious. "It's their country caused me to lose my brother, and caused my whole family to be in pain. I want to kill her. I want to kill her right now." She was so agitated that she could not hold of Yi Qian's right, of course. At this moment, Yi Qian was completely defenseless. Even the members of Cloud Leopard's commando team, who had been chasing after her, could not help her. Being captured meant that one's life was in the hands of others. Just like Yi Qian, no matter how good she was at fighting alone, she had lost the ability to fight back. This was the last thing Xia Jinyuan wanted to see. Unfortunately, when he was not around, Yi Qian chose to be captured in order to cooperate with the Border Drug Enforcement Team. This was also the first time Yi Qian was captured after entering the military. Chapter 3881. The muzzle of the gun left a red semicircle mark on Yi Qian's temple. The woman growled in a low voice and even pulled the trigger. If she took one more step, the bullet would pierce through Yi Qian's temple and enter his brain, then shoot out the other side of his temple. The man in the driver's seat slammed on the emergency brake. The ferocious-looking woman was caught off guard and fell forward. The man in the front passenger seat quickly snatched the gun from the woman's hand. Dan E., if you kill her now, your entire family will be killed by the boss. The man who snatched the gun calmly reminded her. They were all subordinates of Qin Mong Sain. They had served in the Burmese army and joined Qin Mong Sain's drug syndicate after they retired. Right now, what their boss needed were living Chinese female soldiers, not dead Chinese female soldiers. If they ruined their boss's plan for personal revenge, everyone would end up in a terrible state. Their families would also be implicated. The car became quiet. The woman named Dan E. woke up from her madness. She knew that she couldn't kill the woman sitting next to her today, so she vented her anger by throwing punches at Yi Qian in the car. This time, the two men sitting in front didn't stop the woman from venting her anger. Yi Qian, who had been injected with a strong anesthetic, couldn't feel any pain. When Yi Qian woke up again, he felt like he had been hidden in a barrel similar to a beer barrel. His entire body was knocked around, and his shoulders were in extreme pain. As the dizziness gradually disappeared, Yi Qian felt a dull pain in his chest, arms, and other parts of his body. There was even a burning pain coming from the corner of his mouth. She had been beaten up, and not lightly at that. Her curled-up body wanted to move, but she realized that there was no room for her to move. After being beaten up, she was forced into an oval barrel. Her journey as a captive had just begun, but she could already feel that she would be treated even more cruelly in the future. The captive training she received in the past really wasn't enough. Just as Suyu said, you never know what kind of predicament you will face after being captured. You never know what you will face. Yi Qian, who had something stuffed in his mouth to prevent him from making a sound, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Every time she faced a new challenge, she couldn't help but think of what Captain Xia said. He said that the training she received now was nothing, and that more difficult things were waiting for her in the future. Captain Xia was right. When faced with a new predicament, she knew that the training she received in the past really was nothing. Captive, she was a captive now. A captive who didn't know what dangers she would face in the future. At this moment, Yi Jian's heart was actually a little flustered. She knew that there were tigers in the mountains, so she was clearly mentally prepared for this trip. However, even at this moment, she still felt uneasy. If she was like this, what about Yi and the other female soldier? Wouldn't they be even? Thinking of Zhou Yijin and the other female soldier, Yi Jian gradually calmed down despite her panic. Do your best, Yi Qian. You're a special forces soldier. You're going to save people and execute a decapitation mission. Take things as they come. There's nothing to be nervous about. Yi Qian started to cheer herself on, and in her heart, she recited the oath she took when she joined the army. She had long memorized the oath, and she could even recite it backwards, over and over again. That sonorous and powerful oath, that oath that was filled with blood and bravery, and that oath that was engraved with countless heroic stories dispersed the little bit of panic in Yi Qian's heart. It made her calmer and more composed. Chapter 3882. She was a soldier who was prepared to sacrifice herself the moment she put on her military uniform. There was nothing to be afraid of. That's right, there was nothing to be afraid of. The boat was still moving on the river. Yi Qian, whose mind was clear, moved her hands and feet again. She didn't look for a way to untie them. She held her breath quietly and used her ears to identify where she was. She heard the sound of water and the sound of machinery running. Other than that, there was no other sound. It was very likely that she was alone. The sound of water, machinery running, and the ups and downs of the boat. Then she should be on the boat. Captain Su had told her that Yi Jin and another female soldier had also left the country through the waterway, and she was in the same situation now. She just didn't know if she was still in the country or had already left. Yi Qian, who didn't struggle, thought quietly. Gradually, her eyelids became heavy again. The space in the bucket was small, and with the strong anesthetic remaining, Yi Qian fell asleep again after about half an hour of rocking. The boat was still moving. Qin Mong Sane still wanted to make a deal with the anti-drug police, so she was safe for the time being. Since she was safe for the time being, she might as well use the time to rest. The soles of Yi Qian's military boots were installed with satellite signal trackers. Even if the other party left the country without stopping, their whereabouts would be tracked by the anti-drug police and the Yun Province's Cloud Leopard Commando team. They would also send a disguised cargo ship to follow them. Suyu was on the boat. He stared at the flashing signal. The wireless communication device in his hand had never left his hand since he boarded the boat. The boat is moving too fast. Maintain the speed at 10 knots. Maintain the speed at 10 knots. The speed of the other party's cargo ship was about 12 knots, and the disguised cargo ship was following at 10 knots. The distance between the two was not too far, but not too close. If anything happened, they could immediately support Yi Qian and not be suspected by the other party. The river they were on flowed through China, Laos, Myanmar, and Thailand. Now the boat had entered the Golden Triangle and was about to enter Myanmar. The boat, Yi Qian, was on accelerated out of the country. When the boat left the country, the tense expressions of the people on the small cargo ship all relaxed. Now they were safe. On the other hand, the Chinese camouflage ship behind them slowed down and didn't follow them closely. Now that they had entered the Burmese territory, it was their turn to be careful. It had been 36 hours since Yi Qian was kidnapped. Meanwhile, Yi Qian did not know that she had already been kidnapped for 36 hours. She had been drugged with a strong anesthetic and was in a daze the entire way. She would go back to sleep when she woke up and listen to her surroundings when she woke up. When she heard the sound of water, she would go back to sleep. By the time the strong anesthetic wore off, it had been 38 hours since she had been kidnapped. It was 11 p.m. the next day. Less than 10 minutes after 11 o'clock, the cargo ship began to dock. Yi Qian, who had a good night's sleep, woke up with a start when the cargo ship docked. The cargo ship came to a stop. Yi Qian could hear countless footsteps and shouts coming from above. People were moving around to unload the cargo on the ship. They had been unloading the cargo for more than an hour. One by one, Yi Qian, who was quietly huddled in the wooden barrels, heard the creaking sound of metal plates being pulled up. Then, a few people stepped on the metal ladders and came down. Gradually, the heavy footsteps came closer and closer. Finally, they stopped beside the wooden barrels. Chapter 3883. Without any warning, someone pushed down the wooden barrel. She felt dizzy for a while. Bang, 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 bang. Yi Jian heard someone talking loudly outside. Then someone else was talking loudly. They were not quarreling, but were excited. The wooden barrel that rolled to the corner finally stopped. Yi Qian, whose stomach was churning from the spinning, had yet to catch his breath when the barrel was kicked again. The sound of laughter continued. They treated the barrel like a toy. Some kicked it, some rolled it, and some laughed loudly. After not drinking for 38 hours and being kicked around like a toy, Yi Qian, whose body was curled up, swallowed the bitter bile in his mouth several times from the spinning. These people did it on purpose. They used this method to humiliate the Chinese soldiers they had captured. They also used this method to satisfy their sense of achievement. Usually, they were the ones who avoided the Chinese armed police. Now, they could finally hold their heads up high. Since we can't kill her, let's have some fun first. Ha ha. The Chinese soldiers and the female soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment. Didn't they think they were very powerful? What happened in the end? Their female soldiers have fallen into our hands. Ha ha. We can do whatever we want. Ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter kept drifting into Yi Qian's ears. The wooden barrel continued to spin. Whenever it stopped, they would immediately kick and push the barrel around for fun. The people who were suppressed by the Chinese anti-drug police and border police did not dare to move. They only stopped when they felt that there was no point in kicking the barrel. The sound of a tool being pried came from the lid of the wooden barrel. After a while, fresh air poured in from all directions. Yi Jian lowered her head and constantly adjusted her breathing so that her brain, which was a little lacking in oxygen, could become more awake. Yi Qian did not feel that it was scary to treat him this way. It was just to let them be arrogant for a while. She would have a chance to get back at them one day. Someone grabbed his shoulder and pulled him out of the barrel in an extremely rough manner. Then he was thrown to the side, like trash. The cloth covering his eyes was removed. A faint light shone into Yi Qian's eyes. He squinted and saw at least 5 people standing in front of him. This woman is very beautiful. A Burmese man chuckled meaningfully as a wretched smile appeared in his eyes. He bent down and grabbed Yi Qian's chin with one hand. He looked left and right and stared at Yi Qian as if he was looking at an object. He turned his head and said to his companions, "Such a beautiful female soldier. Don't you have any other thoughts?" After he finished speaking, everyone around him laughed heartily. "You'd better not have any ideas. The boss is still waiting for us to bring her over. If you break her, the boss will break you. If you want a woman, go outside and find one. Don't lose your life just because you want to feel good now." The lecherous man was persuaded by his companions to let go of Yi Qian's chin. With a look of pity, he said, "She's really beautiful. She's prettier than any woman I've seen before. Beauty doesn't belong to you. Our boss might be able to enjoy it. If one day our boss doesn't like her, I might be able to touch her." The lecherous man clicked his tongue and stood up. Although he liked beautiful women, he cherished his life even more. Yi Qian did not understand what they were saying, but he knew what they were talking about from their laughter. Chapter 3884. Yi Qian couldn't express her anger with her mouth gagged, so she used her eyes to express her anger. Even though she wasn't afraid of the predicament she was in, she still had to express some of the emotions a person should have after being kidnapped. She couldn't just watch from the sidelines and act calm, could she? Her glare only made the Burmese criminals laugh even louder. A man and a woman walked into the cabin along the iron ladder. When the woman saw the men surrounding the Chinese female soldiers, she burst into laughter. Her eyes flashed with a twisted ruthlessness, and she said sarcastically from behind them, "If you want to play so much, why don't you play? She's in your hands. You can do whatever you want to her. What, are you all so cowardly that you don't dare to play?" The woman said sarcastically. She was trying to provoke the men by looking down on them. She wanted them to take action against the female soldier who hated her to the core. Dan E., if you don't want to live, don't drag us down with you. A man who came and said, unhappily, he knew what the woman beside him wanted to do. Her brother had been caught and executed by the Chinese armed police. She only wanted to take revenge now and didn't care about the lives of others. Yi Qian's gaze fell on the woman standing at the front. When her gaze fell on the woman's flat stomach, she seemed to understand something, and her eyes burned with anger. She questioned the woman with her gaze why she pretended to be pregnant to deceive her. The woman faced Yi Qian's angry gaze and walked closer step by step. When she was standing in front of Yi Qian, her face suddenly twisted. She raised her hand and slapped Yi Qian's face hard. Slap, slap, slap. She slapped Yi Qian's cheeks twice. Just wait for your death. Glaring at me, I'll gouge out your eyeballs and feed them to the dogs. Her sinister voice was filled with hatred. The armed police who executed her brother wasn't Yi Qian, but she was now completely angry with Yi Qian. She vented all her anger on Yi Qian and wanted to cut Yi Qian into pieces. Yi Qian, whose mouth was bleeding from the 2 slaps, began to struggle. She whimpered angrily. The more she struggled, the more excited the woman became. The flames of vengeance in her eyes burned even brighter. You will be in a lot of pain, but I will be very, very happy. Just you wait, female soldier from the Chinese side. In the face of Yi Qian's anger, the woman seemed to be greatly satisfied. She turned around and said to the men behind her, how can you not enjoy such a beautiful woman? You really make me look down on you. The sharp voice filled the entire cabin. Dan E., you can shut up now. You can take your family and throw away your lives, but my family and I still need to live. The man who appeared with her had a cold expression. He saw that one of the guys, who was famous for liking beautiful women, was really moved by Dan Yi's words. He pulled out the knife from his waist and threw it to the man, who was ready to move. If you don't want to die, you can kill yourself now. Don't drag all of us down with you. The lecherous Burmese man lowered his head and looked at the knife by his feet. He swallowed with difficulty. In the end, he didn't move again. Instead, he took a small step back. He probably felt that it was embarrassing for him to take a step back, so he took another step sideways. His line of sight was no longer blocked. He stared straight at Yi Qian, who was glaring at him. He chuckled and said, "Did you see that? This female soldier is angry. We haven't done anything to her yet, and she's already angry. She's beautiful when she's angry. I like her even more. All right, get off the boat. Don't waste time." Chapter 3885. Dan E., the woman who wanted to trick the man, said in a cold voice, "I don't believe that you don't have any thoughts about such a beautiful woman, especially a female soldier. Who are you trying to fool? Are you trying to fool yourself? What's the use of thinking about her? Is a woman more important than your life?" Of course his life was more important. The Burmese man didn't fall for her trick, but his lust was aroused. He wiped the corner of his mouth and felt that it was a pity that he couldn't get what he wanted. Since he couldn't touch her, he could at least touch her. He took a step forward and was pulled back by his companions. "What else do you want to do? Get to work. You're all a bunch of people that we women look down on. You're only fit to play with women who need money." Dan E. knew that no one dared to touch the female soldier. She angrily grabbed Yi Qian's hair again and forced Yi Qian to look up at her. "I won't let you off so easily. Just you wait, female soldier." The moment Yi Qian's hair was pulled tightly by the woman, he stopped trying to free himself from the ropes. Yi Qian understood the meaning behind their laughter. He was already prepared to escape. Yi Qian, if they do anything to you on the road, you don't have to tolerate it. You can fight back. So you had warned Yi Qian in the car. Yi Qian, whose eyes were burning with anger, glared back at the woman. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and seeped into the cloth in his mouth. The smell of rust filled his mouth. Yi couldn't help but grit her teeth when she saw Yi Qian's angry glare. In the end, she snorted heavily and released her grip on Yi Qian's hair. She didn't want to die, but she couldn't let others vent her anger for her. In the end, she could only choose to let go for now. Yi Qian's tied hands slowly clenched. His palms were sweaty. Just now, if they really wanted to do something to her, she would definitely choose to fight back. Suyu reminded her. Commander-in-Chief Xia also reminded her. Although they said that, if Yi Qian was really violated, would he be able to fight back? No one knew. This was an operation full of uncertainties. For a female soldier of Yi Qian to enter the tiger's den alone, there were countless possibilities. Even if she had a signal tracker on her, even if her current location was known by the Yun Province Narcotics Division and the Cloud Leopard Commandos, they were still a certain distance away from Yi Qian. If something really happened, they would be too far away to help. Countless silhouettes slowly climbed out of the ice-cold river and onto the shore. They climbed up one after another and silently flashed into the dense forest like ghosts. Their speed was very fast. Even if caterpillars fell on their bodies, these people did not stop running. They approached the current location of the female soldier at their fastest speed. Quick, quick, quick! The person running at the front shouted in a low voice, signaling his comrades behind him to follow as soon as possible. They had no way to approach the port where the female soldiers were by boat, so they could only approach it by foot. Now that the port was right in front of them, they needed to find the best vantage point to keep an eye on it. The silhouettes passed through the dense forest. The leaves rustled very softly, like the wind blowing through the treetops without leaving a trace. Several silhouettes passed by one after another and approached the port. The port ahead was lit up. The members of the Cloud Leopard Commandos hidden in the trees raised their binoculars to observe the movements ahead. They saw crew members moving boxes of goods onto the shore. A few of them communicated quickly with hand signals. Soon after, 2 members of the Cloud Leopard Commandos approached the truck parked in front of the port. Chapter 3886. Someone was walking back and forth with a gun. The 2 of them stomped their feet, and with a whoosh, they jumped onto the truck full of goods and observed from the closest and most dangerous distance. The lone female soldier was still on the boat and had not come down. They had been tracking her for a long time and did not know what the situation was like. The leader of the team in charge of tracking her had a serious expression. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and there should be some movement. As time passed, around 1 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian with her hands tied appeared in the line of sight of the Cloud Leopard Commando team. They saw the female soldier, Yi Jian, with her hands tied behind her back. In order to prevent her from escaping, a rope was tied to her feet, which was just enough for her to take 1 step forward. She also wore a black hood on her head, which was to prevent her from seeing her surroundings and knowing where she was. The members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team tightened their grip on their guns. Where would the female soldier be taken next? Would she be taken to the village where there were already 2 female soldiers? Don't move. They might leave in the truck. The scout reminded the team members who had already sneaked into the truck to observe. They are already walking towards the truck with the female soldier. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, Yi Qian was pushed off the boat. She only knew that it was already night time when she heard the night insects. She did not know exactly what time it was and did not know how many hours she had been kidnapped. The guy who pushed her off the boat warned her in stiff Mandarin not to try to escape. They were surrounded by their people, and she would not be able to escape. Escape? She had only thought of escaping when she was in the cabin. Now, she did not have any thoughts of escaping. 2 meters. Prepare to get on the truck. When Yi Qian was pushed onto the truck, the scouts of the Cloud Leopard Commando team sneaked down from the tree. The truck started, and the Cloud Leopard Commando team members continued to move forward. Inform Team 1 that the truck is already heading southeast. We will follow them now and ask them to keep a close eye on it. The 3rd female soldier will be arriving at the destination soon. Team 1 was the team members who had been following Zhou Yijin and the other female soldier. At this time, they had already sneaked into a village near a Burmese military unit in Myanmar. Zhou Yijin and the other female soldier were in the village and were temporarily safe. Qin Mong Sain did not appear, so it was impossible to confirm whether he was in the village or not. The village was located deep within the borders of the 3 countries. It was close to a certain unit of the Burmese military, which was the backer of Qin Mong Sain. With his protection, Qin Mong Sain became the most difficult drug lord to catch. Qin Mong Sain was not in the village. He had gone to the army's headquarters to meet with his protector. He didn't tell them his plan. He only said that there was an international drug dealer, Cobra, who wanted to meet with Umbrella. He wanted to see if they had time to meet. Cobra he wanted to meet with the senior military official of Myanmar. When he first mentioned it, he thought that he would be rejected by Kim Mong-sung. But when he tentatively mentioned it, the senior military official was very generous and said that he could introduce him to the senior military official. This made Cobra very happy. He immediately prepared a bank card with enough US dollars as a meeting gift and presented it to the senior military official of Myanmar. At this time, Cobra and Qin Mong Sain's protector were chatting happily. They even talked about future cooperation. One was happy to find out the considerable balance in the card, and the other was happy to find the Burmese military for protection. Therefore, both sides looked very satisfied. Chapter 3887. The Burmese military officials even agreed to send someone to escort Cobra into the Chinese territory, instead of sneaking in. Cobra expressed his gratitude to them. He had always been cunning and suspicious, but he didn't lower his guard because of this. According to his investigation, Qin Mong Sain was a guy who would do anything for his own benefit, similar to himself. A person like him couldn't be so generous all of a sudden. There must be a reason. Before Cobra could figure out what the reason was, his bodyguard received a call from Luke, who had sneaked into the Chinese territory. Luke said that he and Xia, who had entered the Chinese territory, were stopped without any warning. If Xia hadn't reacted fast enough, they would have been detained by the Chinese armed police and wouldn't have been able to come back. More importantly, the goods they were responsible for bringing over weren't poisonous goods at all. They looked like poisonous goods, but they were actually the most common sugar. At that moment, Cobra knew why Qin Mong Sain was so generous. It turned out that he had asked his subordinates to sneak into the Chinese territory to transport the goods. He wanted to use his 2 subordinates to distract the Chinese armed police so that he could kidnap the Chinese female soldiers in exchange for the goods that had been detained by the Chinese armed police. This was a cunning and vicious wolf. His generosity was fake, but his calculation was real. Introducing him to the Burmese military officials seemed generous on the surface, but what if he wanted to kill him? The bodyguard whispered a few words in Cobra's ear. Cobra, who had a rough idea of what was going on, was able to control his anger. He continued to talk with the Burmese military officials until the end. Qin Mong Sain's bodyguard really wanted to cooperate with Cobra. After the conversation, he whispered to Qin Mong Sain, "We can cooperate. His strength is far above yours. With him, I can make more money." "I think so too," With him, our business will expand, and we will make more money. Qin Mong Sane said with a smile, but his eyes were gloomy. Cobra was really something. No wonder Commander Min Lai asked him to go out to do something. It turned out that he wanted to avoid him. Had they reached a deal that he didn't know about? The coldness in Qin Mong Sane's eyes deepened as he smiled. It seemed that he had miscalculated. He had thought that no matter how powerful Cobra was, it would be impossible for Commander Min Lai to have the intention to cooperate immediately. In the end, he had underestimated Cobra. Who the hell was Cobra? He had been investigating for a few days, but there was no news at all. He only knew that he was indeed an international drug king. Other than that, there was no other information. Should he leak some information to the anti-drug police that an international drug king was trying to sneak into China's territory? Cobra had been targeted by the Chinese before the cooperation even began. With Commander Min Lai's caution, he would definitely reconsider cooperating with Cobra. Even if he chose to cooperate with Cobra in the end, he would eventually cooperate through himself. Qin Mong Sane, who didn't want Cobra to take away his protection, began to think. Outside, Cobra, who was waiting for Qin Mong Sane to come out, was holding a phone with a blocked signal. His eyes were gloomy. He hadn't tasted the feeling of being schemed against for a long time. Well, the feeling of being schemed against was like drinking a cup of coffee that he hated the most. It filled his heart with a violent desire to kill. How dare Qin Mong Sane scheme against him? He would let him know the consequences of scheming against him. How are Luke and Xia now? Where are they? Cobra asked in a low voice. Are they being watched by the Chinese? Chapter 3888. The bodyguard who received Luke's call was expressionless and answered seriously. We're temporarily out of the way. We're not sure if we've been targeted. Luke has been in contact with us this afternoon. Fortunately, I left the army just now. Otherwise, sir, we wouldn't be able to receive all the information from the outside. If Qin Mong Sane wants to attack us, sir, it would be very difficult for us to escape. Cobra had already thought of this when he was talking to the Burmese military officials. Therefore, he chose to talk about topics that interested this person and maximized the benefits. He wanted to let the other party know that cooperating with him would make more money, and that the money would be used to provide his army with more advanced weapons. He knew about the current political situation in Myanmar and knew what topics were more interesting to the country's senior officials. We don't have to worry about our safety for the time being. I'm thinking about how Luke and Xia are doing now. If they've been targeted, he pressed the corners of his mouth tightly, as if he was making a very difficult decision. The bodyguard standing next to him stood quietly, waiting for him to speak again. If they've really been targeted, you don't need to deal with them. You can deal with them for me. He meant that he would give up on Luke and Xia Jinyuan. In this regard, the bodyguard didn't have any superfluous expression. He just nodded with a cold face, indicating that he understood. Cobra didn't want to confront the Chinese military. They had so much control over the border that even the Burmese military officials looked serious when talking about it. It was obvious that the country's army was very difficult to deal with. He just wanted to go to China to find his old friends. He didn't want to have any contact with the country's military. No matter how capable Luke and Xia Jinyuan were, he didn't want to have a conflict with the Chinese military because of them. When it was time to give up, he had to give up. Similarly, when it was time to retaliate, he would definitely find the right time to retaliate. He remembered Qin Mong Sane's plan. The two guys who were good at scheming had already started scheming against each other before they even succeeded in cooperating. They both hid it in their hearts and smiled when they met. They didn't show their thoughts at all. When Cobra left the army, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. He and Qin Mong Sane entered the army at night. When they left, they avoided many Burmese soldiers and rushed back to the village where they were staying. At around 4 in the morning, Yi Qian was pushed out of the car again. After walking for about 10 minutes, he was pushed into a room with a small ventilation window, which was the dungeon of Qin Mong Sane. The moment she pushed the door open, Yi Qian heard the sound of movement in the room. Yi Qian, who had been pushed down by someone, whimpered as she struggled. She used her voice to test if there was anyone else in the room. Yi Qian heard the same whimpering sound. It was so familiar that a look of joy appeared on his face. Yijin. She heard Yijin's voice. 42 hours after Yi Qian was kidnapped, she finally met up with Zhou Yijin. The Cloud Leopard Commandos, who were keeping watch outside, sent the latest news back to China. When Suyu received the news, he slumped in his chair. After 42 hours of mental tension, his brain finally got some rest. Yi Qian finally met up with Zhou Yijin, who had been kidnapped for 4 days. Zhou Yijin thought that her Aunt Lu would come to save her, but she didn't think that it would be in such a way. Zhou Yijin, who was resting her head on Yi Qian's shoulder, couldn't control her tears. They instantly flowed out. Using such a method to save her, how could her Aunt Lu be so stupid? Chapter 3889. Zhou Yijin was actually the same as family Xia. She was not easily moved. Although she was usually carefree, she was quite calm during critical moments. She was definitely not easily moved. However, this time, Yi Qian directly went to her side. No matter how calm Zhou Yijin was, her tears still flowed like a broken dam. She knew that her Aunt Lu would definitely save her. She also knew that her Aunt Lu would definitely know that she was in danger after sending the SOS message. She would immediately contact her third uncle, who was the best person to solve the problem. But really, she never thought that Aunt Lu would use this method to save her. If it was today that Aunt Lu was in danger, Zhou Yijin would definitely not risk her life to save Aunt Lu. At this moment, Zhou Yijin finally understood why her sixth brother, who was so hard to fall in love with, and who the whole family thought would be single for the rest of his life, loved Aunt Lu so deeply. Aunt Lu like this deserved the most beautiful and best love in the world. Hearing Yi Qian's soft, comforting, mm, Zhou Yijin's body that had been tense for the past few days instantly relaxed. The more relaxed she was, the harder her tears flowed. Sobs came from her mouth, which was also stuffed with cloth strips. The other female soldier couldn't help but cry softly. When the female soldier cried, Yi Qian, who was rubbing her head against Zhou Yijin's head to comfort her, couldn't help but be startled. He only cared about comforting Zhou Yijin and didn't go to comfort her comrades. She turned her body and awkwardly wrote a few words in Zhou Yijin's hand with her finger. Zhou Yijin, who cried until her hair was wet, sniffled hard and moved closer to a crying comrade. For the past few days, the two of them had been using their hands to write words in each other's palms, encouraging each other. On her side, the female soldier also moved. Soon, the two of them were back to back. Zhou Yijin wrote a few words in her hand. Then, the female soldier cried even louder. The person who was pushed in just now was not directly kidnapped, like her and Yijin. She was here to rescue them. That's great. They didn't have to be so scared anymore. The female soldier cried tears of joy. Zhou Yijin was crying and laughing at the same time. Because her mouth was stuffed with cloth to prevent them from making any noise, her expression when she wanted to laugh was very funny. Fortunately, the three of them were wearing masks, so they couldn't see each other. It didn't matter if they were ugly or not. Besides, who cared if she was ugly or not at this moment? Everyone was happy. Yi Qian was also very happy that Jean and her comrades were safe and sound and had not been tortured. After being kidnapped, Qin Mongsain's subordinates were afraid that they would be discovered by the Chinese armed police, so they hurried on their way. They did not have any evil intentions. It seemed that, as Captain Su said, they did plan to use them to complete a deal with the anti-drug police. As for her, she was waiting for Qin Mongsain to show up and complete the mission she needed to complete. The leader of the Yun Province military region also let out a long sigh of relief when he received Su Yu's call. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Fortunately, there were no hiccups along the way. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had been waiting for news of the three juniors, received a call from the Yun Province military region. He, who had only slept 3 to 4 hours a night for the past few days, hung up the phone and washed his face with cold water. The initial difficulties were finally over. Next, they entered the next step of the plan. There was news from Old Six that they had successfully sneaked back to Myanmar. There was news from Old Six's wife that she had finally met Jean and the other female soldier who had been kidnapped. The four of them were safe. Chapter 3890. Commander-in-Chief Xia picked up a towel to wipe off the water droplets on his face. When he hung up the towel, he let out a long sigh. He didn't tell Xiaoya that Old Six was also in Myanmar. He swallowed the words back several times. He found that he didn't dare to say it at all, for fear that it would distract Xiaoya. Now, the two of them were both in Myanmar. The fate of these two children, it had to be said that even God couldn't separate them. Cobra and Qin Mongsain met, and Xiaoya was in Qin Mongsain's territory. At any time, she could meet the most wanted drug lord of China's anti-narcotics police. He didn't know if the two children would meet. If they met, as a father, he would be happy for the fate of the two of them. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan didn't know that they were so close to each other. One was already in Myanmar, and the other was still desperately escaping from China's territory, rushing into the dense forest with Luke. Behind them were the Chinese Narcotics Division armed police and the roaring dogs of the Narcotics Division. Since they had been targeted by the Chinese anti-narcotics police, how could they let the two of them escape so easily? What's more, the anti-narcotics police chasing Xia Jinyuan didn't know that one of the two people they were chasing was a Chinese soldier. They only knew that two drug dealers jumped out of the car and escaped. They were much more agile than the criminals they had chased in the past. The complex terrain of the dense forest couldn't trap them at all. Even the anti-narcotics dogs in their hands couldn't catch up immediately. Here, quick. Flank them, flank them. They're still 11 kilometers away from the border of Myanmar. Don't let them escape. Assault team, speed up. Quick, quick, quick. Behind them, the anti-narcotics police, who had no idea that they were Chinese soldiers, were led by the anti-narcotics dogs, which had a keen sense of smell, to chase after the two escaping people. The olive-green figures seemed to blend into the dense forest environment. The armed police wearing helmets and holding steel guns didn't care about the skills of the people they were chasing or whether they had any lethal weapons on them. They only knew that the two people who were running away were criminals who threatened the stability of our country's society. They could only capture them alive or kill them. In order to prevent Luke from suspecting his identity, Xia Jinyuan only informed a small portion of the executive departments in Yun Province to cooperate. For example, in the narcotics police force, only he and Luke had to go through the border checkpoint to cooperate. Nothing else was notified. That was why they were being chased without any pretense at all. Both of them were in an extremely sorry state as they rushed and ran in the dense forest. They simply did not know where the right direction was, and only ran in the direction that was convenient for them. Xia, if this continues, neither of us will be able to escape. We need to split up. We have to split up. The Chinese armed police are too difficult to deal with, and they have dogs with them. With the dogs, no matter where we escape to, they will find us. Luke brushed away the leaves that were blocking his way and went into the dense forest. After his face was pricked several times by the caterpillars hidden in the leaves, he touched his burning face and said gloomily, "I now suspect that all of this is Qin Mongsane's scheme. But why would he scheme against us? Xia, I can't understand." Xia Jinyuan, who didn't know that the Chinese soldiers had been kidnapped, also couldn't understand why such a scheme was arranged. However, since it was a scheme, there had to be some calculations involved. It was just that he and Luke didn't know about it. Chapter 3891. But now was not the time to think about what Qin Mongsane was plotting, but how to escape. The two of them could not split up. Based on the situation, with Cobra's suspicious personality, if he and Luke were to split up and both of them had to return alive, Cobra would definitely suspect that since the journey was so dangerous, how could they return alive despite being in so much danger? He would not voice his suspicions, but he would start to distrust them. The foundation he had worked so hard to build over the past year would collapse and return to zero. Therefore, it was not advisable to split up and escape. Luke was Cobra's trusted bodyguard, so it would be better for the two of them to stay together. Xia Jinyuan said, "If we split up, we will still be chased. If we run together, we can help each other. Don't talk so much nonsense. Hurry up and run. Run up the mountain. As long as we are out of China's territory, they won't dare to cross the border to catch us. I hate being chased by dogs." It's so F***ed up. Luke did not insist that the two of them split up and escape. He only mentioned it casually. If they really split up and escaped, who could escape and who would be caught? They would either be caught together or escape together. If this is really Qin Mongsane's scheme, I swear I will find a chance to blow his head off when I go back. Hearing the dog barking coming from afar, Luke plunged into the dense forest. He was very agile. Xia Jinyuan did not stop either, but when he rushed into the dense forest, he used the weapon in his hand, a small folding knife, to leave 2 new marks on the tree. It meant that only the two of them were escaping, and no one was coming to help. The anti-narcotics police, who saw the 2 new marks again, did not understand what it meant. They reported to their superiors again and continued to chase. They did not understand what it meant to see 2 new marks from time to time, but Major General Yang, who had been paying attention to this matter, understood. He sighed softly and said to Suyu of the Yun Province Anti-Narcotics Police, "Tell your soldiers that so far no one has come to help them. Only 2 people have escaped. You guys chase after them. If there are 3 traces, it means that there are reinforcements." Su Yu was the leader of the narcotics division. On Yiqian's side, he sent out a certain number of troops to cooperate with the Cloud Leopard Commandos to secretly protect Yiqian, who was deep in the tiger's den. On Xia Jinyuan's side, he also needed to cooperate with the military, but he couldn't ask too much. Other than Major General Yang and Commander-in-Chief Xia, only his comrades who were on a mission with him abroad last time knew that Xia Jinyuan had sneaked into Cobra's side. Other than that, no one else knew. After receiving an explanation, Suyu vaguely felt that there were spies on their side. To be honest, there were more than 1 or 2 spies like this. Both the narcotics police force and the narcotics police force had spies outside. Otherwise, how would they know that Qin Mongsane was planning to kidnap female soldiers and make a deal with the Chinese side? Informants were spies. They had them, and so did the military. The only thing he didn't quite understand was that the armed police under him were chasing after 2 escaped drug dealers. Why would the military also send undercover agents to the drug dealers? The military sent undercover agents to the drug dealers. Things shouldn't be that simple. Suyu didn't know about Cobra, so naturally he didn't understand. The military couldn't reveal everything to Suyu. He only needed to know that one of the 2 drug dealers currently being chased by the narcotics police force was a Chinese soldier. Chapter 3892. When the fish belly was pulled open in the horizon, the morning light was faintly visible. The dense forest was still dark. Xia Jinyuan and Luke, who had crossed the boundary marker of the border between the two countries 10 minutes ago, directly collapsed on the soft, withered leaves. The two of them panted heavily until their chests heaved up and down rapidly. Neither of them wanted to speak. They took deep breaths to calm themselves down. Xia Jinyuan, who was sniffing the smell of rotting trees, turned his head slightly and looked towards the direction of the central region. The scenery there was beautiful and majestic. The mountains were undulating like angry dragons. Xia Jinyuan looked in front of him, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't expect that one day he would have to flee from the motherland he was guarding in such a sorry state. He had to admit that the Chinese border police were quite strong. They chased him all the way and didn't stop at all. Their good comrades were a drug sniffer dog and a search dog. No wonder they were the thorn in the side of those transnational drug dealers. They were really amazing. If he and Luke had been a little slower, they would have caught up with them. Even now, he could still hear their roars. One roar after another, it was truly frightening. Xia Jinyuan, who was being chased in such a sorry state, smiled even wider. Although he was almost caught by the Chinese border police several times, he was very happy in his heart. He was happy for the increasingly strong border defense of his motherland. Xia Jinyuan, who was close to his motherland but couldn't go back openly, withdrew his reluctant gaze, closed his eyes gently, and took a deep breath again. A beautiful picture of the country seemed to be spread out in his mind, and he could still feel a sense of security in his motherland. The Chinese border police stood in front of the border marker between the two countries, looking at the trampled marks on both sides and holding the steel guns in their hands tightly. They actually let the other party escape. The drug sniffer dog and the search dog didn't give up. They roared towards the Burmese border, and the soldiers in charge of taking care of them pulled the ropes tightly. Little by little, their loyal comrades refused to come back. "Line up!" Their squad leader gritted his teeth, so hard that it seemed like he was going to break them. He ordered his comrades to gather and return the way they came. The soldiers took another deep look at the Burmese territory and left with regret that they didn't manage to catch the two transnational drug dealers. They could not cross into the borders of other countries, nor could they illegally enter the borders of other countries with weapons. No matter how fierce the search dogs were, they could only leave. The barking from the dogs on the mountain gradually disappeared. Luke, who was worried that the Chinese border police would enter the country with guns, was completely relieved. Xia Jinyuan could clearly hear his sigh of relief. After resting for at least 20 minutes, Luke, who looked as if he had just survived a disaster, opened his mouth. "Zhongfang, I don't think I'll come here a second time while I'm still alive." Their armed police were like a pack of wolves. They would not give up easily once they found their prey. "God, thank you for letting me escape from the wolf claws of the Chinese armed police." Although he had caught his breath, his voice was extremely hoarse. After running for so long, his throat was so dry that it was congested with blood, revealing a deep sense of fatigue. Xia Jinyuan didn't say anything. He just waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to talk yet and just wanted to have a good rest. In response, Luke laughed. He raised his arm, patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder heavily, and said gratefully, "Xia, if it weren't for you, I would have been killed by the Chinese armed police. Thank you, Xia, for saving my life again." Chapter 3893. I just want to lie down for a while, so shut your mouth. Xia Jinyuan removed the hand on his shoulder. Luke could see the lingering fear in his indifferent expression. Luke laughed in a low voice. He stood up with one hand on the dried leaves and reached out to Xia Jinyuan, who was still lying down and didn't want to get up. Buddy, we should go back now. Although we are already in Myanmar, I think we still need to find a way to get back to Cobra's side. Looking at Luke's outstretched hand, Xia Jinyuan reached out his own hand. Luke held his outstretched hand tightly. Xia Jinyuan stood up with the help of Luke's arm. He patted off the dead leaves and foam on his back and said calmly, "Keep walking forward and contact Cobra. I think someone will come to pick us up." "Good. That's a good idea. Let's go, my brother. I must treat you to a drink when we get back, to celebrate that we are still alive today." "I don't drink, thank you." "Oh, I forgot. How about I invite you to a bar to find a beautiful woman?" "Thank you, but I'm not interested in women." "God, my brother Xia, do you like men?" "Oh no, I think women are the best. Big breasts, big buttocks. How cool it is to touch them." "Sorry, I'm even less interested in men." "Don't tell me you're really as impotent as those black guys said." A fist was aimed directly at the back of Luke's head. Luke dodged, turned his head, and laughed. "You can prove to me that I'm not impotent. If you're not interested in women or men, what are you interested in?" "Money. I'm most interested in money." Xia Jinyuan withdrew his fist and exhaled. "If you mention something I'm not interested in again, my fist will teach you the consequences of making me unhappy. Ha ha ha, I like money too." Without the pursuit of the Chinese armed police, Luke, who was in a good mood, laughed even louder. Thank God, he met a good guy. If only he was really a good guy. The laughter continued, but Luke, whose eyes were gradually clouding over, let out a long sigh in his heart. How great would it be if he really was a very, very good fellow? The sky was bright, and the morning sun broke through the darkness and sprinkled all over the earth. Some places were bright, while others were still dark. Just like this world, there was light and darkness. Xia Jinyuan looked at Luke, who was laughing nonstop. He used the knife in his hand to carve 2 more marks on the tree. These 2 marks were different from the ones he had left for the narcotics police. It was an X. About an hour later, a man wearing jungle camouflage, but his nationality was unknown, squatted by the tree with the marks. He touched the marks gently with his gloved hand, then raised his hand and waved behind him. Several men wearing the same jungle camouflage as him, with dark green paint on their faces and unknown nationalities, came out of the dense forest. Q King left them. They're very fresh. Even the sap hasn't dried yet. I didn't chase the wrong tree. G3 Inrong said in a low voice, his eyes shining with excitement. Good guy, we can finally meet. Z7 Han Zheng also reached out to touch them and laughed. When the time comes, he will be our enemy, and we will be the messengers of justice. I used to dream of having a fight with him. This time, my wish will come true. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 3894. Han Zheng did not dare to laugh too loudly. He suppressed the laughter in his chest, and his wolf-like eyes shone like the morning sun. It's great to be able to see my brother again. They had not seen each other for more than a year, and there had been no news at all. His comrades in the brigade had been silently worried. Now, they could finally King relax. T6, who was holding his gun horizontally, kicked Z7's, but whose shoulders were shaking from laughing. He laughed and said, You want to compete with Q King? Don't King need us to save you when the time comes. How is that possible? Han Zheng, who was almost kicked to the ground, stood up, raised his chin, and replied confidently, Let's wait and see. We'll see who needs saving. Several of his comrades snorted in response. Even K7, who was in charge of security, snorted. Cut the crap. Go, let's go. Follow closely. Don't lose them. V8's team should have already arrived at the village where Cobra is hiding. We can't fall too far behind. G3 waved his hand, and the 7 Snowfield Brigade Special Forces who had secretly sneaked into Myanmar, with Xia Jinyuan quickly followed. The traces that Xia Jinyuan had left behind for them were scratched and erased, and they were disguised as if they had been gnawed on by wild animals. Major General Yang had always been in control of the Snowfield Brigade's direction of operations. The 14 Special Forces were divided into 2 groups, and they entered Myanmar one after the other. One group secretly followed Xia Jinyuan all the way, while the other group was led by V8 to the village in Myanmar, where Xia Jinyuan had entered the Chinese territory, and reported. Now that the group led by G3 had found the traces left behind by Xia Jinyuan, Major General Yang immediately learned of it and promptly reported it to Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia not only knew the movements of the Snowfield Brigade's Special Forces, but also knew the movements of the Cloud Leopard Commandos belonging to the Yun Province military region. The Cloud Leopard Commandos were responsible for rescuing the female soldiers and supporting Yi Qian's retreat, while the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces were mainly cooperating with Xia Jinyuan. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had not been home for a few days, and Major General Yang were sitting in the conference room discussing how to avoid Cobra if Cobra and Qin Mong Sain were together and Yi Qian's successful decapitation. Cobra could not be touched now, and the only person who could touch him was Xia Jinyuan. Then, there was a problem now. Chief Commander Xia said to Major General Yang, contact the members of the Cloud Leopard Commando team and tell them to evacuate immediately after rescuing the 2 female soldiers, so as to avoid conflict with the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces. Inform Qing Niao separately that it is very likely that she will meet with Q King. If she meets with Q King, inform Q King to stop Cobra from entering China's territory. Immediately inform the Snowfield Brigade of the Cloud Leopard Commandos' actions. They can take advantage of the Cloud Leopard Commandos' actions to launch an attack on Cobra, and at the same time secretly protect the Cloud Leopard Commandos as they retreat. If Q King does not meet with Qing Niao, and Cobra is not with Qin Mong Sain, then the Cloud Leopard Commandos will still be acting alone. Major General Yang then added, there is another possibility. Cobra and Qin Mong Sain are together, but Q King has not returned to Cobra's side in time. At this time, the Cloud Leopard Commandos will not have the opportunity to cooperate with the Snowfield Brigade. That's right, there is such a possibility. Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded. Therefore, the Cloud Leopard Commandos' actions and Qing Niao's decapitation mission will continue as usual, and the Snowfield Brigade's Special Forces will continue to follow the plan arranged by Q King. There will be no conflict between the 2 forces. What we are now considering is that the 2 forces will cross each other. Qing Niao and Q King will meet, and the entire plan will need to be adjusted and implemented in advance of Q King's plan. And to implement Q King's plan in advance, it needs to be built on the basis that Qing Niao can inform Q King about the existence of the Cloud Leopard Commandos. Only then can the plan be implemented. Chapter 3895. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the overall situation, and after considering all aspects, he directly carried out Xia Jinyuan's plan in advance. More importantly, as a father, he really didn't want to see his only son take such a huge risk and even put his life on the line in order to gain Cobra's ultimate trust. Helping Cobra escape from the battle provoked by Qin Mong Sain, he felt that he could also gain Cobra's trust. This was the painstaking effort of a father, and Major General Yang already understood. However, his thoughts still needed Xia Jinyuan's approval in the end. If Xia Jinyuan didn't think it was desirable, then Commander-in-Chief Xia's arrangement would be in vain. After the discussion with Major General Yang, Commander-in-Chief Xia, and Yun Province's person in charge, Su Yu, were in a video conference. However, Cobra and Xia Jinyuan only mentioned that there was another Special Forces team on a mission that would secretly assist the Cloud Leopard Commando team in their retreat. For the Yun province's military, this was very good news. They were now worried that Qin Mong Sane would concentrate their firepower and attack. They were even more worried that Myanmar would find out that the Cloud Leopard Commando team had secretly sneaked into Myanmar, causing unnecessary trouble in the future. Now that there was another Special Forces team to assist, the Cloud Leopard Commando team could speed up their retreat with the rescued female soldiers. As for what the other Special Forces team was doing and why they appeared in the same village, the Yun province's military, and Suyu didn't ask. Since the commander-in-chief and major general didn't directly say the reason, they didn't have to ask. Everything was going on nervously and orderly. The Cloud Leopard Commando team and the Snowfield Brigade's Special Forces received the latest orders from their superiors almost at the same time. When the Cloud Leopard Commando team learned that there was another Special Forces team nearby, every team member more or less had some doubts in their hearts. Since their superiors didn't say anything, they naturally couldn't ask too much. They only knew that after they rescued the female soldiers, they would immediately retreat. The Snowfield Brigade's Special Forces knew about the existence of the Cloud Leopard Commando team from the beginning, so they weren't surprised. What really surprised them was Qing Niao. Qing Niao is also here? No way. Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? How could Qing Niao be here too? Didn't Q King say that he wanted to hide it from Qing Niao? At this moment, he still wanted Qing Niao to meet Q King, so that she could tell Q King to bring forward his plan? How much of a coincidence could it be? The T6 combatant hiding behind the leaves said with a face full of disbelief. He even wondered if G3 had heard wrongly. Didn't they say that Qing Niao was studying in a basic company in the Nongguang military region? The Nongguang military district was very far away from the Yun province military district. One was on the southwest border of the motherland, while the other was in the south of the motherland. There were countless provinces in between, and the Qing dynasty, which should be in Nongguang, had appeared in the Yun province. T6 really suspected that G3 had misheard. G3 didn't believe it either, but it was the truth. Qing Niao was here, and she was one of the 3 kidnapped female soldiers. Therefore, when G3 said that Yi Qian was also one of the 3 kidnapped female soldiers, not only did T6 think that he had misheard, even his other comrades also thought so. Qing Niao was kidnapped. Do you think that's possible? Han Zheng asked G3's Yin Rong. G3 was silent for a while before sighing. She deliberately got kidnapped in order to save the 2 female soldiers who were the first to be kidnapped. To make a long story short, G3 told them about the joint plan of the border police and the Yun province military district. As soon as he finished, T6 let out a low F***K with a vicious look in his eyes. Chapter 3896. The T6 combatant, who had a murderous look in his eyes, hugged his rifle tightly and said in a low voice, "Is Qing Niao's life so worthless in their eyes?" Not only did they kidnap the 2 female soldiers, but they even included Qing Niao as well. After I heard the entire plan, I only had one thought. What a coincidence! It's really not an ordinary coincidence. How coincidental is it? It's so coincidental that Qing Niao is now with the 2 female soldiers who were kidnapped first. The T6 combatant could not understand why Qing Niao had actually agreed to such a risky plan. How could the Yun province military district and the border police division not know what would happen to the female soldiers if they were captured? How could they dare to let Qing Niao take such a risk? How could they dare to make such an arrangement? The T6 combatant's lips were pursed into a straight line. It's not a coincidence. It should be said that the Qin Mong Sane was overconfident and thought that it was impossible for the Chinese side to find the kidnapped female soldiers. Moreover, Gathering the 3 kidnapped female soldiers together made it easier for them to carry out their mission. Also, you have to believe in the ability of the Border Police Division. Since they were able to arrange for the Qin Mongsane subordinates to kidnap Qing Niao, they were confident that Qing Niao would be with the 2 kidnapped female soldiers. Also, the G3 combatant pursed his slightly cracked lips and said with a serious expression, "One of the kidnapped female soldiers is Q King's cousin. Our higher-ups have agreed to let Qing Niao join. I don't have to say it, but you guys should know what I mean, right?" The T6 combatant suddenly looked up at the G3 combatant with a hint of shock in his eyes. One of the kidnapped female soldiers turned out to be Q King's cousin. If it weren't for that, the big boss wouldn't have agreed to let Qing Niao join them. For the sake of Q King, it's even better to have Qing Niao join them. Qing Niao's ability to fight alone will definitely allow Q King to carry out his mission with peace of mind. He won't have to be distracted by his cousin's kidnapping. The Snowfield Brigade fell silent. If that was the case, they could understand why Qing Niao was put in danger. The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade felt their hearts sink. G3 looked at his comrades who were pressing their lips together and said in a low voice, "The most important thing now is to contact Q King. He has to know Big Boss's arrangements before he can execute his plan in advance." That's right. Whether or not the plan could be brought forward, they had to first contact Q King. Relying on them to contact Q King didn't work. Relying on the comrades, led by V8 to contact Q King, also didn't work. There were still people around Q King that they couldn't contact. She could only rely on Qing Niao. But how would Qing Niao know about Big Boss's arrangement? Taking a step back, even if Qing Niao knew, could she really meet Q King? Whether or not she could meet Q King depended on whether Cobra and Qin Mongsane would always be together. Once Cobra left Myanmar, the possibility of Qing Niao and Q King meeting would be 0. If Qing Niao and Q King couldn't meet, then the missions of the 2 teams would still be parallel and wouldn't overlap. If they met, the 2 teams would still cooperate for a short period of time. Therefore, it didn't matter if the 2 of them couldn't meet. Other than the increased danger factor of Q King in the future, nothing else would be affected. G3 looked at the sky that was starting to brighten and then looked at the traces that had been erased by his comrades. Although his deep voice was slow, it was flamboyant. The mission of Cloud, Leopard, and Qing Niao doesn't conflict with ours. Now, we just need to follow Q King. Let's go. Don't fall too far behind. Regardless of whether Qing Niao and Q King would meet or not, the most important thing was whether they could successfully complete the heavy responsibility on their shoulders. As for other things, they couldn't think about it for now. Chapter 3897. 7 camouflaged figures passed through the dense forest, also fighting for the heavy responsibility on their shoulders. At this time, it was the Spring Festival in China. The special forces of the Shuiyu team were following closely behind their captain. They carried steel guns and risked their lives. The light of the homes was behind them, and their existence was only to protect the light of the homes. Xia Jinyuan, who was moving forward, knew that his comrades must be following closely behind him. Therefore, whenever Luke wanted to stop and rest before continuing, he would urge him. In the end, Luke even thought that there might be Chinese armed police chasing after them. However, when they came out of the dense forest, the mobile phone finally had a signal, but Luke did not see the appearance of the Chinese armed police. Xia Jinyuan did not give him time to catch his breath and asked him to hurry up and contact Cobra. "I really admire you, Xia. We started running yesterday afternoon, and now—" Luke looked at the time on his phone. It was already 12 noon the next day. "It's 12 noon now. We've been running for a long time. Really, Xia, listen to me. We really need to have a good rest before we talk again. Resting for a while would delay the time of his comrades behind him. Xia Jinyuan coldly looked at Luke, who had lowered his vigilance after entering Myanmar, and said without any room for negotiation, "Aren't you worried that Qin Mong Sane is plotting against Mr. Cobra?" Her words reminded Luke, and it also made Luke's eyes darken. He lowered his eyes and shrugged helplessly. "All right, you reminded me. That's right, we do need to return to Mr. Cobra's side as soon as possible. If something happens to Mr. Cobra, I think all of us will not be able to leave Myanmar." After coming out of the dense forest, Luke called Cobra, who represented darkness. While he was talking to Cobra, Xia Jinyuan made a mark in a hidden place. This time, the mark was a little complicated. It was composed of pictures, and other than his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, who could understand it, no one else could guess what it meant. This was to tell his comrades behind him that they were about to leave by means of transport, and their destination was the same. A few hours ago, Cobra returned to a nearby village from the Myanmar army. When he came back, the sky was just turning bright. Knowing that he was plotted against by Qin Mong Sane, Cobra did not rest. Instead, he carried the drawing board that he always carried everywhere and placed it in front of the village and began to paint. Cobra was good at ink painting, and each ink painting was quite beautiful. However, people who knew him well knew that he only painted when he was in a bad mood. Now, his bodyguards knew that their boss was in a very bad mood, so it was best not to go and cause trouble. Even his trusted bodyguards did not dare disturb him. Cobra and Xia, and they were now safely in Myanmar's territory, and there were no armed police officers following them. Cobra, who was concentrating on painting, heard the bodyguard talking in a low voice. He knew that his two capable subordinates had exhausted all their strength to escape from China's territory. With a slightly gloomy expression, he signaled the bodyguard who was talking to Luke to pass him the phone. When Luke heard Cobra's voice, he first greeted him and then asked if Cobra had time to listen to what he wanted to say next. Cobra, who was holding a brush in one hand, used watercolor to outline the mountains and rivers. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "Of course, what do you want to tell me?" Chapter 3898. Cobra's mood improved a lot when he learned that his two subordinates had safely entered Myanmar. When he heard that Luke was concerned about his safety, Cobra felt much better. Having a loyal subordinate was a good thing for him. "Sir, Qin Mong Sane deliberately asked us to go to China for him. Does he have other arrangements?" Luke said in a deep voice. All the goods in the car were crystal sugar, and there were only a very small amount of poisonous goods. I can't believe that he asked us to drive a truck into China for less than 50 grams of poisonous goods. So I'm worried that he has other plans that we don't know about. His plans make me very worried about your safety, sir. Cobra believed in Luke's loyalty and accepted Luke's words. He gently sketched the shadows of the mountains with the brush in his hand. His slightly tightened eyes contained an extremely cold and gloomy smile. "You're not wrong. He did use you and Xia. But now that you've returned safely, we should go. I'm very safe now. I won't give him another chance to plot against me. This time, I'm sorry, Luke. I was too anxious to establish a cooperative relationship with him and the Myanmar military behind him. I didn't notice his conspiracy in time." He apologized very sincerely. With his current tone, no one would believe that he had told his bodyguards before. If Xia Jinyuan and Luke were being watched closely by the Chinese side, he would send someone to kill them for his own safety. Luke whispered a few more words and repeatedly mentioned that if it weren't for Xia Jinyuan, they wouldn't have come back alive. Cobra, who was ready to wash the brush, nodded and praised Xia Jinyuan's performance. Before ending the call, Cobra casually asked Luke, "Have you been with Xia all this time?" "Yes, sir. We've been together all this time." I propose to run away separately. Xia reminded me that if we ran away separately, if something really happened, the other person wouldn't be able to rescue us in time. Only then did Cobra end the call, a joyful smile appearing on his thin face. They've been together all this time. Both of them were very capable, and he believed that they would be able to escape. Next, it was time to have a good chat with Qin Mong Sane, this not-so-sincere friend of his. The people around Cobra all relaxed. Their boss finally smiled and let them put away the drawing board. V8 and the rest who had already infiltrated the border had been paying attention to everything. They saw Cobra carrying a drawing board and painting gloomily. They also saw him laughing when he received the call. He then asked his subordinates to put away the drawing board and return to the wooden house. Then, the bodyguard beside him looked around vigilantly before returning to the wooden house together. When the bodyguard looked around, V8 immediately hid behind a tree. It was only when there were only 2 bodyguards outside the wooden house that he let out a sigh of relief. Q King's reminder was really important. It let them know how cautious Cobra was. Fortunately, they chose to watch from afar. If they were to watch from a close distance, they might have been discovered by the people around Cobra. To prevent being discovered by Cobra, V8 and the rest didn't communicate much. They just watched silently the whole time and waited for Xia Jinyuan to return. Qin Mong Sane didn't have time to chat with Cobra. He came back from Myanmar's Commander Minlai's army and began to plan to negotiate with the Chinese Drug Enforcement Police. Chapter 3899. If he wanted the Chinese Armed Police to agree, he had to first let the Chinese Armed Police know that he had their missing female soldiers. When Qin Mong Sane returned to his hiding place, he first ordered his subordinates to take photos of the 3 female soldiers being tied up and send them to the Chinese side to see how the Chinese side would react. Take off the hoods and let them take photos while kneeling. Hold the guns to their heads and tell the Chinese armed police that if they don't cooperate, the 3 female soldiers can forget about returning to China alive. In order to get the drugs seized by the Chinese armed police as soon as possible, Qin Mong Sane used this arrangement as a warning to the Chinese side. Yi Qian and the other 2 female soldiers who were locked up in the dungeon were quickly dragged out. Their legs were tied up and they couldn't walk normally, so they were dragged out of the dungeon. Yi Qian didn't struggle. Her face, which was covered by the hood, was exceptionally cold. Where were they going to take them? What were they going to do? What about Zhou Yijin and the female soldier Lu Lu? Would they be separated from her? Yi Qian didn't even have time to worry about herself. She placed all her focus on Zhou Yijin and Lu Lu. Then she heard Lu Li's fearful cries as she struggled, and Zhou Yijin's low, muffled cries. When she heard their cries, Yi Qian's heart felt a lot more at ease. They didn't just drag her out, they dragged the 2 of them out as well. Yi Qian, who couldn't walk with her legs, left 2 drag marks on the ground as she was dragged along. She felt that there were at least 10 people walking beside her, and she also smelled the smell of gun maintenance machine oil. They carried guns and dragged them out. Yi Qian, who didn't know where her leg hit, felt her heart skip a beat. Were they going to shoot the hostages? No, that shouldn't be the case. They hadn't negotiated with the Chinese side and hadn't made their demands. It was unlikely that they would directly shoot the hostages. If they really wanted to shoot the hostages, they wouldn't have waited until now. They would have done it when they kidnapped Yi Qian and the female soldier Lu Lu. It was obvious that Qin Mong Sane didn't plan to use the most bloody method to confront the Chinese side right from the start. If they really dared to shoot the Chinese soldiers, the Chinese side would definitely send troops to assassinate them. Qin Mong Sane knew the Chinese side's strength. They wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After careful consideration, Yi Qian calmed down a lot. The surroundings were not very quiet. Some people were talking loudly, and some were laughing wildly. Wherever they went, they could hear dong-dong sounds. That was the sound of gun, but hitting wooden planks. When the female soldier Lulu heard the laughter, she felt as if she was surrounded by a group of wild beasts that could eat her at any time. She had nowhere to run, and all the fear in the depths of her heart surged wildly. She began to cry. Her cries reached the ears of the Burmese people who were dragging her away, causing them to laugh even more arrogantly. They laughed viciously, and Lulu became even more scared. Soon, the three of them were dragged into a wooden hut. They heard the other party say in stiff Mandarin, "Stand still." Before they could catch their breaths, something slammed into their knees and forced Yi Qian and the other two female soldiers to kneel on the ground. The hood was suddenly removed. Yi Qian's eyes, which had adapted to the darkness for a long time, were blinded by the light in the wooden hut. Yi Qian, who was trying to size up her surroundings, squinted her eyes. After a haze of colorful lights, she could finally see things around her clearly.